Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Holy smokes, how many of us have actual juice this morning? New Year's Day, New Year's morning. There is one of us. I'm Sean Bijani, not Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne is here.
What's up, man?
You might be the only one that has any juice among us.
How's that?
Well,
you're not. This is early, man. It's early. And you do a late night show, so your biorhythms are never gonna feel exactly perfect. You know what I do in times like that, Sean?
What's that?
Embrace it. You know, however out of it you feel. I kind of sometimes try to just pretend I'm drunk and go with it.
Yeah.
And you end up just getting into that unconscious flow. And you'll be this will be 4 hours from now. This will be the best show anybody's done in 2026 on this station. So just rest confident, and it'll also be the worst show, but it'll be the most mid show.
I was gonna say 6-7.
Yeah. Oh God.
Are we gonna be done with that? Are we gonna be done with that in 2026? No, I say you got juice, man. Like your ass has been up since 3:30 shoveling snow, and you know here I am. Complaining about just wanting to go home and take a nap. But I flipped the mic on, and it's like, okay, Here I go.
But it is also, I've grown over the last 48 hours. I've felt like all the speeches from football coaches over the years that had drilled into my head the dangers of complacency or taking your opponent too lightly or anything like that.
Yeah.
I've fostered the appropriate amount of fear for Riley Leonard and everything that he can do that Phillip Rivers can't. That's what I've been thinking about, and how the Texans, while they still have a chance to A, potentially win the division, long shot, but also B, stay in that 5 seed for the off chance that they end up getting a home game in the second round of the playoffs. So I'm not taking the Colts lightly is where I'm going to.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because I feel like a lot of people probably are, given the circumstances, but whether it be Riley Leonard or Phillip Rivers, I think people going into this final game, we're going to take the Colts lightly because of the 8-game win streak, because of how dominant this Texans defense has been. And look, because we've literally, I heard you and Pendergast, I think it was, talking about this the other day. I think Sean was going through like the history of the AFC South. And I don't know how far back he was going, but every damn year, some team has had a massive collapse.
Yeah.
And this year it was the Indianapolis Colts, where, boy, you spend 75% of the season, it feels like, looking up at them, and you know where you'd come from if you're the Texans, the doldrums of an 0-3 starter. You are, but damn it, also the Jags. It's been crazy.
The Jags have a history of collapsing on the final game of the season when playing a game against the Titans that was meaningless for the Titans. So that's the thing you always have to remember. The Jags have been playing really, really well. I think if you look at the Jags, though, versus the Colts last week, that was a more competitive game than people would have thought. Yeah. And that was with Phillip Rivers just completely unable to do any damn thing at all in the second half. And what I always worry about with a rookie quarterback is, especially one that can move, like Riley Leonard, he can move around about 400,000 times better than Phillip Rivers, that there's a wild card element. And you think about, go back to some of the great middling quarterbacks in NFL history, or guys that didn't even end up being good quarterbacks. A lot of times their best stretch of games are their first 2 or 3 games when nobody knows what to expect out of them.
Yeah,
remember when Gardner Minshew looked like, remember all the numbers that he had in his first 4 or 5 starts that nobody had done since Joe Montana or this guy or that guy?
I don't remember him being that good, but...
Oh, yeah, it was some crazy stretch of where his passer, nobody had ever had a passer rating over his first however many games other than a few Hall of Famers. And, you always have to remember that any guy, especially when it's a rookie that can move at all, that they can throw a few wrenches into your operation and surprise you with a few things. So you just got to have your head on a swivel.
Did Joe Montana know what a passer rating was back then whenever he was
spinning? You know what? I don't know if he himself did, but I know the West Coast offense kind of that was like exploited or just took the passer rating to another level. It was just that system was perfect for judging quarterbacks back then.
Okay.
But I
always wonder these things, Seth, like from a baseball
like with the triple double, like the triple double, like all the guys that have half the guys that had the top 10 triple doubles didn't even know what a triple double was because nobody paid attention to it.
Like back in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, and there's Babe Ruth and Ted Williams and Luke, all these guys, and it's like, what's their war? Do they know what a war is? No, of course not.
Those guys, what those guys probably had to deal with was like, all right, well, I mean, they juiced the baseball. Okay, great. You got all these home runs. I don't know if there was sports radio back then. There definitely wasn't. But the scuttlebutt would be like, I don't know, this Ruth guy, sure. Let's see him do it back in the day when the ball was like a beanbag and you could throw it like a wiffle ball.
The extent of sports talk radio back then was maybe a brief 5-minute pregame show before play-by-play and the actual baseball game began. Like, last night Babe Ruth, we saw him at the bar and he was having some fun with the ladies. And it looks like it may be a tough day for him.
Yes, sports talk radio was the players talking at a bar drunk before the game. And the sports gramophone.
You mentioned the Indianapolis Colts and Riley Leonard getting the start. Shane Steichen, this was Steichen confirming Riley Leonard getting the nod over one Phillip Rivers this week.
All right, I'll open up. Riley's going to be our starting core. I'm excited for Riley's opportunity. I'm proud of the way he's handled himself all season. Be a great opportunity for him to go out, develop, continue to grow as a quarterback. So excited for that.
So there was a little foreshadowing here from Steichen earlier in the week where he was talking about, because he was asked, like, hey, Phillip Rivers' status, what's going on? Is he going to play or not? And he'd said, basically, here's the timeline. Later today, you guys are going to kind of figure it out, and then tomorrow I'll announce it. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
They've kind of figured it out, like, okay, he's probably not going to play, and then boom, here the reports come, and then yesterday he finally announced it.
The where I'm going to take this is shade towards the Texans. Again, I'm trying to get myself going for this.
Yeah.
Steichen on how do you prep rookie quarterback Riley Leonard to face the NFL's best defense?
As far as AR, not going to activate AR. Had a conversation in my office yesterday with him. It was great. I think we just got to be efficient, running the football, getting the ball out of our hands quick. Like I said, they're really good on defense. They got 2 edge rushers that are the premier in the league right now. Linebackers are good. Stingley's good. Bullock's good. Shazier. I mean, they got some good players. So we just got to be efficient on first, second down, keep the chains moving, and go from there.
Shazier?
Oh.
Put some respect on Aziz Al-Shire's name. Shazier. The best I could say is maybe you mistook him for Ryan Shazier or something. But no,
God, yeah.
You can't even you can't even pronounce his name right? You're going to feel the wrath.
The disrespect.
The disrespect we're getting from – he may not have his – I don't know if he'll have his job much longer or not. I think that, if anything, Chris Ballard gets fired. But then you got a new GM coming in, and whether he likes Shane Steichen or not, who knows? Yeah, and we'll talk more about that a little bit later on. That's actually an interesting discussion, I think, that you bring up in the prep. But, it's something that Steichen said there, how do you prep a rookie quarterback? Well, look, Jonathan Taylor, I think, is 48 yards away from surpassing James Cook. And I don't know how many yards James Cook's going to get this weekend, but maybe there's a race for – the 2025, 2026 NFL leading rusher. Taylor's going to play. Taylor's going to get a lot of the load. I think we'd all suspect that. But Riley Leonard, you better believe that Shane Steichen's going to have something dialed up for him. What it is, does it work? That's what we're going to kind of wait to see. One thing that Steichen's really good at is the quarterback run game. The RPOs, but also just zone read and all of those other things. And that it puts enough doubt, at least, in the defense that they don't know exactly, they're going to have to slow down their reads a little bit, so they might not be always as fierce coming off the edges when they got to account for the QB fake and all of that. So there's that. There's also that the Colts, they have no reason to tank whatsoever because they don't have a draft pick this year. Traded it for Sauce Gardner. So, and then you factor in, and this is usually people start writing articles about this stuff, like what incentives guys have to play for out there. So who out there they reach if they get a half sack more or something. So there's all kinds of motivation other than just pride on the line. And I think Shane Steichen trying to keep his job or anything like that, the Colts are playing a division rival, and I think they'll be appropriately motivated. But the thing that's working against Riley Leonard, aside from his rookiness, is that you go back to college, he was really good against the blitz. He wasn't as good when guys played just zone and coverage and sat back there and rushed with 4 guys. He wasn't as good as when teams blitzed him, he eviscerated them. So the Texans don't blitz much at all. And I don't think they're going to come into this game expecting to have to blitz Riley Leonard. They're going to make him earn every little bit. And there's just like some of the guys, Alec Pierce is good for some explosive passes. Yes. I'd be real surprised if the defensive backs put Alec Pierce in any kind of a position to have an explosive pass downfield. Yeah, no, I think those are all really good points. I was just looking at Riley Leonard's, stats in his game log, his last year at Notre Dame, and that's the other thing that I feel like, and you kind of mentioned it, what does he have going against him? His rookiness, right? Yeah. I mean, the last time he played a football game, it was against Ohio State in, the championship, and in that game, he rushed the ball 17 times, and he probably averaged about 12 attempts per game his final year at Notre Dame. So the guy's going to pull it down and run with the ball, and that's always the thing that I worry about, particularly with this Texans defense, is going up against
mobile all year long, Seth. They might not have put up like the cumulative stats against this Texans defense, like who has really, but at critical points in the game, whether it be Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, even Cam Ward, Josh Allen, there have been quarterbacks that hurt the Texans in big moments. Now, I don't know how many big moments we really are going to see on Sunday, but let's not kid ourselves. Even the Raiders game, the Arizona Cardinal game, games that we thought were going to be really super easy, at times were not.
Right. No, and if you think about Riley Leonard, how many attempts in the national championship game? 17?
17, yeah.
17. It's a rookie quarterback in his first start. You're going to want to make it as easy as possible for him. You don't have to worry about injury because there is no next week. They could run him 17 times in this game. And going back to the worst case scenario is when you've got a Derrick Henry and a Lamar Jackson, and you saw what happened to the defense last year when they faced that conundrum of having to worry about that run-pass threat from both those guys, that you get a muted version of that, but Jonathan Taylor is leading the league in touchdowns. He's having a magnificent year. I'm not feeling that this offense that has struggled to score more than 24 points during this 8-game win streak is somehow going to put this thing way out of reach that quickly. And you always have the divisional rivalry element where a lot of times it ends up being a lot tougher and grittier and closer on paper than you would expect, like the Jaguars.
Absolutely. I feel that way no matter who the Texans play. And maybe this is a divisional thing, elsewhere also, but we're biased. This is what we watch most of is AFC South, and I don't care if it's Texans or Titans, Jags, Colts, whoever, even when those teams get together and play one another. I just always feel like for whatever reason it is just a gritty, ugly, sometimes boring and uneventful kind of a game.
Yeah.
Until it's not, and I don't know necessarily if we're going to get to a point in this, I will say, version of the Texans with how inconsistent the offense is week to week, to a point to where we feel like, the defense, we're just going to lean on them this week, and it's going to be great. And, hey, Texans are 10.5 point favorites going into this game. Yeah, no problem. What was the game the Texans played a few weeks ago where they were 14.5 point favorites, I think, going in? Was that the Raider game?
They're either the Raiders or the Cardinals, yeah.
And they won
the
by
Raiders,
2.
Yeah.
They won by 2. And that was crazy that you mentioned the Cardinals, too, because back-to-back weeks, it was the Texans' largest spread as a favorite going into a football game at any point within at least the last 5 years. I looked at all of this, and I just got tired of looking at it, so I stopped.
Yeah,
it might be longer.
It's funny because we're going to play some of the national media talking about the Texans right now. And Sean, I felt this even when I've gone on in other markets as a guest. People are kind of doing some flyby analysis of the Texans about defense. But then they'll talk about CJ in a way that I agree with partly, because I think CJ has grown in a lot of ways this year. Yeah. But they kind of gloss over the fact that the offense really hasn't been all that good. There's extenuating circumstances when it comes to evaluating CJ himself, but by and large, it's just not. It's a very mediocre offense, and I think that there's going into any specific game, people kind of their eyes glaze over when they start talking about the defense, and they forget that with a great defense and a mediocre offense comes close football games, and you get into the fourth quarter. Anything can happen. One other thing about Steichen when he was talking yesterday that I just found interesting was he shed a little bit of light on Anthony Richardson's situation.
As far as AR, not going to activate AR, had a conversation in my office yesterday with him. It was great. He's still got the vision limitations. It's just a smart thing. Obviously, you put him out there with vision limitations, something happens. Not a good idea. So we want to activate him. Seth Hennigan, we signed him to the practice squad. Try to get him up to speed this week, see how it goes. And if he feels comfortable with it, there's a good chance he'll be the backup there. As far as Phillip, obviously grateful for Phillip. A lot of people ask me, he's sticking around this week? I said, yeah, he's sticking around. Grateful. For the 3 weeks that he came back, means a lot to a lot of guys in this locker room.
So that's the other part that makes me a little bit nervous is that Anthony Richardson might be the backup this week, and that he an Anthony Richardson package where he comes in. Okay, he's had vision problem. Oh no, is his accuracy going to suffer? But again, the run pass threat and his ability, and maybe who knows how bad his actual vision problems are, and maybe Shane Steichen's playing a little bit of possum there. So that is still something that might rear its head during the game.
Absolutely, right? I mean, a guy that has been out for as long as Anthony Richardson has, and what does he have, like the orbital fracture?
Broken orbital.
Right,
yeah.
Okay. So, you're not sure if, like, if he's not good enough to start and take, like, the bulk of the snaps, and you're worried about his vision in the same breath, but you're going to go ahead and make him the backup over a guy, albeit even 45 years old and 5 years removed from even playing football. You're going to make Phillip Rivers non-active, and he's just going to be there to cheer on his team. Like, I'm not buying it. Like, AR, if this was a playoff game, Anthony Richardson would suit up. He would be the guy. Let's just call it what it is, because, my gosh, if Riley Leonard gets crushed, and he might get crushed, Phillip Rivers might have been crushed, there's a good chance AR is going to play in this football game.
Yeah. Saying that he's got vision problems on a Wednesday, but that he might suit up and be the backup, that just doesn't make any sense. You're trying to be careful with him medically, but all of a sudden, if he gets the 20/20 vision by Saturday evening or something, he's going to be the backup. Now he's safe. His vision's good. We're good to go. Yeah, something doesn't smell right here.
No.
Something doesn't smell right at all.
No, I would totally plan on Anthony Richardson playing a little bit in this game at NRG. He is Seth Payne. I'm Sean Bijani, in for Sean Pendergast this morning. Mitchell Millimaki producing. Seth just mentioned we're going to hear from some of the national media coming up, and we will. And I think there's a discussion that needs to be had. Do you trust the national media talking about your football team more than you trust your own eyes? We'll discuss next.
Hey, do you trust your own eyes when it comes to looking at your finances? If you do, good for you. If you're kind of like, I need a little guidance here, call Trajan Wealth. Do it. 2026, day one. Get it started off right by calling Trajan Wealth. And once you do that, it's just, you get the ball rolling and everything falls into place. Their onboarding process is super smooth, super streamlined. I really enjoyed it. I felt like, okay, going places now. I got all these hanging little threads in my life put back together, and that's what you get when you call Trajan Wealth. They're a fiduciary, which means they're not trying to sell you a bunch of commission-based products, looking for a quick buck. They're in it for the long haul. When you do better, they do better. They want you to succeed in the long term. Starts with a phone call. Give Trajan Wealth a call today at 346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700, or check them out online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertising. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Texans close down the regular season in a rematch with the Colts on Sunday. The playoffs are a guarantee, but it would mean a third straight AFC South title here in H-Town. Hear the game here with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Download the BetMGM app today.
O'Reilly. Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the products for your next oil change. Right now, get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a Wix filter for $35.99. Plus, get a $15 gift card after rebate. Limits apply. See your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
Start the year moving, y'all. Not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics, they deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that back, wherever it hurts, QC Kinetics is the answer. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Skip the 3 to 6 months of recovery, skip the pain, skip the invasive surgery. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January is supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285. They're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress. That's QC Kinetics, y'all.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Imagine there was more of you. A you to handle schedules and time cards. A you to make sure all the right new hire forms are completed. When you partner with Paychecks, we become an extension of your team. From easy online payroll and benefits to expert HR advice, we give you more of you. New customers book a meeting with Paychecks and get a $50 gift card. Visit paychecks.com/you.
Digging without contacting Texas 811 first could cost more than you think. Texas 811 is a free service that helps you avoid damaging underground utilities like electric or gas lines. Every year, accidents happen because someone didn't take a moment to contact 811. Whether installing a fence or working on a construction site, contacting Texas 811 is the law. It's quick, free, and keeps you safe. Visit texas811.org today for more information. Safe digging starts with one simple step. Make it today.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Fabrice. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. Neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Partly cloudy and 46 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-2222.
for that in the NFL. There's no weakness to them, whether it be at the front, the linebacker position, or the secondary on both sides, left, right, both safeties. I don't know how you score on this defense. I don't know how you sustain drives on this defense. So when I look at the Houston Texans, Willie, I can't help but look at them and say, man, that's the biggest threat coming out of the AFC right now.
He's got kind of a weird style of speaking, like kind of staccato almost.
He's new. He's new.
He's been doing it for a couple of years now. It seemed like he was. I can't remember where he was last year, but we saw him a good amount. I think everything he said is true as far as the three levels of the defense, especially in at the money positions, the two defensive ends, and then the two cornerbacks, the most important positions on the field. They've just got some of the best players in the league.
Yeah.
The vulnerability comes, as we saw on Saturday night, is just when one of those guys goes down. Kamari Lassiter goes out and Tremont Smith's in there, and boom, he gets targeted immediately. That's my biggest concern headed into the playoffs, is that as awesome as this defense is, it's not like a scheme-based defense where they're awesome because of the wizardry of the defensive coordinator or anything. It's because they get those guys in exactly the right positions and let them go to work. And there's just a huge drop-off after that. They don't disguise that much. They don't deceive you or anything. They just line up and play. So if one of those guys is injured or out or just not 100%, it falls off a lot more than it falls off more than just being from defense. I think you go from the number one defense to maybe like a top third defense.
Yeah, you mentioned before we played some of these clips my trepidation about believing in what the national media says about your football team. I used to feel validated when guys would talk about, the Texans in particular, especially in a positive light, when I thought, that's what I was seeing with my eyes as well. Now, I don't know if I value their opinions as much as I used to, because we pay far more attention to this team on a day-to-day basis and talk for hours about them. And I don't know how in-depth these guys are actually really watching some of these teams. Like you mentioned Rex Ryan's, his horrible take from a year ago about going into that Charger playoff game where he wasn't giving the Texans a chance. I think they break down like the highlight packages, and that's what they know. And it reminds me, too, because Manti Te'o, Rex Ryan, they all talk, the defense, the defense, the defense. Yeah, that's been the story, but tell us why we should feel really good about this team or have some trepidation about this team for an inconsistent offense. Dive into that one a little bit more.
Yeah, that's why I always try to give people a break unless they go really big like Rex Ryan, because it's like covering 32 teams in depth. It's impossible, know. That's why Kyle Long is actually, and we don't have time to play his audio, but he's one of the most impressive guys I've seen as an interviewer, because every time he interviews somebody, you can tell he sat down and watched. He brings up stuff that you only see by watching. That's him. There's various other guys like Greg Olsen. I like when I see a national person and they say something that I think to myself, oh crap, I should have thought of that. Or I didn't realize that. Damn it. If they make me feel inadequate myself, I'm like, all right, that guy's got my stamp of approval.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Greg Olsen makes me feel inadequate all the time.
We'll actually get to Kyle Long's audio a little bit later on, because I heard it earlier this week. It's really good stuff from him. Different perspective. And I also want to talk a little bit about later what they're going to be saying about this team as you whittle them down to 14 playoff teams now instead of the 32. You get a little bit of a closer eye on these guys. Coming up next, we'll get to the day's top stories and headlines. It's Sean Pendergast out. I'm Sean Bijani with Seth Payne. Stay there at Sports Radio 610.
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
As we go through, preparing for the playoffs, it's, we have to focus on this week. And so as we focus on this week, my mindset is our guys are playing. We have something to play for. That's the division. We have to control what we control, and that's going and trying to find a way to beat a really good Colts team. And that's my focus. That's where we are. When it comes to managing guys, everybody is, for me, as I coach, and I've always been about this, is everybody is on their own individualized plan. And that's how I always attack everything from OTAs all the way through the season. Each man, has to do what he has to do to prepare himself to be ready to go play. If guys are ready to go, they'll be out there.
That was DeMeco Ryans yesterday on managing his players during the week and the upcoming playoffs. They got one more regular season game to go. It's against the Colts Sunday, NRG at noon. And Seth, the Texans have a lot of players on their individual plan that they're going to be monitoring this week. As it pertains to the wins report, there were a lot of DNPs. None of them, I think, a surprise, if we're being honest. Azeez Al-Shire, DeMeco Autry, Trent Brown, Nico Collins, Jamal Hill, Kamari Lassiter, Sheldon Rankins, Dalton Schultz, and Derek Stingley. Those are your DNPs.
That's the one thing about that injury list that of the guys that didn't practice at least, was none of those were a surprise. That all of those guys are either in their 30s or they were already on the injury list and they've been playing through that. Sheldon Rankins, I can't remember Sheldon Rankins practicing on a Wednesday going back a few weeks at least. And I think that's what you get this time of year. So there's zero alarm about any of those guys until you get to Friday. Yeah. And I think that's obviously where the rubber meets the road. But largely it's stuff you already knew about. There were no surprises on the injury report on Wednesday.
Yeah, Rankins, you're right about him. But it got me thinking a little bit earlier, too. We were playing some of the national media audio, and I don't remember who had said it. Maybe it was Manti Te'o's take earlier this week it was Rex Ryan's take on how fresh, they keep the pass rushers and stuff like that. And I think he was maybe more so talking about, like, Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Derek Barnett, DeMeco Autry, those guys, right? You're able to, cycle those guys in and out. But what's made the Texans so good, so effective, is they've been able to cycle guys on the interior out, and then when you lose Mario Edwards, when you lose Tim Settle, as they have throughout the course of the season, puts a lot of more pressure on Sheldon Rankins and Tommy Togiai. How impressed weekend by Fatu and who was it? Naquan
Jones.
Yeah, he got some run.
Yeah, the big thing about those guys was that they're big, because that was we saw that a couple weeks ago versus the Raiders. It's not just if you try to put DeMeco Autry down inside, that's great for the pass rush, and he can make some plays against the run, when he's knifing through at times. But when it comes to just holding up versus double teams and things like that, he's not that type of player. So they got some of that bulk back in there, and then those guys also, it's funny sometimes when you put multiple defensive ends on the field at the same time on second or third down, those defensive tackles, the guys that are like DeMeco Autry types defensive ends that move down, they've got less of an ability to just say, all right, I'm going to hang out in the middle here just in case the quarterback escapes up the middle, and it can create some space. It's nice when you have a guy like Leki Fotu who knows what his limitations are, and he'll just say, all right, I might be able to beat this guy if I try to rush to the left, but I know I'm going to create a lane for the quarterback. Yeah. And those guys did a really good job of just staying home, getting in passing lanes, but then also closing off the running lanes.
Discipline. Yeah. DeMeco talks about it all the time. Very heads up. Great point by you. Ursary, Ingram, and Fairbairn, by the way, limited participants yesterday for the Texans in practice. Fairbairn is the eye-opening one for me because we knew about the Ursary injury. We knew about Ingram being banged up. Baron, that is maybe something to keep an eye on as you do get into the postseason. The Texans, the way that this offense is gone, you're probably going to rely upon him just a little bit.
And with Ariante Ursary, I guess I know DeMeco's trying to treat this like a regular season game as much as possible because there are things on the line. I think he's probably the one where you got to say, all right, it's a broken bone, it's a plate or hardware that was inserted, and if this was a playoff game, maybe he'd play, but it's not. And you gotta. That's where the razor's edge of like trying to treat it like a regular season game, but also understanding, man, if we lose this guy because he re-breaks his bone or something, then we're really kind of screwed.
Yeah.
Even though Blake Fisher did a good job Blake Fisher did a better job than he would have done in the first half of the season when he had to go in last week. But you really need Ariante Ursi there in the playoffs.
Somebody that will not be breaking bones this weekend against the Texans is Phillip Rivers. That's because Shane Steichen has named Riley Leonard their starting quarterback. DeMeco Ryans commented on Riley Leonard yesterday.
Yeah, for Riley Leonard starting, it's a great opportunity for a young quarterback to get his op in this league. What I know about Riley is he's a very athletic quarterback, so he'll do a good job of moving in the pocket, trying to escape some things, and we have to do as best as we can defensively to make sure we're just playing sound with our technique, our fundamentals, just being where we're supposed to be. When you have a new quarterback stepping in, there will be a lot of unknowns. There's nothing that we can just hang our hat on that they're doing certain things. So for anything, one thing, knowing that he is an athletic quarterback, have to be prepared for him to pull the football and run it. So we have to make sure we're aware for that. Other than that, it's just about us just doing what we need to do defensively, playing how we play.
I'm really glad you brought up Riley Leonard's college career, and especially in the national championship game where they rushed him 17 times.
Yeah.
He ran 17 times. I don't know how many were designed runs. But Shane Steichen is really good at that part of the game. If you want to get the quarterback involved in the run game, I think there's a chance they run him 17 times in this game, because why not? And you're going to get – he has his best opportunity as a passer if the defense is also looking at him as a running threat. And I really starting to like this matchup as a warm-up game for potentially facing the Ravens, because if Lamar Jackson gets some time to rest and heal, and he looks anything like normal Lamar Jackson, which he hasn't for the last 8 games or so.
Right.
That's the conundrum you're going to have in facing the Ravens, is the dual threat of both Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry.
Yeah, no, I think great points. And Lamar Jackson, by the way, likely to play this weekend. Like, that was a headline yesterday. Come on, they're playing for the division.
They are, but they sat him last week, and he's just so injured that. But you're right. Yeah, there's no, you're 100% right. This is a playoff game for them.
Yeah, I just felt like if we're going to talk about, like, hey, with all these Texans injuries, and a lot of them are their dudes, Azeez and Stingley, like, hey, if this was a playoff game, yeah. Injury reporter playing. The only thing in your hand or not, you're playing.
The only thing about that right now is that it's so weird in Baltimore with all of these, or at least this one report about there being tension between the team and Lamar Jackson, that it makes it a little bit more interesting. But you're right, it's a playoff game for them. He's going to play.
Yeah. We'll get to a few more headlines. That I left a lot of meat on the bone there. There are some things that we need to bring up and discuss. We'll do that coming up next. Also, tough decisions. We have to make tough decisions all the time as sport fans. I don't think this one's too difficult on Sunday. We'll discuss next.
The wins keep on coming for the Texans. Thanks to another stellar performance in the 20-16 win over LA, Tommy Townsend earned the Week 17 AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Congrats, Tommy. Save some of that punting magic for the playoffs.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's win or go home Sunday night for the Ravens and Steelers. We all know that, but it very well could be for their respective head coaches, too. Neither Mike Tomlin nor John Harbaugh have been to a Super Bowl in over a decade, and with fans in Baltimore and Pittsburgh racking their brains to remember what football in February looks like, a loss this weekend could be the perfect opportunity for the loser to walk away. I'm Chris Mack.
Hey, maybe you don't feel like you hit it out of the park with your Christmas gifts this year. This is actually the best time to get it done. Go to Jewelers, they're celebrating wins and they're marking big milestones. Zadok Jewelers has been here in Houston, family owned since 1976. They've dealt with a lot of people coming in that maybe you didn't even get a Christmas present for somebody and you forgot about them. Go to Zadok Jewelers ASAP and they will take care of you. Check it out online at zadok.com and head on over to 1801 Post Oak and tell them Seth Payne sent you.
It's the year-end sales event with the Ford crew.
It's sales event time, Sam.
Temperatures are dropping, but the deals are just getting hot.
Time for our annual Ford Holiday Gift Guide.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to go wrong with great deals on trucks and SUVs from Ford, America's all-time best-selling auto brand.
Don't forget the first rule of holiday gift giving, Hank.
What's that, Sam?
Always remember to treat yourself, too.
Well said.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer, inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Audacy to Wood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
It's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's a choice for pros who invest in performance. Not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30.
With 4 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. VapoCool.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, in for Sean Pendergast along with Seth Payne. I'm Sean Bijani. Happy New Year's, everybody. Appreciate you joining us this morning. Hit up 713-572-4610. You can join the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Seth, I had this on. I didn't watch this intently by any stretch, but I did watch it close enough to notice just how impressive and physical Miami's offensive line was last night in their upset victory of Ohio State. 24-14. I don't know how much you saw of this, but my goodness, as a team, Miami ran for 153 yards, and they did seemingly whatever they wanted to do at times on the ground. Really impressive.
It seems, it just feels like any of the years of drama or questioning or everything Cristobal's been trying to do, that looked like a fully developed team, which tends to happen when you have a quarterback also who's been in college football for 17 years. But Carson Beck, I think you grudgingly, and I saw a lot of people because they hate Ohio State so much, became big Carson Beck fans all of a sudden. But Carson Beck, you got to hand it to him. Like, he just flat out, look, he's not impressive physically, or the balls he throws don't inspire hope or anything. He just flat out knows where to go with the football and makes the right decisions.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they made the defense as well for Miami last night, made it a really long night for Julian Sayin and Ohio State. They sacked him, I think, 5, maybe 6 times in the game last night, and for some big losses too. That really hurt them in a game that, I don't know, you felt like Ohio State, yes, within 7 for a little bit later in the game. Maybe they got a chance if they can put some drives together, but they just couldn't. Miami was so damn consistent in running the football, controlling the clock, and getting after the quarterback. That puts them in position to advance to the Fiesta Bowl. They'll play the winner of the Ole Miss-Georgia game tonight. That's the nightcap this evening. The rest of the games today, you going to be watching any of these? Oregon and Texas Tech, Alabama and Indiana.
I can't. I've kind of got a busy day of driving and such, I guess, so I can't watch anything today. Yeah,
that's right. Well,
I'm trying to. I didn't know I was going to be working today. I thought I had in my calendar forever that I had today off. So it's been a mad scramble to try to compress like 72 hours of things into the first day of 2026. I'm incredibly productive already. I've worked 2 work days already today.
Yeah, you have. One started very, very early. I do.
So, but Manning, look, it's funny just to watch. If you fast forward from the first game of the year that Manning had, where people were, right beforehand, people were calling him a generational talent, and then didn't start out so generationally, and then he takes this game over yesterday with his arm and his legs, and good for him.
Oh, it was crazy. Every time I look up, the guy's running.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny to watch.
What was his 60 yards was the long one?
Yeah, I think, 60 for that's the first one I saw, and then I saw like another 20.
Just like his 2 uncles always did, That's if you had told me that Peyton or Eli Manning's son or nephew nephew was going to a playoff game back in the day, I would have said, playoff? What playoff? And then I would have also said, no, not with those genetics. Yeah. But you remember that his dad was a receiver, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Texas did beat Michigan last night, 41-27. The other one, too, Vanderbilt was the hot team for a little bit this college football season. They lose to Iowa last night, 34-27 in that one. And again, the rest of the CFP games today, one starts at 11. That's Oregon and Texas Tech, Bama and Indiana this afternoon. Indiana, 7.5-point favorites. Oregon, 2.5-point favorites. People are Texas Tech fans now. All of a sudden, they're coming out of the woodwork. I don't know. That is going to be an intriguing game. I think both of them are, really. So we'll keep an eye on that for you, Seth, as you're driving. I mentioned tough decisions by sports fans. Sometimes we have to, fan in a weird and wonky way, and we talk about it a lot the last couple of years, I feel like, with the Astros, because at various points in the latter stages of the season, maybe you're a Ranger fan because you need something to work out. Maybe you're rooting for the Mariners because you need something to work out for the Astros. This one kind of is different in the sense that I feel like a lot of people would rather scoop their eyeballs out than root for the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
But you're rooting for the Tennessee Titans to literally pull off something close to miraculous in beating the Jacksonville Jaguars this weekend.
Yeah,
so does it make it that dirty, really?
Not really. I don't think anybody will have any trouble doing it. Partly because it's not like all the Titans lost this game, Amy Adams Strunk would be crestfallen or anything. This is an easy one to cheer for the Titans. It was easier back when you needed Mike Vrabel to beat the Jaguars because we had that relationship with Mike Vrabel, but. I do. Boy, it would be fun just partly because Liam Cohen has really started to annoy me, the coach of the Jaguars. He just gets on my nerves. Yeah, and it's all the kind of stuff that I know if I were in Jacksonville, that if he was the coach of the Texans, I'd be gung ho about everything that he does. But when he's somebody else's coach, it just annoys you. He puts these artificial chips on his shoulder and then gets his players to buy into these things that aren't even insults. Robert Saleh earlier in the year tried to pay him a compliment, and Liam Cohen looked like he wanted to fight him on the field afterwards.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. His annoyance, or my annoyance level for Liam Cohen has slowly, decreased over the course of the year. I think we were all really annoyed and also too at the same time rubbing our hands together because, this is going to be really disastrous after the Duval, that whole thing. And now, he's got his team playing with a chip on his shoulder, albeit maybe
that annoys you less. It annoys you less.
Well, because he's gone from Duval to he's got this team bought in, and they've been coming, and nobody's really bought into them, believed in them because luck has been involved. When isn't luck involved? Look at your own football team, Houston. The Tech luck, this season as well, but. I do appreciate how he's turned that culture around over
They've been one of the best teams in the NFL over the second half of the season. Really, it was after the Texans game when they traded for Jacoby Myers that things really started to click offensively and defensively. They're playing more up to where they look like they should be on paper. They're playing more like a more complete defense. The guy that we really hated early on was Gladstone, the GM.
Yeah.
And he's I haven't seen many sound bites or clips of him to get annoyed by, but I'll never stop disliking that guy. I do not. He's not my kind of guy.
Yeah. There's a lot of moving and shaking to be had this weekend in the NFL, and particularly with the AFC playoff seeding picture. We know the spread in this Texans and Colts game. The Texans are favored by 10.5 points, but that Titans and Jags, it's 12.5 points. The Jags are favored by. The Chargers and Broncos. Broncos are 12.5 point favorites. The Bills, 7-point favorites over the Jets. There's a lot of movement to be had, but the games in and of themselves aren't the greatest.
Yeah, no, not at all. And it gets like the Patriots. The Patriots can clinch the bye with a win over Miami, if they can pull that off.
Yeah.
And a Denver loss or tie. And then it gets more complicated if New England ties and Denver loses. But basically, they need Denver to lose. But Denver's playing the Chargers without Justin Herbert. So So, that's the biggest one in terms of doesn't affect the Texans, but it affects the top seeding. So it's almost definitely going to be the Patriots over the Dolphins. I would say that I think the ultimate mark of people not respecting the Patriots, inappropriately so because of their easy schedule, is that they're only 10.5-point favorites over the Dolphins in a game that they need to win. Come on, Patriots. It is what it is. If you beat a team with a winning record more than once or twice this season, people would be giving you more respect.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. There's still an element about, like, if in fact the Texans and Patriots did meet in the postseason at some point in time, right? I'm still looking at Mike Vrabel as, the rallying the troops, getting the best he can out of a young quarterback, even if it would be against, the best defense in the NFL. I don't want to hear but young quarterback, unproven. They haven't beaten anybody, that whole thing, because 2 years ago we were listening to the same thing and maybe talking about the same thing with C.J. Stroud. Went 10-7 and won a playoff game, got to the divisional round, and did the same thing again. Young quarterback. A lot of these young quarterbacks have some pretty darn good head coaching / OC duos going right now.
No. Drake May's been very impressive. It's in that uncomfortable territory where you can't really know how good they are, but you can't say they're bad just because of the schedule they played. It's just there's an uncertainty, there's an unknown about it that they haven't really truly been tested this season to an extreme degree. They've had one of the easiest schedules this century.
Let me ask you, in regards to, even this Colts and Texans game, particularly how we're fanning going into this weekend, Titans and Jags. You're a Titan fan this weekend. Jets, Bills, Chargers, Broncos, Dolphins, Patriots, as we're talking about here. Which one of those games, or is there any game that you're really looking at like, you know what, legitimately, as big as the damn spread is, the underdog can actually do something here and play spoiler?
I think the one that could actually do damage in the game, or in the underdog in the playoffs, or underdog in the games of the
underdog in these games this weekend that could affect the seeding in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's not going to be the Jets. The Chargers beating the Broncos could affect the seeding in a lot of ways. I don't see how it's going to happen because the Broncos have something to play for.
Yeah,
and they're all underdogs this week. The Colts are the underdog that probably, I think, has the best chance of winning a game this weekend. I would take the Colts. I would take the Texans to win outright, but with 10.5 points, I think I'd feel better on betting on the Colts in this game. I think they're going to play possession football, and they'll be able to move the ball effectively enough as long as they run Riley Leonard a bunch. I think that wouldn't necessarily really affect any of the expected outcomes. It's still, even if the Texans win, you need the Jaguars to lose to win the division, but it could potentially affect seeding and everything else if the Colts win.
Boy, yeah, I'm very surprised to hear you say that. I asked
which of these underdogs do you think has the best chance of winning?
For me, it was going to be the easy one, and it was going to be the Chargers, but there's likely no Justin Herbert, so that throws a wrench into that one. But
and that's by the numbers, they're 12.5. The Broncos are a 12.5 point favorite, and the Jaguars are 12.5 point favorites. So those are two of the heaviest favorites this week.
I would say, if I had to pick one, and maybe this is a real big stretch here, the Dolphins over the last month and a half had been playing better football, right?
Yeah.
And I've been kind of secretly rooting for them because I thought they were capable of it. And the Patriots, how much is the Stefon Diggs distraction going to be a distraction this week? He's been balling. I think he's got back-to-back 100-yard games. First time for him in a little while, I believe. The spread's 10.5. Maybe the Dolphins in New England. I know it typically doesn't work out geographically for them to go up there and play well, but I would like to see that. That would be cool.
That would be fun to see.
Yeah.
Especially because the Patriots, for those of you who don't know, because you've been celebrating and jubilating and all that over this holiday week, they've not just Stefon Diggs, but their defensive tackle, Christian Barmore, are both facing domestic assault charges. Well, domestic assault with Christian Barmore, it's with Diggs, it's classified as something else. As opposed to misdemeanor strangulation, I suppose.
Yeah, it was like strangulation and what, domestic
it was
physical abuse, something like
so
that.
So his chef, his personal chef, who was she alleges that they got into an altercation because he hadn't paid her, and he put her up against the wall with his forearm. It's just it's a lot, man, for one team in the last week of the regular season as you're headed into the playoffs. And Vrabel, from what I saw yesterday in his press conference, looked almost contentious about it, like saying, just, hey, at this point it's just allegations, et cetera, et cetera. It didn't look to me at all like the Patriots are gonna. There's any chance at all of the Patriots saying, hey, we're gonna bench Stephon Diggs until this thing clears up.
Their statement the other day, they are fully backing him.
Yeah.
And it was a tick more than just your generic, we're waiting until there's more information. It's like, we fully support Stephon Diggs, and we're waiting for more information, to kind of come out, that kind of
Diggs
thing.
He's got a lot of drama in his life at any given time. I don't know like how a person functions and operates with as much drama as he has.
But even when he was here with the Houston Texans,
I know.
Do you remember that? There was drama, but they shut it down. Like they protected him to the degree in which he was allowed to tell the media, "Nope, I'm not talking today," and nobody fought it. Nobody around here did anything, and I forget the specific
Well, there was the
story,
timing of it was after the
Yeah, there was that one particular story specific of it, but he never had to answer any questions about it, and then boom, poof, it just went away. That was that.
I want to say from my memory that it was all after he was out for the year at least, but it was
he was playing. He was playing when it was topical and he was being asked questions. I was there that day.
Oh, okay.
And
all right.
He was just. Well, they told me I didn't have to talk, so I'm not talking. I'll talk to you after the game about the game. And then there was that. That was that. So different media conglomerate was not there, and so the questions were never really asked. And
it was June 7th of 2024. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, it's the waters are muddied. I don't even remember the story. The problem is he's had a few stories in the last few years. You have trouble remembering. What kind of drama he's been enveloped.
He filed a libel suit against an influencer who had claimed that
was earlier this year.
Yeah, that was and then he's got the various other children that he's fathering with pop stars and influencers and everything.
Yeah. Before we move on and get to a little bit more Texans in depth, we'll hear from C.J. Stroud in just a second. How do you think DeMeco Ryans and the Texans handle this scoreboard watching situation on Sunday, like in game? Because Titans-Jags going on at the same time as Texans and Colts. Obviously, you need Titans to beat the Jags. And the Texans, according to DeMeco Ryans, the starters are going to play if they can, and they're going to go after this dub. But if the Jags are destroying the Titans, do you think DeMeco is like, all right, maybe starts to call the dogs off a little bit, regardless of how the game's kind of going?
That's a great question. DeMeco was asked about the dynamic of these two teams playing at the same time, and when he realized that was probably going to be the case.
And when I was sitting at home waiting on the schedule to come out, I told one of my buddies, I'm like, oh, they're going to make us play at the same time. I knew that would happen, and rightfully so. It makes it interesting. You have to, play the game, so I understand why it's set up that way. It won't be nerve-wracking for me. I'm going to be focused, on our game and what we have to do, because no matter what happens with all these scenarios, I think it matters most. So it's that Houston has to win. Right, and that's our focus, and that's what we'll be focused on. Whatever else happens, it happens. We can't control that. Yeah, I mean, we want to see what happens in that game for sure, but we can't control it. So you can't control it for me. You don't worry about it. And so, good schedule set up.
I think this is the thing that. And DeMeco wouldn't talk about this, I don't think, because this involves the second round of the playoffs, so that would be looking ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, the Jaguars game matters because if the Jaguars lose and the Texans win the division. They'll have a home game in the first round of the playoffs. But they also need to retain that 5 seed if they want to have any shot of having a home game in the second round of the playoffs. And those games aren't, the Chargers game isn't until later. So I wonder, I think he's probably just going to say, hey, no, don't tell me anything. I don't want to know anything.
at all. And because we just want to play this game to win. That's now, if the Texans have a healthy lead, yeah, I don't think he affects it at all. I think I've been impressed. As a lot of people I know were kind of surprised that DeMeco confessed to even caring at all about situations. We kind of thought he'd go into this because he always says he doesn't really pay attention to the division leads or anything. This week he's paid very close attention, but I think there's a limit to it. So he probably goes into this game maybe with some rules about when he should be notified of something. But beyond that, they just try to focus on this game.
I think it's a really good point, but I also think to a degree it becomes a moot point in your scenario that, hey, if the Texans do have a comfortable lead in this game, DeMeco Ryans, it being week 18 anyway, regardless of various scenarios at play or what the seeding could be, you are very banged up, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, we saw Azeez Al-Shire go down last week. We saw Kamari Lassiter go down last week. And then obviously Ed Ingram went down at a point. They all, at various points, had to miss at least one play on the field. You've got to be very careful about pushing the envelope here. So if you're comfortable, let's just say 2-score lead mid-third quarter, I think you're starting to load manage a little bit and ride your other guys, because all season long, depth has been really quality depth.
Yeah,
for the Houston Texans. So
because that would be if it's a close game, you don't know what the outcome of Bills game is going to be because they play after you. So for those of you that where it matters is if the Texans lose and the Chargers or the Bills win, then the Texans slide out of that 5 seed. And if you cut off that chance if both of those teams win, which I don't think is going to happen. But you reduce your chances of having a home playoff game. But there's a whole lot of other cards that have to fall after that. I bet he's probably focused in on the Colts outcome, if he's focused in on it at all, more than anything else. Yeah, if the Colts have. Or excuse me, not the Colts. Obviously he's going to be focused on the Colts. The Jaguars. Yeah. If the Jaguars have a 3-touchdown lead in the third quarter, and Kamari Lassiter's knee is bothering him a little bit or something, yeah, he might make the executive decision at that point.
Yeah, I would agree. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning. We mentioned C.J. Stroud. Let's hear a little bit from C.J. Stroud. This is him talking about how much command and control he has right now over the offense going into the postseason.
Yeah, I think just the process has to be right. I think as I've gone, I think this past game is probably my best game process-wise of, getting us in the right checks, the right calls, and, motion, timing, cadence, everything. So I just want to build on that. And I think around, we have some things that we need to clean up that we know. But, yeah, I think, we're peaking at the right time. We're starting to click at the right time. So, we got to just keep that going. I think this will be another opportunity to do that.
They're about, making the checks at the line of scrimmage. There were a few times, and a couple of them were versus blitzes, because I know that they still struggled versus the all-out blitzes this week. He did get the protection right a few times in a way that I don't think he would have earlier in the season. And some of the issues they had on the blitz, I think, were more about either the receivers, operating properly or just the wrong. It ended up just not being the right route combination versus a certain look that they saw. So whether it's on the receiver, Nick Caley, or C.J. Stroud himself, they can still improve in that a lot, obviously. But it's just way, way better than it was in the first half of the season.
The thing that struck me there, listening to C.J. Stroud this week talk about, the command and control in the instance and the way that he did, is that he said he felt like this last game against the Chargers was his best in terms of being able to process.
Right.
And, okay, he's talking about a positive, but I also think that it is an admission that all this season it has been a tough slog for him to be comfortable within this offense, to execute the things that are being asked of him to run this as efficiently as it's supposed to. And I bring that up because, look, we see it, we talk about it, we ask the questions, but the way that C.J. Stroud or DeMeco Ryans or Nick Caley address them, it's, it's fine, like he's comfortable, everything's good, and it's like, it's admission difficult now.
I think DeMeco has been pretty plainly critical at times of CJ after games, saying he never calls it. And the thing is, he always lumps it in with, hey, we need to be better here. We need to be better here. The quarterback needs to be better with some of his calls. Like, he'll say it in list form.
Yes.
And people then either choose to zero in on that or ignore it completely because they think DeMeco's just, criticizing the entire offense or something. So it's frustrating sometimes when you can see some things that are plainly obvious, like early in the season, CJ at times is just hanging on, waiting for something to happen downfield and turning down easier opportunities. And people will fight you to the death and say, no, that's not the case. And then lo and behold, you hear CJ late in the season say, I think he addresses it in this clip on how difficult it is to stick to the process.
Yeah, when I was younger, I struggled with that. Always just wanted to take the top off. And, that's kind of, I think the best thing that I do is throw the ball down the field, accurately at a high level. It's something that I've learned, that stuff comes when it comes. You have to just play the play the right way every time. And sometimes it's throwing the ball away. Sometimes it's taking a sack. Sometimes it's, throwing it in completion. I think I've grown in that area. But, yeah, I think there's a lot of things as a team that, process-wise, we've done way better than the beginning. The results have shown, I think, just by the way we finish games. So I think at the end of the day, especially offensively, it's not like defense where you can go tackle somebody or they can miss the throw and make the play. In offense, you have to execute or nothing happens. So I think, that's something that we've gotten better at was just process on route detail to accuracy, ball placement to, concepts being made by the coaches to protection, the run game, everything, starts with a process. And even though it's not perfect all the time, we've gotten a lot better.
Yeah, I think especially when you look at last year, there were times where CJ was taking sacks that were on him. And nobody wants to hear it because the offensive line was struggling, and that's the bigger problem and the bigger concern. But he would also make it worse by taking sacks or bailing out and making something that was going to be a sack an even worse sack. This year it's kind of flipped to where I think there's times where I feel some people are giving the offensive line a little too much credit or a lot too much credit when some of it, when CJ isn't getting sacked, is because he's getting rid of the ball real quickly or he's throwing the ball away. Yeah. And some of the play calling of Nick Caley is specifically to address the fact that they can't always trust the offensive line. So the sack numbers and the pressure rates and all of that look a lot better, and it's because the entire operation is running better. It's not. There's times where the Texans have given up 0 sacks in a game, but last year there would have been sacks because it would have been bad. It would have been bad blocking plus CJ would have made it worse. This year there's times where it's not great blocking, but CJ minimizes the damage that the defense is doing, and that's a huge leap forward in maturity.
But what CJ was doing is he's always kind of done that, always tried to find the big play downfield. What quarterback doesn't want to, spin it 30, 40 yards down the field? You live for that stuff. But that's also an element of CJ's game, like trying to hang in there or extend the play to make a bigger one, right? That's what I think has facilitated the Stroud and Nico narrative in the sense that, boy, these guys together are a dynamic duo, and that Nico's been Johnny on the spot, the last, 3 years when there needed to be a play or was broken and Stroud using his legs to extend. Some way, somehow, he was always able to find Nico. And you remember, wasn't it the playoff game last year? That 34-yard gain on the right sideline. It wasn't Nico this time, but it was Xavier Hutchinson. That Stroud had to scramble out and avoid a sack and then spin one down the field, and it was Hutch, Johnny on the spot. That's the kind of magical play that I think he thinks he can always make, that he's had to kind of reel in.
Yeah, and it's like, it's the difference between relying on cocaine or coffee, you know? It's like those big plays are cocaine. And if you start chasing it all the time, you're gonna lose your job. You're gonna, like, I beat my sales quota last month. That's the answer. More cocaine. Like, nah, man. You gotta just maybe switch to coffee, you know? A little dollop here, a little dollop there. Yeah. You gotta at least leave the hard drive, and that's kind of the consistency versus those shot plays. There is a balance to be found, and that's why I liked the Chargers game. It was that CJ had 2 opportunities early. He pulled the trigger and he hit on both of those, but he's facing a really good defense, and the team had a lead. And there's a shift in mindset, but then there's also that, look, that defense is going to make their adjustments. You're not going to have that many opportunities for big plays versus the Chargers defense, especially on the road. So you take those shots when they come, but you can't be looking for it. You can't be chasing it. When he was in college, and you talk about when he was younger, I mean, you go back and watch some of the C.J. Stroud highlights from college. A lot of them are him standing behind the best offensive line in the country, waiting for Marvin Harrison to run across the entire end zone to get open. and it works. That's the timing and the disparity in talent between Nico Collins, one of the best receivers in the league. There's never going to be as big a gap between Nico Collins and NFL defensive backs as there is between Marvin Harrison versus college defensive backs.
Yeah.
It just does not work that way. And you see this time and time again, no matter who the quarterback is, the first 3 years is kind of a process of learning, oh, all right, this is the reality of the situation. This is what I can and cannot do.
Yeah, well, and, unfortunately for CJ, as a young quarterback, his first 3 years in the league, the process in learning, there's been a wrench thrown into it because for the first couple of years, and then now you bring Caley in, and he wants him to maybe think about things, go through a process a little bit differently, and so there's a curveball there. Something else that C.J. Stroud had said there in terms of how difficult it is to stick to the process, and what he's kind of going through. It's impressive in that he said something that I don't know if we necessarily believe. I asked John McClain this question the other night, hey, man, you at all worried about, teams peaking too early ever? Texans have the longest winning streak in the NFL right now, 8 games. And we're looking at that, and I'm saying that always makes me nervous going into a postseason because how many teams have a deep run when they're taking a lengthy winning streak into the playoffs?
Yeah.
It doesn't happen historically very much at all. Patriots 16-0, and they ended up losing the Super Bowl to the Giants back in the day, and there's been teams that have 11-game win streaks that have not won the Super Bowl, 9-game win streaks that have not won the Super Bowl, all of that stuff. But he'd said he believes this offense is peaking at the right time, is starting to, right? And it's coming off the heels of what he'd said is his best processing game of the season in the Chargers. That has to make you feel really good to hear your quarterback say that about what he can control, and that's the offense next to what has been playing spectacularly all season long in the defense.
Yeah, I think that it's interesting because I guess I don't think of this Texans team as peaking in the classical sense because they're still not firing on all cylinders in terms of having an awesome defense and awesome offense. Like the Jaguars in a team over the course of the past half of the season. But I think with the Texans, and this is why I don't worry as much about a letdown versus the Colts, it's that I think the offense still very much understands there's a lot of work to be done. Cole Popovich was on with Mark and John last week or 2 weeks ago, and he flat out sounded disgusted with the way his guys are playing. Not in a bad way. He's disgusted's the wrong word, but just flat out very plainly saying, man, we're not where we need to be. Trent Brown has said that a few times this year, and I love hearing it because I mean, they're getting asked these questions by reporters along the lines of, hey, what's it like being on this awesome offensive line? And Trent Brown's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah. We've got a lot of work to do. We're not there yet. So that's where I think the offense still has a lot of hunger, and they still know that if you want to feel like you're part of the driving force for winning. And I think on offense right now, a lot of them probably feel a little bit like, oh, come on, man, we got to get our crap together because look at what the defense is doing. We don't have to be a record-setting offense, but come on, can we give them a little bit of help?
Oh, I absolutely think that's been a thing for a while now. That maybe CJ, this has probably been a message by him, hey, man, we got to start carrying our own lunch pail.
Yeah.
We can't let the defense continue to do this week in and week out. We got to take some ownership here.
When the drive had Trent Brown on at least as much. Just that's what he's been saying to the other guys. Like, hey, let's be a part of this. Let's get. He had a really. If you guys ever want to go back on the Rewind app and listen to that, they had a great interview with Trent Brown a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Trent's awesome. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, Seth sometimes has some wild and crazy ideas. Does he have one in regards to which playoff matchup the Texans would be best suited for, or that he prefers? We will discuss next.
West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
In for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani. Happy New Year to all of you. If you're joining us, we do appreciate it. If you want to hit us up, be a part of the show, 713-572-4610. I maybe did you did you a little bit wrong there going into the break, Seth. You do have some wild and crazy ideas, sure. However, when it comes to which playoff matchup maybe Texan fans should want, if in fact, let's just say the Texans stay put right where they are, the 5 seed, and if the playoffs started today, they would take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. It could be the Steelers, but it also could be the Ravens. Those two teams play each other this weekend for the division. If it's Texans v. Steelers or Texans v. Ravens, which one do you prefer? Which one do you think Houston Texan fans should be rooting for?
I think the one that yesterday I was saying I wanted the Steelers, and I thought about the fact that, okay, the ceiling for the quarterback you're facing is a lot higher with the Ravens. That, if Lamar Jackson's at his peak, that's a much better that's a much bigger challenge. Mm-hmm. But he just simply hasn't been at his peak. But we've also seen, man, it's just when he is at his peak and he's got Derrick Henry in the backfield, it's really, really tough sledding. But the more I thought about it, Lamar Jackson just hasn't been at his peak. Unless I see something that looks more like Elf on this weekend, I like the matchup of the Texans offense versus the Ravens defense better than I like the matchup of the Texans offense versus the Steelers defense, specifically because the Steelers have tough, physical defensive linemen, whereas the Ravens have they've got Travis Hunt, the one guy, but other than that, it's just not nearly as much of a potential physical mismatch, and that's really been the one big factor in a lot of the Texans' disappointing performances this year, is when they run up against a really tough and physical defensive line that they really have a hard time getting anything going. So I've flip-flopped. I reserve the right to flip-flop again based on how Lamar Jackson looks in the game. It won't matter after that. But I'll right now I think I'd actually rather face the Ravens.
I would like to face the Ravens as well for 2 reasons. One, because of everything that you just broke down from a football sense, and that Lamar Jackson's not himself, though Derrick Henry, if he's a Titan, Derrick Henry, if he's a Raven, Derrick Henry scares the absolute hell out of me. So I would be a little bit nervous about that. I don't know how you couldn't be. However, in a season in which you'd finally slayed the dragon that is Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, you beat them, you beat the Buffalo Bills, you beat the 49ers earlier this year, you overcame your 0-3 start, and it feels like maybe in a kind of poetic way that if you're going to do all of that, why the hell else not, beat the Ravens as well in the postseason, the team that has also had your number.
Yeah, and to be clear, it's not the Ravens that are the issue because they already beat the Ravens. It's Lamar Jackson specifically because Lamar Jackson has just walloped the Texans. Have you ever? Yes.
They weren't the Ravens then. They were like the Sparrows, okay? Now with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry and some of their defensive guys back, they're the Ravens. Maybe
and it's the Ravens. And Lamar Jackson potentially with, taking 8 different cortisone injections across all of his various injuries that he's got that have led him to be just not the same guy in the second half of the season. I'm really torn because, boy, Aaron Rodgers is just – man, he's just not the guy he used to be. But the Lamar Jackson also isn't. It's just it's more likely that Lamar Jackson's is a short-term situation. Is that short-term situation, does it resolve itself this week or next week? I just don't know.
You bring up Aaron Rodgers in the Steelers, right? Okay, Aaron Rodgers clearly not the guy that he used to be and hadn't been for a while, right? However, You know, the one thing that I feel like Aaron Rodgers in particular has not done very much of this season is what the Texans themselves have not done very much of this season, and that's turn the football over. I asked John McClain earlier this week, one thing that you think could derail the Texans right now, and I told him I thought it was injury. It was injury for me because of, look, the guys that went down this past weekend against the Chargers. I mentioned this earlier, but Alshire and Ingram and Lassiter. It was like, oh my gosh, like all the dudes are going down. What the hell? And McClain was like, dude, that's too easy. You can't. Injury's too easy. That affects everybody.
Yeah.
He said the one thing that could derail the Texans is turnovers.
That's too easy too.
I told him the same thing. And I was like, dude, how concerned are you about Stroud's 2 picks? Because, look, yeah, one of them was really bad, and I think the other one was like a tip or something. But talking about, like, Aaron Rodgers, he's not turned the ball over.
Yeah.
He takes excellent care of the football. I think his touchdown to interception ratio in the season in totality is like 26-7 or whatever. It's been pretty good, but I think it's a good pull by McClain in that as close a games as you've played, as dominant as the defense even has been, you're playing these close games. If you do give the opposition extra possessions, when does that, bend but don't break defense finally start to bend a little bit?
If I would, if I were to take it to like one step further, because turnovers will tell the story in so many NFL games. That I always say it with guilt when in a pregame, one of our pregame shows, when I use turnovers as a key to the game. Because, all right, you can say that about any game. Sometimes you can't ignore it because you're facing a team that does turn the ball over a lot or they take the ball away a lot. But it's the turnovers. I think with the Texans, what I would worry about is if they are getting completely shut down in the run game, that's when it's second and long, it's third and long. That's where you've got potential for turnovers there. When you have to turn the Texans into more of a high risk operation, that CJ makes the wrong decision or there's a strip sack or whatever it might be, and CJ's been good at avoiding mistakes like that. But that's and you're getting beat physically up front. It makes it really tough to operate.
You talk about the run game. That's an element. It's not the C.J. Stroud interceptions. I'm not necessarily worried about what we saw against the Chargers this past weekend because I think there's a little give and take. If you're going to take some shots, be aggressive, those are things that can happen. And C.J. Stroud, I think it's still applicable, even though this is a different system. Now, not under Slowick, but rather Kaley, and he's being asked to process some things differently. The guy still doesn't make the same mistake, repeatedly. Like he's able to learn from his lessons and do some things differently. But, dude, Woody Marks has been banged up for weeks now. Woody Marks has played more football at this stage than he ever has in a year, in a season, ever. And I worry about that, okay, between him and Chubb, I had question marks on both of them coming into the season. And there, to me, is ever prevalent now as any time before because of the wear and tear on their body. And this is an area of the game that they have done an exceptional job at, and that is not putting the ball. At what stage is your body so worn down and you're playing against, good defenses in the postseason and they just hit harder and things happen that the turnover possibilities in that sense do kind of become an issue for me in terms of ball security.
Yeah, that's, the Texans, if they make a run, are going to have at least one game that they win 13-12, I think. If they get into the playoffs and they do something really special, it's kind of like if you look at the Ravens Super Bowl run with Flacco, there were a couple times where Flacco made these ridiculously absurd throws at the end of games that were just so low probability that you could never predict or rely on that. And I think this year's Texans team is almost that level of, okay, the defense is going to have to do that. They're going to have to just completely shut down an offense in the way that they haven't been shut down before. And we know they're capable of doing it. It's just, man, to do that week after week after week, it's really hard to hold up. That's how you get You remember we played that Brewski audio earlier where he kind of sounded grudging and giving any kind of credit to the Texans as being as good a defense as they are. The playoff run where you win, you beat a team like the Jaguars 13-10 or something.
Yeah.
That's where you really end up putting that stamp of authenticity on the defense.
Yeah, flex your muscle, man. Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, we'll hit the 8 o'clock hour. What is your bold prediction for Houston sports in 2026? Would like to hear from you about yours. We'll do it next at Sports Radio 610.
Zadok Jewelers is the place to go right now. Maybe you didn't know.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
On a New Year's Day, Happy New Year's, everybody. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne here this morning as well. He'll be here, and then he'll be gone in a flash as soon as the show is over. Big travel day for you, Seth. Be safe out there. And if anybody else listening is going to be today or in the coming days, definitely be safe. Don't have to worry about the icy roads in H-Town, though. Though it was a little frosty yesterday. The weather's
it's gonna be like it gets warmer, and then it's like gonna be a high of 70 on Sunday. It's gonna be beautiful.
Golf
and
weather.
Then it gets warm again.
Let's go Texas. Let's go Houston. Come on. I love it. People hate it, but I absolutely love it. Just give me a little cold here and there, sprinkle, and it'll be good. I guess this was a question yesterday on In the Loop, Seth. The bold prediction. What is it for you in 2026? In the landscape of Houston sports? I think they asked that to their listeners yesterday. Did you have a chance to weigh in on it?
I did, yeah. I didn't know what the question was until when they asked it, and my first thought immediately was, I don't even know how bold it is, but Carlos Correa is an all-star this season, and it was, he was an all-star in 2000. Was it 23 or 24? But, last year, just injuries were really getting to him up in Minnesota. He got here, and, he talked about how much the combination of playing on grass and playing at third base was easier on his body. And then I think just being back in this environment where he's very, very comfortable, I foresee great things for him. Now, we do have a little issue of having two third basemen right this moment, but I think that'll resolve itself at some point. It
feels like it's in the process of resolving itself.
Yeah.
The other third baseman you're talking about is Isaac Paredes, who is playing winter ball, by the way. I don't know if you guys have talked about that. But
no, we haven't. But you're right. It's because you go back to when he first opted to play and sort of try to play last year instead of having surgery, and you applaud the effort and the gumption and all that. My thought at the time was, man, just get this taken care of so it's not an issue in 2026. But the fact that he's playing winter ball, okay, cool. He had his cake and he ate it too. It doesn't feel like it's going to be an extended issue at the beginning of the season or anything, knock on wood. So good for him.
Well, whatever regenerative procedure he had to get hamstring back on bone.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job, Docs. Because if he's playing winter ball, here's the thing that I'm curious about seeing in winter ball or hearing about. Is he playing any first base? Because if Isaac Paredes is playing any first base, there may be a Christian Walker deal coming down the road.
Yeah.
That was a question I asked a couple weeks ago. But I think, by the way, to answer yours, Carlos Correa was an all-star in 2024.
Yeah.
That was the third of his career. I don't think a very bold proclamation.
No, it wasn't. I felt kind of soft for calling that a bold proclamation, but it is. I mean, it would obviously be one of the really, really nice developments. I would take Yordan Alvarez playing 150 games over that, but I hold the injury talk at bay, especially when it comes to Yordan Alvarez, because we're getting to that point now where you got to almost just. You go into a season expecting that Yordan's going to miss a chunk of time. And it's not a drastic chunk of time compared to some other seasons.
Sure, and it's what's going to cause him to miss a chunk of time. Like Kyle Tucker, it's just a bruise. No, it's actually a break, and so he was out for 3 months. Yordan, it's just a little hand injury. It's not broken or anything. Oh, wait, yeah, it is broke. That kind of a thing. They did address the situation the Astros did this offseason by firing, or rather not retaining their head athletic trainer.
Yeah.
So that's good. Maybe, get some different eyes and some different plans and procedures and preventative maintenance going.
It's there's a time where sometimes change just for the sake of change's sake isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
If you can't pinpoint what the issue is, there's sometimes maybe a breath of fresh air, a different perspective, whatever the hell it might be. Because maybe it's just dumb luck, but man, year after year after year, it's not just that there's injuries, it's that there's weird injuries and long, weird recoveries from injuries. There's Tommy John surgeries that just stretch out for year after year after year. That's the sum total of it all is, all right, let's just shake things up a bit and see if that makes a difference.
Bold predictions for Houston sports in 2025. Stealing the question of the day by In the Loop yesterday. I've got one for you. And we can discuss how much we actually believe our bold predictions in just a second. But the Texans will not extend C.J. Stroud offseason.
That's a bold prediction. That's a really bold, and I'm glad that's your bold prediction because it was something I was going to ask you about before the show. It kind of feels like one of these things where sometimes you just cruise on through and, well, this is the way it's done in the NFL these days, and that's probably how it'll happen, blah, blah, blah. A couple factors. One is that David Mulligetta is C.J. Stroud's agent, and the Texans have dealt with David Mulligetta before with no issues or anything. But it's coming off of a season in which C.J. Stroud hasn't played like one of the best quarterbacks in the league. What do the Texans think of that? And are they going to try to keep more of a carrot on the stick for him? What do you think the percentage chance that they don't extend him are?
I think you started to hit on some of the argument that I would make for them not extending him this offseason. The percentage chance that they do not, I would say, is probably 40-60. 40 in they do not, 60 they do.
That's a pretty healthy. I think that's probably more aggressive than most people right now would say.
Here's why I would not. I wouldn't bring it up if I didn't feel this way. And right now I feel that I would not extend C.J. Stroud this upcoming offseason because of what you just said, not coming off of his best season. But look, he's a first-round pick. And with first-round picks, you get a fifth-year rookie option for a reason. Okay? And the position that is literally your team's lifeline in most cases in the NFL, quarterback. You got to make sure you made the right one. And before all that, not hinting at all in that maybe the Texans made the wrong decision, but have they actually figured out the guy whose job it is to get the very best out of him, offensive coordinator and Nick Caley? I think that's worth another look for a season before you make a determination on, okay, we're going to make C.J. Stroud the highest paid quarterback in the league AAV-wise at $62.5 million or whatever it's going to be, or give him the largest guaranteed sum of money any quarterback's ever seen. Like, that very well could have been the case coming off of last season. I think that was the conversation. Like, boy, yeah, Stroud's definitely going to do that. I feel like he's more towards like the Brock Purdy kind of a contract now, as opposed to anything else.
Well, the other part of this that I think is potentially interesting is whenever a quarterback signs a long-term deal that's a team-friendly deal, and there aren't as many of them as most fan bases would like, but, Pat Mahomes, as big as the number was, the sticker shock was on it, it was a very team-friendly deal.
Yeah.
And then the guy that was famous for playing for less than market value was Tom Brady. Those two situations are ones in which the quarterbacks had extreme trust in the management and the coaching of the team. So there could be a world in which the Texans and C.J. Stroud don't come to a long-term agreement or an extension on his deal after this year, where it's at least partly fueled by C.J. saying, be sure, before I make a long-term commitment, I want to be sure that everything is right, and this is the way I want it to play out. A place that I 100% feel confident this is my best chance at winning Super Bowls.
I would say the other thing is too, right? You got to pay Will Anderson at some point in time.
Yeah, they've got plenty of room in future years. Like that, when you look at the way the cap is in 2027, 2028, Caserio set himself up pretty well that they could do both of these deals, and it's not going to be crushing to them or anything.
Yeah, Daniil Hunter, he's making $35 million this year. He's going to be coming off the books. Stokes. What are you going to do there? Who are you going to go get?
Well, he's got another year because he extended it. So, but yeah, in 2027, yeah.
Yeah, monies. They have capologists and money people for that. But I think it's just something to kind of consider. And it's still more about the performance of the duo, C.J. Stroud and Nick Haley.
Yeah.
My other bold prediction, and it's because it's resurfaced again here recently with Harris County giving you the facts and figures, talking about money. I think in 2026, there will be a determination made on the fate of the Houston Astrodome. I think it will happen.
Okay. I kind of forgot that it existed.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I think, I'm kind of cool with, I wouldn't mind if they just let it over time. It'd be a fun time-lapse photography. Just be comfortable with your own building's mortality. And just drift off.
Here's what your city looks like in the year 2080. And the dome is like just being swallowed up by vines and grass.
It'd be kind of cool. It'd be like the Colosseum in Rome, or just leave it there. Just leave it. The thing is just they built a damn bunker there. It's basically a big hunk of concrete that's probably going to last for centuries if you just let it go. Just do it. Let the roof go. Get some drainage in there that goes straight to the bayou or something, so you don't have to worry about it becoming an inland lake.
Yeah.
And just let it go.
I think it's going to become a very large parking area called the Legacy Lot. They're going to demolish it. They're going to spend the $55 million. It's going to happen, and there's hoops you got to go through. I just feel like it's going to happen finally in 2026.
Is there anything that fuels that suspicion of yours? I don't pay attention to local politics.
Yeah,
enough.
The amount of money that it would take to do anything else besides tear it down.
Yeah.
The $750 million price tag just to fix the plumbing and the HVAC for it to still not be suitable for any game use of any level.
We haven't really had any updates on the Texans' new facility or the negotiations about them, renovating NRG Stadium. So that's another big thing. But that's all very much in the works. So this might be the year where they tidy all that up. If the NRG Stadium and get renovations, I'm guessing it would include something to do with the Astrodome being gone.
Yeah, no, I agree. Do you have any bold proclamations for Houston sports in 2026? 713-572-4610. I got one more for you, and this is maybe the most realistic of the bunch, or is it? The Rockets, they slay all of the Dragons this year. Lakers, Warriors, Thunder, en route to their first finals appearance since 1995, led by, of course, Kevin Durant.
It's not as bold as it used to be, obviously, but it's pretty bold given that there's still questions to be answered and there's still hurdles that they have to hurdle, and they're having a hard time hurdling them with nothing but freakishly huge dudes out there without a point guard. You can't Edwin Moses your way through this whole some of these hurdles. It's a bold prediction, not as bold as it would have been if you had said last year. If you had said on January 1st, 2025, you know what they're going to do? They're going to trade Jalen Green. They're going to bring in Kevin Durant, and then they'll be a championship caliber team. That would have been an incredibly bold prediction.
And in mind you, I did not say with a caveat the Rockets are going to slay all the Dragons and get to a finals and do this.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be done with Chris Paul. I don't think it's going to be done with people out there that think Trae Young's going to be traded for anything like that.
Yeah.
No, I think the team that you see right now before your eyes is going to do that. It's Reed Shepard, Amen Thompson, maybe Fred VanVleet, though don't hold your breath, comes back towards the end portion of the season. The people that are on this roster, the main players, they're going to be the ones that are responsible for getting it done.
Where are you right now on the growth of Amen Thompson and Reed Shepard?
Growth? I mean, I think
it's like from week one until now
into the position of point guard. Like I think they're struggling, right?
Yeah.
They're struggling. Reed Shepard's not yet the guy that you want him to be, and maybe he just won't be. He's functioned best when he's away from the ball and catch and shoot. And Amin Thompson is that creator that, is attacking the basket and, coming off of screens and, the finisher, so to speak. They have the elements of vision on the court and being able to make passes. I just don't see – it's hard for me to evaluate, point guard now because it's so untraditional.
My bold prediction for the Rockets would be, and I don't think this is all that bold. It's just it would follow the trajectory of what this guy's done in his career. That Şengün's going to become nails in the fourth quarter. That he's going to be the same version of himself for all 4 games, because we've seen him. He's capable of doing it, obviously, but just more consistently being, all right, okay, this guy's locking it down in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I would like that one. I think that would need to happen if the Rockets are going to do what I say they're going to do.
I mean, if you look at some of the failures we can talk about the lack of a point guard, and it's obviously, yes, it's an issue, but some of the letdown also with Şengün kind of turn into the worst version of himself in the fourth quarter or overtime.
Yeah, the clutch factor's not been there, not just for him, but for a lot of them. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, what offense will complement their defense the best this postseason within the AFC? We'll discuss next. Stay put.
Zadok Jewelers, if you are into watches, Zadok is the legit source for Tudor, IWC, Panerai, Vacheron, Constantine, and
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani alongside Seth Payne. And voice guy's definitely right. The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. And one of the dudes that does it best is Seth Payne. So I'm going to ask him some questions this segment to kind of help us as we're going through Week 18 and into the playoffs. I asked the question, what offense will complement their defense the best? Yeah, it's a Texans-centric question. And to kind of help us get there, Seth, remember I wanted to play this Kyle Long audio a little bit earlier in the show, and I said, you know what, I think it'd work really well in this segment to ask this question. All these media guys and former NFL guys, experts, they want defense. Well, that's what we're talking about, right? Defenses are really good. The Texans, it's the best. Can their offense complement it? Let's first hear Kyle Long's take on just how great this Texans D actually is.
Every team has an identity, right? You can have a bad identity. You can have a good identity. You can have an offensive identity, running the football, throwing the football. The identity of the Houston Texans is to suffocate offenses, make the life of a quarterback hell, make the life of an offensive lineman anxiety-ridden. And that's what they do. I mean, offensive tackles, they can't sleep the night before these games against the Houston Texans. You've got fire-breathing dragons out of the defensive end spot that are coming to raid your castle every single week. And the castle is the pocket. It doesn't matter who is in the pocket. It's like a wave hitting the beach. These edge rushers are going to get home. I really think that's what makes the DeMeco team stand out to me. It's those guys on the edge. But then you pair it with the guys on the back end who have made plays for a handful of years in DeMeco Ryans' defense. So you got that identity. You've got a who are we? And that's the defense.
So there's the identity, Seth. Now, to complement said defense, do the Texans have the capabilities offensively to be able to do that as Long said, make it pop?
Make it pop. So what's your question?
Do the Texans have an offense that can complement their defense in the postseason?
I mean, yeah, I guess they have what they have right now, which is it's been enough. It's so make the defense pop, or who do you want to pop? The defense already pops.
Oh, the team. You know, because right now, why are the Texans dangerous? Their defense.
Yeah.
There's no mention ever of the offense. Okay, and I think when you look at teams like the Broncos, the Chargers, the Jags, Patriots, Bills, and whatever combination of Steelers, Ravens, there's your AFC playoff teams, okay, and there's some pretty good defenses in there. Which one of those offenses are you really trusting to complement the defense and make them the most dangerous team to come out of the AFC? I think the Texans are definitely in that conversation, but are they the most likely to make that happen?
Well, I think the two teams that you look at where you say, okay, can the offense match the effort of the defense? You look at the Texans and the Eagles right now. Mm-hmm. And the one thing the Eagles have offensively that the Texans don't is that they can score in the red zone. And that's the biggest thing that really scares me about the Texans' offense. Even with some of the improvements they've made, they really haven't come all that far with the red zone. And that's where the rubber meets the road. And can you actually not have to rely on deep shots versus the Chargers, for instance, but actually get down into the red zone and score in close quarters versus some of these other teams like the Broncos defense or the Patriots defense or somebody like that in the playoffs. That's where I get nervous in close scoring games against defenses that also are not going to zone all that easily. You got to make the most of your opportunities. And I don't know. I mean, it's in fits and starts. They've made progress. It feels like at least half of their successful conversions, either on fourth downs or on the goal line in the second half of the season, have gotten negated by penalty. Yeah. That you go to the Chiefs game and in various other games, it's just they're just not as clean an operation. So this is why it's so hard to actually make a playoff run with defense and defense alone.
Yeah.
Because you're going to go up against other really good defenses in the playoffs and other more complete football teams.
Absolutely. And look, for the Texans offensively, the duo that everybody wants to talk about, they want to point to, I think, yes, it's the most important conversation, Stroud and Nico, that connection. But the two deep shots this past weekend to Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll, I think that put them on the map in terms of like, hey, here's how dangerous an offense actually can be, but it still stems from here's how dangerous C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins have been and still can be. Teams are going to pay a lot of attention to those two guys, which will open things up for everybody else.
That's why the Bills don't scare me as much as other teams, just because I kind of look at, I don't worry about great quarterbacks or great offenses versus the Texans defense. You look at the Rams versus the Texans. That's a very good football team with the Rams, who has an awesome defense, but Texans defense was able to hold them in check to the tune of 2 touchdowns, and but you weren't able to score. Now that's going all the way back to week 1 of the regular season. Both those teams are different now, but that type of team is I almost go into a game looking at it as the Texans defense versus the other team's defense. So if you're facing Denver, if you're facing if you face Seattle in the Super Bowl, some of those really genuinely elite defenses, is your offense going to do enough? Now the Chiefs are an interesting game because, okay, you beat the Chiefs on the road, and the Chiefs defense isn't as good as they used to be, but the Chiefs defense is the number 6 scoring defense in the league right now.
Yeah.
And they weren't coming up with as many explosive plays, but that was a Chiefs defense at home with their backs against the wall. Chris Jones was very motivated and played probably one of the best games of his season. And yet the Texans still figured out a way to do enough offensively to win that game. That's the part where it's the offense doesn't have to be a driving force, but can they do enough versus good defenses and on the road? I think they are there. I think that they've gotten to that point. One thing they've done a good job of all season long is just limiting the number of possessions in a game.
Yeah.
And because that gives the opposing offense that many fewer opportunities to try to upend your defense. If you only send the Texans defense out there for 10 series in a game, it's going to be really, really hard for the opponent to score points. And the Texans have done a good job of winning the time of possession, moving the ball, doing fall shot in the red zone.
That Chiefs game is a big one, man. And I say that because not just because it was the Chiefs, but all the different motivating factors that DeMeco Ryans has had for his team this season. You know, you hear the story about how he showed him the film of the boxer with a dislocated shoulder, and you know he fought back and ended up winning and knocking a guy out or whatever. And then it's the hunt, trying to go slay this beast, and it's the underdog that kind of comes. You have now something tangible, something that you've actually done, and that Chiefs game. It's because even at the time, that was a top 10 scoring defense, right, in the Chiefs, and you still went to Arrowhead in those elements against that quarterback and that defense, and you did that. You got that win. You slayed that dragon. There's going to be other things that DeMeco uses to kind of, illustrate a point or drag, belief and faith out of his team going into a particular game. But, boy, I'd have that damn Chiefs game up on like a reel, and just some of the plays that they made defensively and offensively in that game to say, hey, we can do this in those elements against a tough team as an underdog, and there's nobody that stands in our way besides us right now. That to me is the mantra going forward.
The red zone offense. I just wanted to double check because it's not like they really helped themselves last week with the red zone offense. But they're right now they're third. They're just above the Jets in red zone touchdown scoring percentage, third worst in the NFL. Which they've gained ground. They were second worst for. They lift themselves up out of the muck. But it's really been it's been a miserable affair down in the red zone. That's why I got so excited about those shots. They bypassed those shot plays last week. They bypassed the red zone completely. If you score from the 50, you don't have to worry about your red zone woes.
Yeah. Well,
so simple. I don't know why they don't do it more often.
They need to, because the best way to fix something that you are not good at is not trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. And keep trying to be better at it and better. No, just avoid it altogether.
Yeah,
you know,
they should, when they get to the 30, just start taking your shots from the 35. Get to the 35 and then just 3 shot plays in a row or a field goal, but then leave it at that.
That's the Texans.
I do think they've gotten the operations gotten cleaner. And a lot of the red zone woes in the first part of the season, or the first 2/3 of the season, really, I mean, there were procedural issues, there were false starts, or all these things. They've cleaned a lot of that up, and I don't expect them to all of a sudden turn into the best red zone offense in the league or anything. But I think they have improved, and some of that's come with having Titus at left guard, Trent Brown at right tackle. You've just got more bulk down there in those short yardage situations.
He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, will the Texans regret not making the move the Green Bay Packers did yesterday? We'll discuss coming up next. Stay put.
The Winds keep.
yesterday. What is that exactly? Well, the Packers claimed former Dallas Cowboy cornerback Trayvon Diggs off of waivers. Yeah, they claimed him off of waivers, which means they inherited the rest of the 5-year, nearly $100 million contract that he'd signed back in 2023, Seth. But the money's not necessarily that important beyond the potential that he even may play week 18.
None of that money's guaranteed, so they have to pay him the last week's salary, and when you get to the playoffs, everybody's making the same amount of money. It's just a playoff check. So the Texans are ahead of the Packers on the waiver wire, which means the Texans didn't put in a claim on Trayvon Diggs. The first initial thought I had when I saw that Trayvon Diggs was getting cut was, oh man, it did not look good when Trayvon Smith went in why not? Go get Trayvon Diggs. And then I remembered, wait a second. It's been kind of a dicey year for Trayvon Diggs. He's been injured. He's only played 8 games. He hasn't played well when he's been out there. I'd be cool with the headache part of it, but the actual player that you're bringing in and this late in the season, is he going to be able to help you above and beyond guys who are already in the system? I think if Trayvon Diggs were playing at his peak or his prime, he might not have made it to the Texans. There might have been a non-playoff team that maybe tried to just grab his contract. But it's a dicier situation now given the way that he played this year. So I totally get it. It's a big name, and that tends to get people excited. But I can see where the Texans felt like it didn't necessarily make sense.
What's the headache part of it that you're referring to?
Well, he's a gambler, you know. Like there's as far as just, and then the headache part of it, like he kind of questioned the defensive coordinator this year, had issues, got fined $500,000 for having disagreements over how he was handling his therapy, like all of that. Caserio usually will say, hey, we don't judge people, we just want to get them in the building and see. But this is still a pretty hefty price tag to pay just to get a look-see at somebody who hasn't played that well this year and is only 2 games removed from the injury that he just came back from. That I feel like if they had to go into a game and, you know, Kamari Lassiter was injured at the beginning of the game, they would have a different plan for a weakness that Tremont Smith might bring. That they should have done a better job adjusting for it in the Chargers game, but I'm not as concerned about it.
All right, I'm glad you clarified like the headache part of it, because I thought I'd remembered Trayvon Diggs making headlines earlier this season by doing something or saying something to undermine, a coach up there. And I also thought about it from this standpoint, right? His brother's in a lot of hot water right now. He's coming over. His brother used to play here. Now, at least for a short amount of time, but at a pivotal time, he's going to be asked questions, and whether or not he answers, he's still going to be asked questions that are more pertinent for his brother than him. So there's that distraction. But it was the thing that was in my mind was what you just broke down about the undermining of a coach, in that, dude, haven't the Texans been here before? Like, you're going into a Week 18. You're going to the playoffs. You don't know, like, where you're going to be slotted definitively just yet, but they've had this experiment last year with Deontay Johnson, who was whining and crying about playing time. They had the experiment that they cut bait on, 2-3 weeks into the season? I know it was before their bye week, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson earlier this year. I think maybe until the next time, right? DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio have kind of learned a lesson here, in that, you know what, there are some chances that we're willing to take, but timing is everything, and now is not the time.
Well, especially for this player. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson still makes upside of him, but Trayvon Diggs in 2025, his passer rating allowed is 158.3. which is a perfect passer rating. His yards per reception allowed 17.9. Doesn't have any pass breakups, doesn't have any interceptions. Like, he's not peak Trayvon Diggs. So, I'm sure he'll bounce back, but it's been an injury-riddled season. And you're bringing that guy in on top of any other issues that he might have in terms of locker room. Deontay Johnson's a great example. I mean, Deontay Johnson was out complaining about not getting enough targets after a playoff win, you know? So, do you want to bring that in on top of a guy that actually hasn't played that well this year at this point in the season when the defense has been doing remarkably well? Yeah, it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
And I totally, if they had brought him in, I'd be excited and intrigued, and maybe they saw something in him that they felt like they could tap into. But it's been a really bad year for him, and in more ways than one. So I get it. I understand. There's other good playoff teams that pass on him. The fact of the matter is the Packers are just kind of desperate at cornerback right now.
Well, maybe this is something. Maybe it's nothing. But you mentioned the perfect passer rating that he's allowed, right?
Yeah.
As a member of the Dallas Cowboys in 8 games. The Cowboys not known at all for their defensive prowess this year.
Yeah.
A guy who has played and performed at a high level before, I'm always intrigued by what's that guy going to look like, even though he struggled with an elite coach, with elite coaches, and Matt Burke as well has done a hell of a job as a defensive coordinator, play caller now this year. What does he look like in the number 1 defense in the NFL? Like that's something certainly that DeMeco Ryans and Burke and Caserio would have had to have considered. I just think it was all the extracurricular that maybe came with it, because as a beat up Trayvon Diggs that's not playing his best ball, is he still a better option than Tremon Smith, who I feel like at any one point in time, no matter who he's playing against, is overmatched from a physical standpoint? Yeah,
the whole thing about it, for one, just in terms of Trayvon Diggs, like Matt Eberflus is widely regarded. He's done some good he's not the defensive coordinator that he's showing this year, regardless of how you feel about him overall. He's had some really good defenses in the NFL, but they play a style that's very similar to DeMeco. They could have their own swarm acronym, and it makes sense. I think his acronym it's a HITS principle. It stands for something. But that's what he would like those guys to be. And Trayvon Diggs didn't jibe with Matt Eberflus's mentality, so there might be some crossover into that. The Tremon Smith part of it, the first one, that first deep strike, it was that first series after Kamari Lassiter went out, and in that play, they were just playing what looked like to be a pretty vanilla coverage. I think at the very least, if they had to do it over again, when a guy's coming in cold off the bench, or extra help next time, and just account for it somewhat, because it's not like Tremon Smith never does anything except allow long recoveries. Like he's been a viable cornerback before. It was just a really bad series for him.
No, I think that's what D'Angelo Ross used to do.
D'Angelo Ross, it was. Well, remember when D'Angelo Ross came in and took his first snap of the year against not Randall Cobb. It was Amari Cooper. And that was the game that Jalen Petrie got benched, because Jalen Petrie was supposed to be helping out D'Angelo Ross.
That's right.
He bit on a route underneath, and he got benched in that game. He didn't play again after that series.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's how far Jalen Petrie has come. He got benched in DeMeco's first year as a coach, and now he's looked at as, one of the apex predators on the team.
Yeah, you know what I think also saved, maybe the Chargers from picking on Tremon Smith even a little bit more. And he might have gotten some action earlier this season, actually, here recently, I feel like. But it's the pass rush. The pass rush was so impactful in getting to Herbert. What they really ended up sacking him like 8 or 9 times, only got credited for 5 because, some of them were negated due to penalty and stuff like that. But I was in there watching the game for a bit Saturday with Pendergast and Stoerner, and I told him, like, dude, how are they not picking on him more? And he just didn't have an opportunity to. The Texans pass rush was getting there in just a split second.
You know what? The Bullock played very well, obviously, but he's been a little bit spoiled because he's got 2 awesome cornerbacks, and that's another. That's one of the veteran type of things as a safety, is that your job as a safety isn't always to play the play as it's called. It's to understand exactly where all the threats and risks are. And when Tremon Smith comes in the game, Kalen hasn't had a lot of experience playing with guys that he can't totally trust at cornerback, and some of it might be as much about that too. Is just, maybe Kalen learned a few lessons, and I'm not criticizing one way or the other on those specific plays, but just as a generality, that you get out there and you've got a veteran Earl Thomas or something with a backup cornerback in the league. He's gonna have his peripheral vision keyed and understand exactly where he needs to be and how he needs to maybe tweak his responsibilities on any given play.
Yeah, talking about if the Texans are going to regret making the move that the Packers did yesterday in picking up Trayvon Diggs off of waivers from the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think they will. I want to ask you this question before we get on to the next segment and roll into the 9 o'clock hour. John McClain brought this up the other night with us, and I didn't get a chance, to further the discussion, but we're talking about like unsung heroes, right? And I just mentioned Matt Burke. McClain said one of the unsung heroes that people do not give enough credit to, don't talk about enough, is Matt Burke. For since week 3, I think going into week 4, he took over play calling duties on the defense for DeMeco Ryans, who team and maybe was a little bit more hands-on with the offense, and the defense had just taken off from that point. How have you kind of observed that? How much credit are you giving Matt Burke this year for stepping right up and taking this defense to a different level?
I think a lot. And yet, at the same time, you always wonder, will Matt Burke ever really truly get credit for the great defense as long as DeMeco Ryans is the head coach? And because I do think Matt Burke deserves a lot of credit for all of it. I mean, because he's been here the entire time, too. And part of it is that defense functions so well because guys are coached so well on the individual level. They know where their risks are. Their reads on play action and everything are just really on point. I think, though, he's going to end up being kind of like any one of Andy Reid's offensive coordinators, where people don't really give him the credit for the offense as long as Andy Reid is the head coach.
Yeah.
But they'll blame him. They'll blame the offensive coordinator like this year when it's not going so hot. Now it's all Nagy's fault, but not Andy Reid. But meanwhile, when the offense is going really, really well, they don't credit the offensive coordinator. I think that's where it's going to be, and which is fair, because it's until a guy goes out and really does it on his own and installs it himself and everything, you just don't know. Yeah. But I think he's had the fact that DeMeco had somebody that he could trust and to take over so DeMeco could go spend more time with the offense. That's the position right there.
Yeah.
That's almost like Casey Hampton back in the day with the Steelers, the nose tackle.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to get the credit that all the other guys did, but man, without him, they would not have been the same defense. And I think likewise with Matt Burke, if you just slot some guy in there that can't run that defense the way it's operating right now, they're not in the playoffs right now.
Well, that answers another one of my questions that I asked McClain. I didn't ask McClain. We were talking about it with Chris Partee, because the job that Matt Burke has done this season as defensive coordinator and calling the defense now, there was a report earlier this week out of New York by a Giants reporter for ESPN that was saying, hey, don't be surprised if Matt Burke draws some serious consideration, as a head coach candidate this offseason. I was like, oh, boy, here it comes.
Yeah.
What happens if Matt Burke, does get a job elsewhere? Is that a guy, because DeMeco Ryans is the de facto defensive guy, and the head coach, that you're not really worried about losing because DeMeco will find somebody and take over until they're ready anyway?
Yeah, I think that's like in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan, and it's different because Kyle Shanahan's still calling the plays there and everything.
Yeah.
But they roll through offensive coordinator after offensive coordinator after offensive coordinator, and they're just fine. I think with Burke, I guess I would worry that if I think this offense might still need more of DeMeco's hands on the operation next year too. I don't think this is a single year project of DeMeco really needing to troubleshoot and help possible. Then the question becomes, all right, is whoever fills in after him, if it's one of the assistant coaches on defense, are those guys going to do as good a job as Matt Burke? So it's are you going to be the number one overall defense even if DeMeco is still spending more time than he used to on the offense?
Yeah. Gosh, man, cold-hearted texters, 346. He doesn't deserve any credit.
What the hell?
Come on.
What do you have against Matt Burke?
It's the new year, man.
He's delightful, man. Have you ever watched his press conferences? He's awesome.
Oh, he's great. I love that guy. Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast with Seth Payne. How dangerous can this duo be this postseason for a third straight campaign? We'll discuss next.
The Texans clinched a playoff berth with their 20-16 win. insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, so that's what I seen was just like fast, strong, catch radius, route running, and just the tenacity and the want to do right, and the want to be a great teammate, the want to make others around him better, and then the want to make himself better. So all that stuff really intrigued me when I first met Nick, and I think he's enhanced those things. He made me a better player, and I would hopefully say that I made him a better player. And I'm hard on him, and I demand a lot from him, just not as a player, but as as a leader in that room, and he's done a great job in that area of leadership in that room. So I'm super proud of him, and can't wait to continue this year with him.
That was C.J. Stroud this week talking about Nico Collins and what he saw in his star receiver that made him think he could be as special as he is. Seth Payne and Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning. Seth, I play that clip because it sounded almost spot on what C.J. Stroud said of Nico Collins his rookie year before he'd even thrown him a single pass, even in training camp. He was asked a question about getting an opportunity to play with Nico Collins, and he said, "I would make a superstar." That'll always stick in my mind.
Yeah.
And that's pretty damn bold, for a rookie quarterback like C.J. Stroud to come in, guy that was existing receiver in the NFL, and it's like, there's something here with this cat. I want to help make him a superstar.
Yeah. There's also something that was funny kind of when CJ and Will came in, and there was almost a collegiate feel about things with some of the young guys that were playing so well. And there was a part of me where I'm trying not to be kind of a callous old dude who's seen a lot come and go. And there's a part where, man, I remember thinking, that's really, really cool. But these guys have some lessons to learn about it. Just after they're in the league for a while and they see guys come and go and everything, or just how hard it is to necessarily do stuff like that. And I think last year, CJ and a lot of young guys have had a good hard lesson. It's good to learn it early in your career, because sometimes you have a really good stretch of success in your first few years and then never have it again. So to go through some of that adversity last year, I think helps them a lot. And it's funny, though, they got to go through adversity while also going to the playoffs and not being on a miserable team. But as an offense, CJ really, that was his welcome to the NFL moment. Year two was really when, as it is for a lot of quarterbacks, you see how many things have to go right for the offense to be good. And I think his attitude of wanting to make Nico a superstar, I guess you could almost argue that in some ways maybe that was one thing that was holding him back a little bit, is that when you're just trying to always look for the deep shot versus to Nico, because you know he's capable of it, it's not the best thing for Nico necessarily, and we've seen that over the second half of the season. That, wow, when you spread the ball around more and when you get the other guys involved, lo and behold, there's Nico available for a deep shot, or there's Nico available on third down.
Yeah, I mean, that's a well-balanced offense. If you can do that consistently, that's what you get. And, maybe the Texans are starting to tap into that a little bit more because of what we saw against the Chargers this past weekend. At least we want to believe that, right? The deep shot to Higgins, hitting Knoll over the top. Dalton Schultz, for a period of time this season, boy, he's had a really good year, and not a lot of people are talking about him. He's been, this season, what people thought he needed to be year one for CJ, that security blanket kind of guy, and he ended up becoming that dude. Hell, single-handedly saved the Texans season by plucking that ball away from a Titan defender a couple of years ago. And I think the elements are there. Can Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud, this offense, as C.J. said also this week, they are continuing to progress, and they are starting to peak offensively and understand each other a little bit more. He said this was his best processing game of the season against the Chargers. these are all really good things, but you can also see it's a result-oriented business, they're not seeing the result a lot of the time.
Yeah. I think, okay, so when, you had asked earlier, can this offense complement this defense?
Yeah.
And once you lower your expectations or what they need to be, as long as the defense holds up its end of the bargain, which is like the Lions' share of why this team is good right now, that it's not a game-winning drive in the fourth quarter that's going to matter as often as, oh, you got a first down to close out the game in the fourth quarter, like in the Chiefs game, or like last week. That it's not even a field goal winning drive necessarily. It's that you've got to lead. Can you guys, because we've gone through games this year where there was nothing but 3 and out after 3 and out after 3 and out in the second half.
Yeah.
But then in the fourth quarter, can you figure out a way just to advance the ball and hold on to the ball and not have to put the defense back out there? I think that's one thing that's changed since maybe, say, the Bucs game early on.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good point. I think I call it clutch, right?
Yeah.
Those are clutch moments, and clutch moments don't have to be deep bombs. Clutch moments can be doing exactly what you'd said. Like, holy smokes, man, we just went through 4 straight possessions without being able to move the ball. We have to do something here on this drive. Can we hold on to it long enough? Can we get into field goal range? Can we get a breather? Flip a field? Whatever it is, the Texans have done a lot of those kinds of things at various points this season in clutch situations, in critical moments, that I think is easily overlooked.
Yeah.
And two, I think you can be clutch early in games, i.e. this Chargers game. Who the hell was expecting 2 deep bombs, right out of the chute? You're up 14-0, not even 6-7 minutes into the ball game, and it's like, whoa, holy crap. And guess what? You hadn't done that all season long, and it was just enough to get it done because you have a badass defense.
You know what? The Bucs game probably was a bad example to use because the Texans did score a touchdown in the fourth quarter there before that final drive, but it was after the negative 6-yard punt by the Bucs. There were a few, and just like in the Chargers game, that's an under-discussed one because Cameron Dicker missed the field goal and the extra point, which ends up being the difference in the game. And Sean and I talked about this yesterday. DeMeco has a clip of him saying how he really thinks it is. Like, the Texans have the best opponent field goal percentage and opponent extra point percentage in a good way, the best, like the top-ranked defense when it comes to that in the league. And it's the stress of DeMeco Autry and just the guys coming off the edge just never relenting and taking it really seriously, including on the extra points that he thinks that – I think there is some validity to that. There have been a lot of field goal, a lot of missed kicks and extra points against the Texans this year. But, it might go for the punt, too. That awful punt in the Chargers game was a factor in that victory.
Boy, talking about punters, shout out Tommy Townsend, Special Teams Player of the Week for his performance this past weekend. Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up 713-572-46. Text in or join the chat on YouTube and Twitch. The playoff picture in the AFC this weekend, as it is concerned, obviously the Texans can get a little bit of help with the Titans. Very much not likely. They need to beat the Jags to have the Texans take care of business and win the division. But that is one of 4 other games, Seth, within the AFC playoff picture going into Week 18 that have huge spreads. We can talk about some of these, but I'm very curious for you just in regards to this Texans and Colts game. For DeMeco Ryans, is he going to get cute at all? Can we really start to change our narrative on what DeMeco Ryans does as head coach? Like, people really expecting him to get too cute and, like, load manage and, call off the dogs at any point in time this weekend?
You know what? Okay. This is, and a lot of people yesterday, I know, were kind of excited, and they looked at it as growth with DeMeco because, there's that part of him where he doesn't pay attention to division rankings during the year and all that, just keeps his head down and goes. And I appreciate that, but sometimes people worry that, especially, strategic side of things, including the in-game management this year, that maybe he needs to be a little bit more like a guy who wants to be a chess master when it comes to all this stuff.
Yeah.
So the fact that DeMeco is paying attention to it this week and understands exactly what the implications are, I do think that's the appropriate level of understanding, okay, we do have something to play for. We're going to play for it, even though the chances of us winning the division are slight. We don't want to go out there and not play and then like rest everybody, and then all of a sudden you could have won the division because the Jaguars had a letdown. I wonder though. I do think because he did pay attention to it and because he's aware of that, if there was nothing to gain from this game, I think he would totally have rested everybody. Like the fact that he's aware of it at all means that he did definitely go into it knowing that he might have to make some decisions based on playoff scenarios.
Yeah.
And that he probably would have rested Kamari if he could get him to. I don't know. Kamari might have fought DeMeco and insisted on being on the field. But I think I think that because they did it last year with the Titans. In the Titans game they rested a bunch of guys.
Well, I think.
Or they only played him for one or two series.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
But
in the final game of the season.
Coming into this season, you fully anticipated to be in position to do just that. Make this a bye week of sorts for your dudes. And it didn't work out that way. But the fact that you're in and it becomes about jockeying for position now, that's a thing. Also, the Colts, big-time underdogs this weekend. No Phillip Rivers at starting quarterback. We'll talk more about the game in and of itself and maybe what is still leading to some trepidation by a few as it concerns that game. But, dude, Titans at Jags, 12.5-point dogs. Jets at Bills, 7.5-point dogs for the Jets. Chargers, 12.5-point dogs at the Broncos. Dolphins, 10.5-point dogs in New England. At all those teams,
yeah,
which one are you thinking, like, you know what? They could pull off an upset here. Like, watch out.
Look, the Titans have won 2 of their last 4 games, if I'm not mistaken. Now they haven't necessarily been just like dramatically inspiring victories or anything against good teams or starting quarterbacks, but they've won 2 games, and if you look at the matchup of Cam Ward playing against a team that might have a little bit of a letdown, against a team where they're heavily favored, it's gonna have to come with Cam Ward making some miraculous throws because he's playing behind this haphazard offensive line. There's an anonymous exec in The Athletic said he's running for his life most of the time. His offensive line is terrible. You grade when things are done right as much as you can. Throughout the negative plays when they aren't his fault. Take some of those. You can see where you can learn and fix things. You look for the flashes and then hope he can really push it into next year. I think he's had some really impressive flash versus that Texans team right now, or that Jaguars team.
Yeah.
I can't see it coming because I think Liam Cohen has got those guys in Jacksonville very fueled. I think he's probably got them hating the Texans right now, too, and that he might pull a Bobby Boucher on them and almost make it feel like they're playing the Texans when they're facing the Titans, because that's really what it is. They're playing a proxy for the Texans to win the division this week, and I don't see Jacksonville letting down, especially at home.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I don't know that people are thinking about it in that regard, in the sense that, dude, there's clear angst between the two organizations.
Yeah.
And DeMeco Ryans himself was asked about that earlier this year, and he was like, nah, there's nothing there. He didn't want to play around with that at all. But Liam Cohen's got his guys acting a certain way, thinking a certain way. He's talking, trash, and he's putting narratives out there, creating chips on their shoulder. I absolutely think that's what the Jags are looking at this game is like, dude, we're not going to give the Texans any help whatsoever. Yeah. I tell you, this is our division. Nobody saw it coming from us. 100%. If the Texans were in the Jaguars' shoes, right, I think that we would be enjoying a similar rally cry, and we'd feel the same way, and we'd rally around DeMeco Ryans and this Texans team like Jag fans and his team have done with Liam Cohen. anyway. Titans pull off an upset. I don't even know if they cover the damn 12.5 points, to be honest with you. That'd be the last one that I choose.
The Jets are the smallest underdog of those games. And they haven't had an interception all season long, but they're going to be facing Mitchell Trubisky. Is there any – I'm surprised that the Bills are only 7, even with
is Josh Allen not playing?
No, he's not playing now. And his ankle's banged up. So he's not playing. So they're going to be facing Mitchell Trubisky versus and I just don't but they're only – I'm surprised that the Bills are only 7-point favorites versus the Jets.
So if there's no Josh Allen –
yeah.
There's probably not going to be a James Cook. Is that a fair assertion?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
So if there's no James Cook, who is currently the NFL leading rusher, the Texans are playing the next closest guy in Jonathan Taylor, who is, I believe, 48 yards behind Cook for the lead in running back. I wonder if that's like a little extra incentive that gives you maybe some trepidation about, Texans are beat up the middle, and Rankins is on the injury report this week, and how legit is Naquan Jones and who's the other guy?
Fotu?
Yeah. How legitimate are they? Like, how much time are they going to see? Could Jonathan Taylor gash the Texans, with the run game?
Yeah.
These are things that I want to talk about in terms of the matchup. We'll get to it next. Payne, Sheldon, Pendergast. How are we feeling about the game on Sunday, the final regular season matchup for the Texans? We'll discuss next. Stay there.
Ready? The Texans close down the regular season in a rematch with the Colts on Sunday. The playoffs are a guarantee. Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I'll open up. Riley's going to be our starting quarterback this week. I'm excited for Riley's opportunity. Proud of the way he's handled himself all season. Be a great opportunity for him to go out, develop, continue to grow as a quarterback. So excited for that.
That was Shane Steichen announcing Riley Leonard starting against the Texans on Sunday. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast along with Seth Payne. Seth, now you know Riley Leonard starting. Do you think that at all excites Jonathan Taylor about playing in this game?
Yeah, no kidding.
I was just reading his comments.
I mean, that's one of the between Jonathan Taylor and James Cook. You know, Jonathan Taylor is playing on a team that's going nowhere. James Cook is playing on a team that's going somewhere, but without Josh Allen. Then they're the two best running backs in the league this year. But, yeah, it raises a lot of questions about, okay, what exactly are we going to do with these guys in the final game of the season? Jonathan Taylor's expected to play. What was the headline on the story you saw?
I love it. You tell me if the comments match the headline. The headline is Jonathan Taylor went no holds barred on Colts' historic demise.
Oh, it sounds like he's about to call somebody out. What do you say?
All right, so here's Jonathan Taylor apparently going no holds barred. Told the media, obviously, when you lose 5, 6 in a row, you start looking at, hey, okay, we got to be better. I mean, good teams don't lose 5, 6 in a row. It's those 1 or 2, 3 or 4 plays that those great teams, they make. They find a way, end quote.
Boy, no holds barred on that one. Yeah. Those are some aggressive platitudes.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. As far as the Colts go, I think they've got a lot of guys on that team that are, motivated to play in one of Riley Leonard, who a lot of Colts fans wish they had seen the last few games instead of Shane Steichen's, last gasp of a dying man effort to bring in Phillip Rivers, which could have gone a little bit differently, at least. They competed in those. With Rivers, they competed in those games, at the very least. Riley Leonard, I think the biggest thing that scares me is something you pointed out, and I'm really glad you brought up the number of times he rushed in the national championship game last year. Yeah. 17 times. And he's with a coach in Shane Steichen who really does a great job using athletic quarterbacks and creating run, not just in the RPO, but in the zone reads, and just creating a dual threat dynamic that the defense has to worry about. That might end up being good for Jonathan Taylor. Teams are going to be keyed in on, teams are going to be more dialed in on him, obviously, because he's the bigger threat. But they gotta they got to play clean reads when Riley Leonard has the ability to run for first downs or use the play action to his advantage. So I don't think Riley Leonard is going to come in and have the Rookie of the Year performance or anything. But I think that to go into this game and take Riley Leonard lightly just because he's probably not going to be a great quarterback long term, it's very, very hazardous.
Yeah, look, I'm done predicting like the futures of quarterbacks in this league. I mean, we've just seen too much over the last few years. Less about Riley Leonard, though, and quickly more about Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor, obviously, number 2 leading rush behind James Cook. You just mentioned that. I think 48 yards is the margin between the two. Cook has 1606. So 48 yards, I believe, would give Jonathan Taylor the rushing title this year. However, weeks 1 through 10 for Jonathan Taylor, almost otherworldly, right? Better than 6 yards per carry. There was a nearly 8% explosive run rate. He was playing some fantastic football, as were the Colts. Since Jonathan Taylor is barely 3.5 yards per carry.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that Jonathan Taylor plays the whole damn game, but doesn't sniff the rushing title against this Texans defense, which I'm going to raise my hand. I'm taking the Colts lightly. I think this is the one time this season that you can go into a game saying the Texans are going to freaking smash the competition.
Listen, the Colts defense was taking a lot of heat 2 weeks ago because they allowed 48 points versus they allowed 4 dozen points against the 49ers. But then the Colts defense goes in against Jacksonville, or Jacksonville comes to that was in Jacksonville, right?
I'm not sure.
They held the Jaguars, who've been averaging 35 points a game on their win streak. They held them to 23 points. There were a couple turnovers that factored into that. But the Colts defense is not as good as everybody thought they were in the first half of the season. Mm-hmm. But they're still guys not to be taken lightly. And I think they have some motivated guys. Like Zaire Franklin. Sauce Gardner, tweeted and then deleted about how he's actually the best cornerback in the league. And they're a different defense when Sauce Gardner is on the field. And the spare number of times that they've, been able to use him this year. When he's on the field, they play a lot more man defense, and I think they can do a lot of things that can cause more trouble for the Texans than, say, if when Sauce Gardner obviously isn't there. There's lots of reasons to take the Colts seriously. I think when it comes to DeMeco and trying to be sure his guys don't take the opponent lightly, it needs to be focused on that. It's always. Like, and I think Belichick was a master at this. No matter how bad the opponent is, you point out the guys on their team that are dudes, like that are actual studs, and that's the challenge. You're going to let Sauce Gardner come in here and dictate what we do? Or likewise, Jonathan Taylor, are you going to let Jonathan Taylor get the rushing title on us this week? And I think there's a lot to be motivated both by the Texans and the Colts on that side of it.
Man, I think you hit the nail on the head. That's a great point. And I don't even think it should be a conversation because, yes, the Texans are going to the postseason, but they want to continue to play their best football. And this DeMeco Ryans team, not just a defense, but as a team, you're still trying to, sharpen your tool bag here, right?
Yeah.
And you can't afford to let up. Do you think this team, led by DeMeco Ryans, and everything that we're about week in and week out, is even considering taking a team lightly? They've not been afforded that opportunity all season long. They've had to play with an edge since going into week 4 after being, in an 0-3 hole. This is maybe the last team that I would suspect out of anybody that is playing football this weekend that I think takes anybody lightly.
No, and I would take it from the quotes from offensive players themselves is that the offense knows that they really need to pick up the slack. And I don't think there's any part of the offense that thinks, oh yeah, hey, look, we made the playoffs and look at us. It's we're made men. Yeah. We can just take it easy. you go back to Tom Brady when he was at his peak. He's still out there in the fourth quarter of games trying to work on things, because they wanted to get things hammered out. And I think that this offense, I don't think anybody on the offense feels like, oh yeah, we can just cruise because it's just the Colts. Yeah. And they also have the recent memory of games versus the Colts and the Texans where it wasn't all that close or easy.
No, I think it's a good point. And consider the fact that we've talked about this a number of times this morning, or at least mentioned it. C.J. Stroud this week talking about how that Charger game was his best this season in terms of being able to understand a defense, process things, make good decisions, make the right throws, and which is weird because threw 2 interceptions in the game. So there is that, but if he really genuinely feels that way and it matches the eye test, you better believe that he's going to be going into this Colts game along with Nick Caley and just this offense in general and trying to fine-tune those things and tweak some things to do that better, to get more results. And I think that's the most important thing, because if you're going to tell me this was your best processing game, okay, cool, maybe you're feeling your oats a little bit because you did it against a really good Chargers team, but let's do it against a Colts team that has nothing to play for, really, and this is a tune-up game for you to go into a postseason. Let's start to see those results.
Yeah, versus the 49ers and the Ravens, I think you're going against two teams. The 49ers at the time were really banged up on defense. Obviously, the Ravens were too. And they looked surgical. It would be nice to look surgical like that. That would be a really good boost to confidence, I think. But while also, being based in substance, that you're operating at a higher level. And they do. I know what CJ's talking about when he talks about how he was processing in that game and everything. And the second interception was a bad one. The first interception, he made the right decision. He was trying to get the ball to Jaden Higgins. And I know it looked on TV like he was trying to target Dalton Schultz. But I'd be really surprised if that's what he was doing, because Jaden Higgins was the guy to go to on that one. Yeah, exactly. It was in the exact same line of sight as Dalton Schultz, but the ball was tipped. So it was that second interception that was just curious. Guys just they throw a dullard up there every now and then.
No, you're right, dullard. It's one of my favorite words you use. That is Seth Payne.
I was going to say a boner. They weird. People used to use the word boner in the way that our generation uses it. Yeah. They were like, oh, that's a boner, and it's weird to hear your grandma say it, but because she doesn't mean it that way at all.
Still kind of weird to hear anybody say it.
Yeah.
Used out of context. That it's
in the classic sense of the word.
Yes. All right, final segment coming up next. We'll talk to the fellas on In the Loop. Patrick Creighton, Brandon Scott in today. I'm sure they'll have a question of the day for us as well. And if they don't, I got one for them. New Year's resolutions for Houston sports teams. What is it? You can share yours as well. We'll do it next. Stay put.
The Drive is live. 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Coming up here in a few short minutes, we're going to talk to the fellas on In the Loop. Patrick Creighton and Brandon Scott in for the fellas today. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez taking the day off, like Sean Pendergast is. So good to be with you, man. If you'd like to chime in, by the way, 713-572-4610, this segment on your New Year's resolutions for Houston sports teams. You could do that, too. We kind of did this a little earlier, but I think we just framed it differently. And I've kind of thought about it more now. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach to it. I think I'd said earlier, like, all right, give me bold predictions in Houston sports for 2026. And I thought I had some pretty bold ones in that I'd said the Rockets going to slay the dragon, kind of like the Houston Texans did earlier this season in beating the Chiefs at Arrowhead in the elements and that whole thing. And I still feel really confident about that, but I've kind of repurposed mine, Seth, in the sense that I've kept it with the Rockets. But here's my New Year's resolution for the Houston Rockets this season. I'm going to stop taking the Kevin Durant Rockets for granted. I'm going to be honest with myself. I have, and I bet a lot of other people have as well. Like, do we really understand Durant is a Houston Rocket, and he's absolutely balling this year. Through 30 games, 10 have gone for 30-plus points for Kevin Durant, and he is very much the reason why we feel as good about this team maybe accomplishing what I think they can this year, and that is getting to an NBA Finals.
I think the one thing obviously you're always going to worry about with Kevin Durant is his age. And so far, yeah, I mean, he's been playing at all of his historical norms. He's hitting 43.7% from three, 52.5% field goal percentage. He's averaging 36 minutes a night. That's might be the biggest thing to monitor or that you might worry about is, all right, yeah, is this guy going to be the same version of himself? As long as he stays healthy, yes, he 100% is. And he might do it. I mean, in this day and age, who knows? He might do it another 5 or 6 years. But you just don't know. And that part of it, but I think the thing that's been most encouraging, and this has been right from the get-go, he's been the consummate professional in terms of anybody who would worry about his ego or, him needing to be the guy or anything like that. He really is just felt like he's embracing the role of mentor the entire time. And I know that I never expected the worst, and I didn't expect it to be bad or anything. I guess I didn't know quite if he would really that role of mentor. And if selflessness is the right word, I don't know. But there's zero ego with it. Yeah, like it hasn't, because going back to the Golden State days, remember there was friction when he got there, and a lot of it, who knows how much it was just specifically because of Draymond Green. But that was a long time ago, and he's an older and a different guy now.
Different makeup now, though. You know, he was going to a team with other superstars. He was coming to the Houston Rockets with maybe some stars in waiting. In Alperen Şengün and Amin Thompson and Jabari Smith, right? But that's a good point by you, because I was wondering about that last season when there started to be buzz about, should the Rockets, try to make a deal for Kevin Durant? I was against it at the time because, one, I didn't think that dynamic was I didn't think the timing was great to try to infuse Kevin Durant into a young team that, hey, look, they're doing something here. No, let the kids cook, see what they're capable of, and see what you need to do. If Kevin Durant, you believe, is still an answer to your question in the offseason, then sure, go ahead and do it. And that's what the Rockets did. So I think timing was everything in that regard, and so far, so good. Do you have any New Year's resolutions for yourself even, or other Houston sports teams?
I want to be nicer to Sean in the 6 a.m. segment. I tend to be kind of moody.
Hey, a little salty? What's going on with that, man?
I don't know. We've talked about it before. I think sometimes we come on different wavelengths, and a lot of times I'm going a little too fast at 6 a.m. and like he might not understand something I say, and then I get really peeved about it when it's my fault for just talking too fast, I think sometimes. So I gotta settle down on that. I'm just gonna be less moody with Sean in the 6 a.m. segment. I want to be better at, I don't go on the text line much anymore because I get distracted. So I allow Sean to find texts that might trigger me. And I need to be better about, if I do get triggered, I'm not going to stop getting triggered, but I got to not insult the person that texted it because it's just mean. So that I'll stay triggered, but I'm not going to call the guy an idiot or say that he should go play in traffic or anything like that.
Go play in traffic.
Because it's somebody who listens to the show, and I need to be more respectful about that.
I think that's probably a good one. Yeah, be nice, right? Start the new year off nice.
I also want to get down to 225 just for a little bit, and then bloat back up. But I've always wanted to weigh. That's what I weighed my senior year in high school.
What was your playing weight? Like
anywhere
your peak
between
playing weight.
The heaviest I ever was 325.
Oh my goodness!
And I'm supposed to be around like 255 right now, but I haven't stepped on a scale since my first Christmas party.
What would
so
you
I think
say
it's
you
more
are?
than that? What's that?
You think you're more than 255?
Yeah, for sure.
Dude, so
I can get back down to 255 just like with a few days of strict eating. But yeah, I want to get down to 225. I want to get to the point where people are offering me sandwiches on the street because they think I'm they think I'm gaunt and I'm in trouble. And see where we go from there.
All right, yeah. So you want to get down to maybe a fighting weight? You and I can finally have our
that's right,
our big bout.
You got to bulk up. And I'll slim down. Where can we meet in the middle? How much weight can you gain and still maintain some athleticism?
I got to be honest. Well, I'm kind of like there now. I'm at my playing weight right now. Like when I was just like in college at 165.
Oh, okay.
And I don't want to be 165. So you're asking me to bulk up. I don't want to bulk up.
This is the thing. Okay, look, I've been trying to figure out why you're so cocky about our boxing match. And because it's not like I don't
you're
doubt.
Old and slow, Seth. You're old
I know,
and slow,
but
all right?
The reach is the only thing that really matters in this boxing match. I don't, unless you've been practicing Mike Tyson peekaboo stuff. I just don't know how you're going to land a punch.
Well,
I remember I asked. I thought maybe when you first got cocky about it, I was like, okay, well, maybe Sean's got boxing experience. Because I know it's a whole different world. If you're an actual boxer, I ain't fighting no 165-pound Golden Gloves champ. Because he'll carve me up. I'll turn it into, I'm going to tackle him at some point. Boxing's different than fighting.
You want to know why I was so cocky?
Yeah. I wasn't in the room.
Because I didn't believe at all a word that was coming out of my mouth. It's called talking ish at like 10:30 at night.
It was no, but this is the thing. Boxing is exhausting. You could probably dance around until I got tired, and then I might at some point just let you pepper me because I'm just done with it. I'm tired.
It's become a little. It was a time, and shout out to Champ Slice on Twitter who says that was one of his favorite radio moments of the year. Yeah, that was fun. We had some fun with that for a few weeks, back and forth, I think. But I've told Parker and I've told Patrick this earlier, too. It's like, dude, our next station event, like, me and Seth just need to make this happen. Like, I don't care where it's at. Could be Home Run Dugout and Kate, like, wherever. We just need to just throw on some gloves and just randomly go at it. Like, maybe just show up to, like, somebody's remote, like in the Loop remote or the Drive when they're out somewhere. We just need to show up and just put some gloves on and go at it.
Boxing is the thing that I don't think people understand unless you've done it, how exhausting it is. And you wouldn't necessarily think it if you haven't done it because you're not actively pushing against somebody or anything. And I don't know if it's partly the stress level or anything.
Yeah.
But if you don't know what you're doing, it always makes something more tiring than it is. But it's exhausting.
Yeah.
It's like high school wrestling is the same way. Like it's exhausting.
I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to pretend like I know what I'm doing, and I'm going to run around really fast and throw blind punches.
Yeah.
And just hope to hit your midsection and tire you out. But one guy that does know what he's doing, Patrick, he could be like the ring announcer. I guarantee you that, and he's been all about that. So.
He would be really good at that.
He would be really good at that.
He would bring a certain panache to it.
Yeah.
He's got to work on his trademark phrase.
I think so. We'll get him in just a second. B. Scott going to join us. The fellas on In the Loop. enjoy or really believe in my New Year's bold prediction for Houston sports in 2026 when I'd said, you know what, finally, what's going to happen this year? We're going to figure out the fate of the Houston Astrodome. If you asked me which one of my bold proclamations that I believe in the most, Rockets winning a title, there being a determination made on the Houston Astrodome, or the Texans not extending C.J. Stroud this upcoming offseason, I would say the future of the Houston Astrodome will be determined. That's the one I believe in the most.
I came around on it because of the Texans situation with either renegotiating their lease and getting a renovation in the works.
Yeah.
Or if they decide that they're going to build a new stadium somewhere else, does that lessen the chance of the Astrodome getting taken care of? I feel like if the Texans decide to stay at NRG and there's going to be a renovation, then the Astrodome's likely going to be wiped out.
Yeah, I think if they stay at NRG and they're going to renovate NRG, then I think the Astrodome is leveled. I think it's demolished. If they just move on, I think that makes it maybe easier for them to still demolish the Astrodome. I think that's the only way to do it. There's no way they're going to spend all that money on the Astrodome. For what? For what? Because, hey, now if the Texans leave NRG, now the rodeo has a huge giant stadium all to themselves that they can, lasso cattle and, choose.
Yeah, it's the whole Astrodome saga has been so weird because it's just not an issue in other cities. Including like Yankee Stadium or various other places where they just go ahead and do it, and it's with that. And I know Brandon's way more plugged in on all this type of stuff involving local politics and everything. But my God, it's just there's always a reason something like this drags out longer than it has to, because it always comes back to money and obviously who's affected by it. Because it's gotten to the point where I think most Houstonians are just annoyed about it.
Oh, we've been annoyed about it for a very, very, very long time. Somebody that has like a New York perspective, though he wasn't a Yankee fan, he was a Met fan, Patrick Creighton. If you could tear down Yankee Stadium, PC, you can tear down the Astrodome. You can tear down anything. Do you agree with my prediction that the Astrodome and its fate will be determined in the year of our Lord 2026, and they will demolish it?
Please, for the love of God, can we finally tear down the building? And it's not about like any kind of disrespect of the building or whatnot. The building's been left to be so dilapidated it's unsalvageable.
Yeah.
Like 10 years ago, they let us in the building, and we had to wear steel-toed boots and hard hats to walk through the building. And back then, it should have been condemned.
Yeah.
Like any other building in the world would have been condemned, yet it sits there and it rots, and taxpayers play, $150,000 a year there and rot.
Yeah.
Knock the damn thing down. You want to have some historical preface with it? Leave one wall up. Leave the footprint and then build a new building around it. Call it the new Astrodome. And it can be where, the livestock and rodeo show has all their animals and keeps all the things. They put their new shows. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Because clearly they're never going to make it a hockey arena. So with that case being said, if you can knock down the house that Ruth built, you can knock down the house that Hoffheinz built.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I agree with you.
I guess that's the only. I mean, it's the thing that's different about the Astrodome was just because there were so many things in it that were just brand new to sports. But there's lots of things that are brand new to sports all the time, and we don't have to keep them around as a living mausoleum to it.
Yeah, I think the generation that is less attached to, preserving history, that wants new stuff, and I think that is coming into decision-making power eventually. But I don't think you need to wait around before they do to make the obvious decision to, go ahead and get rid of the darn thing. B. Scott and Patrick Creighton in for Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. They'll be taking over at 10 o'clock. B. Scott, what is happening, my man? We were just talking about our bold proclamations. Do you have a bold New Year's resolution for yourself this year or for Houston sports?
Oh, so my resolution for myself, I actually am keeping to myself, but I'll go ahead and share it with the audience. There's no Nobody's really lighting. We're all
It's us.
family.
Yeah.
I am going to, and y'all appreciate this, both you and Seth.
Okay.
No smoking in 2026.
I knew it.
Oh.
Knew it.
No smoking in 2026. And I'm off to a pretty good start.
Nice.
10 hours in.
10
Nice.
hours in.
Yeah. So
you got a
that's-
patch?
that's
Are you patching it or
So
anything?
I do the nicotine pouches, the Zens.
Yeah.
I have some of those in my pocket now. So that's what I'm on.
I ain't gonna
good.
lie, that ain't the
Nicotine.
kind of smoking I thought you were talking about.
What other smoking would there be?
Well, the kind that doesn't require a nicotine patch.
Well, I mean, I mean it all. I mean, it's all the smoking is smoking.
Your cigarettes in your right hand, or the other kinds in your left hand.
But that's what I'm saying. No matter what you're smoking, none
No
of it,
smoking.
No smoking is any of the smoking is bad for you.
I'm proud of you because I need to do this. I have not thought about it, and it's a bad job by me. But I should probably quit chewing tobacco.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You totally should.
I know I should.
You heard Jim Kelly lately? He'll tell you.
I know.
Man.
I know.
Yeah.
I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoy it.
That is the dilemma.
Sean, we talked about this with cocaine earlier, okay? It's not a matter of whether you enjoy it, it's what it can do to you long term, okay?
I understand.
So we got you off the coke, and now it's oral tobacco. All right.
I don't know. Maybe you should have stayed on coke. I mean, it made Lawrence Taylor the greatest linebacker in history.
I wasn't on coke.
Do you have linebacker aspirations? I mean, otherwise, I would say stay off of it, unless you're going to be the next Lawrence Taylor.
Oh my!
In which case, I would encourage it.
Do you guys have a question of the day?
The 45 version of the show today, aren't we, PC?
We are kind of.
Oh, are you?
Yeah,
okay.
you know.
So this area 45 takes over for
I'm
the loop.
failing to abide by the rules.
I like it.
I got in very early in the morning yesterday, and I just kind of did the kind of show that you and I would normally do.
Well, I like that. Bandwagon then.
There will be a bandwagon.
Yes.
I've got a question. This isn't even like a normal question of the day or anything, but it occurred to me during the last when we were talking about the Colts. Who do you think? Do you think Daniel Jones is definitely back in Indianapolis next year?
I don't think Daniel Jones is playing next year.
Yeah, definitely is a stretch. I think he's probably back, but I wouldn't go as far as to say definitely no.
Yeah.
I think he's going to miss the whole season. With the injury that he suffered. Does he come back after that? I don't know. They might go and draft another quarterback this year.
He's got the Achilles, right?
Yeah, he's going to be out for a year.
I saw Kevin Bowen, who does radio up there in Indianapolis, positing the thought that it could be Riley Leonard that they start with. And I'm like, they are really in desperate times, rough times, because Anthony Richardson's not expected to be back. He can't even see straight right now. And Riley Leonard is the guy that they're going with this weekend and possibly to start next season.
It's a tank. It's a tank.
Well, apparently, according to Shane Steichen, Anthony Richardson's chance that he's the backup at least on Sunday, because it ain't going to be Phillip Rivers.
So check this out. The Colts tank, they get Peyton Manning. The Colts tank again, they get Andrew Luck. The Colts tank again, they get Arch Manning.
That would be the luck of the horseshoe up there. Yeah.
No!
I don't
know. It's hard to tank for a quarterback, though, as we've seen in recent years. And then only successfully tank more times than not. He ends up sucking as an NFL quarterback. But yeah, that's the Colts have historical success in tanking for quarterbacks.
Yeah. Or if you're the Texans and you tank, but you don't go all the way in, you screw that up by winning the last game of the season. It still works out for you.
If you're the Giants and you have the number 1 pick locked up, and then you win a late game to blow it, 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I just think about more recent history of their whiff on Anthony Richardson and how they've failed to find a quarterback ever since Andrew Luck retired unexpectedly.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, I feel like the Colts have kind of – it's not like the Packers or somebody like that where they have this unblemished track record of finding replacement quarterbacks. It's been pretty rough for them. Yeah, they'll screw it up. They'll screw it up.
Yeah.
All right, In the Loop is coming up next. You're listening to KILT, an HD station. Patrick Creighton and B. Scott, they're coming up. Seth, all the antibodies to you.
Yes, everybody have an awesome 2026. I'll see you in a year.
All righty. In the Loop begins now.
B. Scott.
My man.
Dude, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone here.
Exciting times, man. Exciting times to be here with you, man.
It is not terrible. It is not a bad thing to be alive on New Year's Day in 2026. Mitch Milmacki on the other side of the glass, doing a little double duty here. He's going to hang with us for at least half the show.
Oh, well, nice of him to do.
And then Colin Neal will replace him right about lunchtime. You think Colin will bring us lunch?
No.
Of course. course not.
Should he?
Disrespectful. Absolutely should.
Hey, look, it's one thing to have to come in on New Year's Day. To come in on New Year's Day.
You bring in lunch, I'm more than happy to reimburse him. I'm not saying pay for it. I'm just saying bring us lunch. We'll give you the money.
Well, fair enough. I brought my lunch. I came prepared. Because I don't expect nothing from none of y'all.
See, I'll be honest.
You are a team player, though. You'll get people lunch. I will vouch for PC on this. The whole will Colin bring us, because it is something that you would do, to be fair to you.
I thought mistakenly that my lunch was packed because last night the lovely mother of children had said to me, "You don't have to do that. I'll take care of it."
And she didn't.
And she didn't. Probably because I opened the champagne before she got to do it. And
I was going to say, because she sounds like me.
We know what happens once you open the champagne, and 3 bottles later.
Forget everything I said before then, right?
that was the end of all things. Not that it wasn't a good New Year, because 3 bottles of champagne. You're going to have a good New Year.
Well, damn it, Colin better be listening and bring us lunch, dog.
Bring us lunch, dog. Come on.
Something. I know plenty of stuff. There's nobody on the road, by the way. Like, I whisked my way here. No traffic. So he should be able to get in and get out, depending on what's open. But whatever's open, he should be able to get in and get out.
Yeah, I have no idea what's open, by the way. Didn't look. Like I said, with 3 bottles of champagne, I can tell you that when I got up at 6:30 this morning, maybe open mics. It's possible. It's possible. You know, maybe I had to take a couple of aspirin. I mean, it's possible. You know, these things happen on New Year's Day.
Well, we've got balance here, PC, because I am incredibly well rested. I was in bed. Oh, I'm not going to say in bed. I was asleep on my reclining couch by 9:30.
All right. Well, you know what?
I had my mother texting me from New Orleans around all of these celebrities that she was hanging out with. Her and my dad went to New Orleans for New Year's. They had the time that I guess I'm supposed to have, being half their age. But I was asleep by no later than 9:45.
Yeah. You know what? I had a very rough day yesterday. I got in from New York very early in the morning, and then I picked up my dog from the doggy hotel. And then I sat on the couch and I pet my dog for like 2 hours.
That's cute.
Then I went to H-E-B because clearly we had no food.
Right.
We've been gone for 2 weeks. There was no food. I decided to make cheesesteaks for dinner.
Oh.
So got like 2 pounds of roast beef and some fresh rolls. I made big, giant cheesesteaks for everybody for dinner. And then the champagne started, and, well, then it was 6:30.
Cheesecake and champagnes, a night at the Creighton house.
Cheesesteaks and champagne. You know what?
Not mad at it.
It's not a bad way to spend New Year's when you just don't feel it. We used to go out every year.
Yeah.
And then one year we nearly got killed in a head-on collision by a drunk driver driving on the wrong side of the road.
Because that's a thing that people do on New Year's.
We've never gone out since.
I was in Denver this time last year, so I brought in 2020, and we had a really great time. Obviously, it was cold because it's that time of year. But by the end of the trip, so let's call it around the 3rd or the 4th, by the time we were ready to come home, I had been punched in the face by a homeless woman.
A homeless woman?
Yeah, a homeless woman. One who I'd never seen before and obviously have not seen since.
Did she outweigh you?
I'm taller. She was probably heftier, but I'm much taller than she was. So she was thicker than I am, but I would imagine that we were probably way close to the same. But we had never seen each other. She was unprovoked. She just came up to me, and instead of saying hello, punched me dead in the face.
Crazy homeless lady.
Yes.
Middle of Denver.
Yes. On like their little 16th Street Mall, whatever they call it. It's kind of like analogous to, 6th Street in Austin or something like that. Just kind of walking around, a lot of construction. I thought she was a construction worker. She starts pulling a barricade near me. I try to get out of her way. I think she's working. Nope. She comes closer and closer. I'm like, why is she inching closer? Never expected that she might haul off and punch me.
You must have walked through her designated area.
I don't think I did. I think she just
thought you did.
So my girlfriend said that she thought maybe I reminded her of somebody. Maybe she thought she owed me one. and maybe so.
You look like somebody that owed her one, huh? All right.
Yeah. So yeah, no, and that's not the reason why I didn't go out, but that is my not near-death experience, but my New Year's experience that I don't necessarily want to relive. Because obviously I couldn't punch the woman back in the face, even though I was very, very, very close to doing so.
I mean, well, they're homeless, so I guess it's okay.
Oh, if there weren't witnesses, because I followed. I was going to kick the lady. And then, I saw all these other people. There was like a family walking by. I was like, I can't kick this lady in front of this.
Were you going to round house, like
just
kicker.
No, just like a quick drop kick. I had a coffee in my hand, so I threw my coffee at her, but she had on a jacket, and the coffee was kind of lukewarm, so I didn't feel like that was enough.
You need a headshot.
So I thought I needed to kick her, and I just decided against it. I was like, man, I can't kick this woman in broad daylight in a foreign city. I'm not going to.
He doesn't want to be on the news headlines for that one.
No, I figured I'd just take the L.
It'd probably be worse this year if you tried to do that.
But I still feel like I owe her one. Can't remember exactly what she looked like.
One day, B. Scott's just going to go to Denver, look around that area, and just find any short, round homeless woman and just start hauling off punches.
Women in downtown Denver, beware. Do not be what I apparently was to this woman and look like somebody who I owe one, because I'll kick you.
Apparently, this woman looks like what Charles Barkley thinks all the women in San Antonio look like.
Oh, worse. Worse.
So after spending 2 weeks in New York in the freezing cold, I can tell you that it would take an ungodly amount of money for me to ever go back to New York.
I could see that.
Not only is it like just I'm out on the cold, it snowed twice, which is nice to look at, but then it's like, oh, I have to move this. I have to shovel it. Yeah, no, I'm out. Out on all that. Out on cold, out on freezing wind, out on things being shut down because of 5-6 inches. I'm out on all of that. And out on, in the People's Republic of New York, if you go to the grocery store, you have to bring your own bags.
Yeah.
Because they don't give you bags.
I've heard that, yeah.
And to give you an idea of how insane that's in New York, I went to H-E-B yesterday. Like I said, no food. A can of chunky soup is $1.98. Okay? At King Cullen in New York, which is a local supermarket chain that's like all over Long Island, $4.59.
I would starve.
It's a can of soup.
I feel like if I had lived in New York, I'd have been dead long ago.
Yeah. Reasons to not live in New York for 500, Alex. Oh, there are so many. So I'm really glad to be back in the H where it is not 17 degrees.
No, it's
where
not.
there is no snow on the ground. And where the football team does not suck.
That's correct. Neither of them. I know there's only one, but
football team
New York's
does not suck.
New York's got 2 shots at the apple and they can't get it right.
No, and I mean the Giants can't even lose right.
That's true.
They had the number one seed.
Suck either.
They got the number one seed locked up, and then they go and beat the Raiders. Like, you idiots.
Oh, you mean the pick?
They're the number one pick.
You're right.
Set up,
yeah.
And then they blow it. Like, how? 2 years in a row.
This is
2 years in a row.
This is a thing that football does not tank properly, and I think it's kind of the nature of the game. Like, you kind of have to have your head on a swivel. If you tank a little bit too much, you could get yourself killed out there. But this is a thing. Bijani mentioned it right before he left in the toss. Like, the Texans did it incorrectly. It ended up working out for them and getting C.J. Stroud. But football teams just do not do tanking properly. They don't. It's not a thing.
Relatively past. And if you saw Carl Irsay's comments about change over the last couple of days, like changes, people are afraid of change, but I think change is important. Change is inevitable, and change can be good. There's going to be some changes for the shoe after the season, and this is me with all the sorrow and care and hurt in the world in my heart, where basically my heart pumps battery acid.
Are you shedding a thug tear?
This is the tear of battery acid coming down my face, doing absolutely nothing. Yes, I love watching Colts misery. It's a little weird not to be watching Jaguars misery, because usually there is Jaguars misery to be discussed, but this year they think they're good.
What is sweeter to you? Which tastes sweeter to you, Colts or Jags misery? Because I'm trying to decide this. I hate them both very much.
See, I'm an equal opportunity misery dispeller. I'm perfectly fine with both of them being miserable.
Fair enough.
In fact, things that I'm enjoying: Colts misery,
yeah,
fake Oilers misery, Cowboys misery.
They are miserable.
I'm fans of all of these things.
Yeah, they are miserable. They just got rid of their used-to-be star cornerback who likes to call out reporters in the hallway for tweeting very innocuous things. So, yeah, that's a miserable place.
Yeah, they have the wrong Diggs.
Oh, is there a right one?
Yeah, the right one's up in New England catching a truckload of passes.
Also allegedly possibly strangling people.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on the allegedly because
we'll stay with the allegedly.
Well, all right, let me.
You're gonna hold off on the allegation.
I'm holding
Stick
off
with the
on the seriousness of the allegation because they're anytime that you are, especially involved with the kind of person that he's with, big time celebrity, super rich, there's always somebody who's got a nefarious plan about how they're going to milk you for some dollars. And until proven otherwise, this just kind of smells like we're trying to milk you for some dollars. Although I did find it rather interesting. They had the clip of Cardi B on the field.
Yeah.
And Trayvon Diggs is like they're talking, and then he gets down on his knees in front of her. And I'm like, what did she say? Get down on your knees and worship me? And then he gets down and she's like, good boy. And then he was able to get back up. Because I could see that relationship being like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Cardi B seems much more deferential than that. I don't know how familiar you are with her previous relationship, but she is what the internet streets might consider a bit of a bird. And that's just, kind of a...
For those of us who are not internet street savvy.
Flimsy. Let's just call it flimsy. A bit of a floozy, if you will. I doubt that. I think that part of the appeal of Cardi B outside of the obvious would be that it would be the opposite of the way that you just described.
So isn't she the one that used to be a professional dater, per se?
Dater?
And then
that's a way to put it.
And then would rob people after she finished the job?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's what I wanted. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Exciting times.
Imagine having all the money, like you've got money that you could never spend. And Trayvon Diggs has money he could never spend unless he really, really wanted to blow it all. I just feel like I'd try to find somebody who brings more to the table than I used to rob people when I dated for money.
Well, to be fair, PC, she's come a long, long, long way from then.
Well, no, she's just rich now.
She's rich. She's won a Grammy Award for the best rap album. She's not just rich. She's incredibly rich and famous. Like, she's so far beyond. She does not need to rob Trayvon Diggs or anybody else.
I understand that I am old and white. Okay, I understand this.
I'm glad you understand.
But the idea that you can win a Grammy with...
She shouldn't have won it, by the way.
With these incredible lyrics like, I am Cardi B, I am in the club, this is where I be. That is Grammy material. And I feel like this is why I don't listen to popular music anymore, and this is why I don't watch award shows, because they would all make me put a gun in my face.
Yeah, the awards are not for you, PC. You are out of the demo.
I didn't even
100%.
I didn't even want to watch the bastardized version of Dick Clark's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Dipbleep, who
Seacrest.
Oh, I can't stand that guy. If ever somebody had a punchable face, he's the dude. And his face looks like it's made out of rubber anyway. So
he's so ingrained in pop culture. I almost don't have any feeling about him. I just expect him to be there.
There is nobody more fake than Ryan Seacrest.
Isn't that the job? I mean,
does it have to be? Does it have to be fake?
Does the job have to exist
in
the first place?
All I really want out of Dick Clark's Rockin' Eve is Randy Orton to come in with an RKO out of nowhere.
Yeah, I guess. I'd rather just watch a movie.
And of all the acts that they had, game. I didn't want to watch any of them. Like, there was zero appeal for me to watch. I watched 0 seconds of Dick Clark's Rockin' Eve, which was a staple of my life for like 40 years. And yeah, just like watched 0 minutes of it. Last year, I probably only watched 10 minutes of it.
Yeah. Life is changing in that way, PC. Like it's what they say, we're losing recipes, as the kids like to say. Losing recipes, and that's one of them.
Well, it's that or I'm losing sanity. It's one or the other.
It's probably both.
I'm not
probably both.
I'm not
I would
ready
bet
to
on
come
both.
to grips with the idea that I'm losing sanity. I'm not ready to come to grips with that yet. But it is New Year's Day.
It is.
And on New Year's Day, it's college football. There is a ton of college football.
Triple header today. Baby.
And the best thing, even if you're not a big college football fan or you're a casual fan, I mean, I am not a hardcore college football fan.
Really? Well, I guess
growing
is that
up
an
in
East
New
Coast
York,
thing?
Yeah. Well, growing up in New York, we didn't have a college football team. There were no college football teams. The closest you got Rutgers was ass. Rutgers didn't even get on the map until Greg Schiano was there.
Fair enough.
But Notre Dame was on Channel 4, which was NBC. You always got Notre Dame. Every now and then you get to watch Boston College. Boston College has been terrible for 3 decades. I think the last time Boston College mattered, Tom Coughlin was the head coach. And that was before he went to Jacksonville.
Yikes.
So they could, ZFG on that. None of the other, even smaller local programs, well, it didn't even exist.
That's interesting.
Stony Brook wasn't a D1 program. Nobody cared about Hofstra. They weren't anything really till Wayne Corbett was there, and then wide receiver Marcus Colston. He was there. They didn't have a big run, and then they dissolved their football program so they could put the money into their medical program. Yeah. So there's a big stadium across the street from Nassau Coliseum that it just sits there.
Yeah.
They play high school football, they play lacrosse, they play soccer there, but there's no college football there anymore. There's not really, my alma mater is now D1. When I was there, we were not D1. In fact, we played on a grass field with wooden bleachers. Where we played when I went to school in college, no high school team in this entire greater Houston area plays on such a slop fest. That was a college program. So it's college football wasn't a big thing in the greater New York City area because there wasn't any, but you had 2 NFL teams. And but New Year's Day, this is, if you're not a big college football fan, you're going to see a lot of guys who are going to be in the draft. And you're going to get to know some of the players your team might take. And that's one of the really cool parts about New Year's Day.
Well, I think the game that's going to start at 11, Oregon and Texas Tech, could be a quasi-national championship game in and of itself, because I think both of these teams, between Oregon and Tech, are both capable of winning the whole damn thing. So the only downside of being in here with you today is that my attention is going to be divided once this game does start at 11. I'm incredibly excited to watch Oregon and Texas Tech.
Hey, listen, I'd rather watch the bowl game than look at me too. So we're pretty cool with that one. So we'll talk about some of those games. We'll keep you up to date on Texas Tech and Oregon as the game goes on. You got Alabama and Indiana at 3. You got Ole Miss and Georgia at 7. We'll take a look at those games a little bit later on. But coming up next, going to have you pick your poison here. Patrick Creighton, Brandon Scott in the loop.
The wins keep on coming for the Texans. Thanks to another stellar performance in the 20-16 win over LA, Tommy Townsend earned the Week 17 AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Congrats, Tommy. Save some of that punting.
They beat them
Useless.
34-5 in 1978 at Three Rivers, where the Oilers committed 3 turnovers in the final 48 seconds of the first half that led to 17 Steeler points. And then the next year, 19, Oilers lose at Three Rivers again, 27-13. That's the Mike Renfro game where Mike Renfro has what looks like a game-tying touchdown in the third quarter that poor officiating ruled incomplete. They wind up kicking the field goal. They're down 17-13. The Steelers then score 10 unanswered points in the fourth to seal it. Or the Baltimore Ravens, whom the Texans are 0-2 in the postseason.
Yeah.
Lost in 2011 in the divisional round 20-13 at M&T Bank. And then more recently in 2023 AFC divisional round, lost 34-10 at M&T Bank Stadium in a game where Lamar Jackson did what he always does to the Texans, which is dominate in the air, dominate on the ground. The only Texans touchdown was a 67-yard punt return by Steven Sims. Texans get outscored 24-0 in the second half. Now, the Texans have never beaten Lamar Jackson. They're 0-3 against Lamar Jackson, including the Christmas Day debacle last year at NRG, where Jackson broke the NFL quarterback rushing yards record, had a 48-yard touchdown, and pretty much the only highlight of the game was the halftime show at Beyonce.
Yeah. The score was 31-2, if I remember correctly.
31-2. It was just.
I believe the score was 31-2.
Abysmal.
That feels correct. It was one of those games where, and Texans have had a couple of these over the last several years, where they score an amount that is embarrassing, where you would just rather they not score at all.
Just get shut out.
Like they had one of those against the Cardinals, I think in J.J. Watt's first year there, so like 2021, where they scored 5. It was like 30-something to 5. Don't score 5 or 2. Score 3, 6, 0, not 5, not 2.
Can we get 4?
No.
Can we get 4?
Not even 4. Give me 0. Like, lose respectfully. Come on now. It was one of those games.
So there is history with the Steelers, who were the obstacle preventing the Oilers from ever getting to a Super Bowl. There is history with Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, where Lamar Jackson just pretty much kicks the Texans' ass every time he plays them.
He does.
So who do you want? Do you want revenge for the long-standing history, or do you want revenge for the recent history? Do you want the Steelers? Do you want the Ravens?
So the part that I really like about this is that it's pick your poison, but curveball here, I don't think neither one of these teams is poison. I think they're both food. Either one of these teams that the Texans get, whether it be the Steelers, whether it be the Ravens, I like the Texans. I'm taking the Texans on the road against either one of these outfits. History be damned. And so I'll take revenge against either one. Whichever one of those that y'all prefer, I'll take it. But in terms of which opponent I prefer, choose your own adventure, pick your poison. The Ravens, man. I like the Texans' chances against the Ravens even more so than the Steelers. And that might sound crazy because you're like, well, wait a minute. They got Lamar Jackson. PC just read off the history of how Lamar Jackson owns the Texans. They also have Derrick Henry, who maybe not quite as recently, but over the course of time, throughout the course of a longer history, has also owned the Texans, more so with a different team. But these are the two players that have owned the Texans. I get that. But the way I see it, they haven't seen a Texans defense like this. And quite honestly, the defense on the other side, the Ravens defense, that's the one that I'm trying to get after. Like, I think that, just to be honest here, if you are a Texans offensive player, you'd rather see the Ravens. If you're a Texans defensive player, you'd rather see the Steelers, right? If you play defense for the Texans, you don't want to be chasing around Lamar Jackson and trying to bow up and tackle Derrick Henry all day. You'd much rather go up against this version of Aaron Rodgers and a Steelers offense that honestly just does not threaten you, does not scare you, I think, at all. So if you're on the defensive side, that's who you would prefer. But overall, like, I think that the defense can handle the Texans defense, that is, can handle this version of Lamar Jackson and this version of the Ravens. And I think that the Texans offense can actually go off against this version of the Ravens defense. So if I take it in totality, give me the Ravens. I ain't scared. This ain't last year. This ain't previous years. These ain't your big brothers or your Uncle Tex, for that matter. So give me the Ravens.
So what if I told you the Pittsburgh Steelers are 29th in the NFL in passing defense, allowing 245.3 passing yards per game?
And this offense, which is inconsistent to say the least, could use a cone like that, if you will, a cone defense like that, somebody that they can throw the ball on. Give me that, as opposed to a Steelers defense that ranks in the top 5 in pass rush win rate, right? So that means they can at least get after the pass.
That's the Steelers that I gave you that number on, that are 29th in the league in passing yards allowed.
I thought you were giving me the Ravens. They're just as bad, though.
That's the Steelers. The Ravens have the exact same number.
See? So back to my earlier point.
Yes, you were not wrong.
They're both
I just hadn't set that part up yet.
They're both food. It will be time to eat come whenever they schedule this game for. Like, when it comes time for the first round of the playoffs, no matter if it's the Steelers or the Ravens, give me the Texans. If I got to choose one that I prefer, it's going to be the Ravens. But hey, look, at the very least, the Steelers can, especially if T.J. Watt turns out to be healthy. We'll see what happens with that. But the Steelers at least have a redeeming quality on defense. The Ravens simply do not. They don't get after the passer. They give up a lot of yards through the air. They're just an easier op to go against.
You know, there's the it's what I call Texans PTSD.
I'm trying to fight against that.
Which I find there is a great deal of Texans fans with Texans PTSD. And I understand this because, again, I growing up of a Giants fan, there were, despite the fact that they have won 4 Super Bowls in my lifetime, they have also had a lot of seasons that would make you want to drink very heavily. They currently have one of the dumbest owners in all of the NFL, maybe only out-rivaled by the other owner in the same building.
Is that are the Giants the most Super Bowl or bust franchise there is? It feels like they're either winning the Super Bowl or embarrassing y'all.
They are 4-1 in the Super Bowl.
One or the other.
And the Super Bowl they lost, they got embarrassed. And they have had a lot of seasons where they have been just holy bleep awful. In fact, over the last decade, the only team with a worse cumulative record than the New York Giants over the last 10 years
got to be the Browns.
Is the Jets. Even the Browns
they did
are better than the
right.
Giants.
That's right. They did have the Baker Mayfield, Nick Chubb stretch there where they were okay.
I mean, even just pick awful team, the Cardinals. They're better than the Giants, right? Everybody is better than the Giants, and it's shameful. It's despicable. The Bengals, I mean, you've got, hell, right here, you got the fake Oilers. They're better than the Giants over the last decade. They're that awful.
Who would you rather face, Steelers or Ravens? If you are on the Texans and we put truth serum, because they're not going to actually tell us, but if you were to be honest and if you were a Texan, who would you rather face?
I think I'd rather face the Steelers. And the reason I'd rather face the Steelers is if I can keep C.J. Stroud upright for 2 seconds, he's going to shred that awful secondary.
Yeah.
And nothing about the Steelers' offense scares me. Absolutely nothing. Not 750-year-old Aaron Q. Rodgers. Not their non-existent running game. Not Pat Freiermuth. Or, like there's nothing about the Steelers' offense that scares me. So
the Texans do have a little bit of a tight end weakness here or there. They are susceptible to the tight end. Freiermuth is nice.
Yeah, but they don't use him the way you would think that they would use him.
And then they're just not good. They're just flat out not good.
But I don't
me either.
I don't like anything they do offensively. And with the Texans defense, how awesome would it be to potentially end Aaron Rodgers' career by just battering him, bruising him, sacking him, picking him off, stripping him, and beating his ass into the ground?
Don't threaten me with a good time, PC. Don't threaten me with a good time.
I feel like that is the best possible way for Aaron Rodgers' career to end, is for him to just take the most colossal ass kicking of his life.
You know what? I think you've convinced me. I didn't think about it this way. I like Aaron Rodgers far less. I don't want to use the word hate or anything. I like him far less than I like Lamar Jackson. Or I like Lamar Jackson a lot more than I like Aaron Rodgers.
There's no reason to not like Lamar Jackson.
Not at all.
He just beats you on the field.
No, I actually do like Lamar Jackson.
I got a lot of reasons not to like Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
And God, I would love to. You know what? Send him back to some dark cave with no lights and a bucket to you-know-what in. Okay? Done. Can't wait to retire him.
Whose face would you rather like just shove into the turf? Would you rather just like mash into the turf? Aaron Rodgers.
It's always Aaron Rodgers.
So yeah,
always Aaron Rodgers.
I don't think I thought about it that way. From that standpoint, I absolutely would rather the Steelers. But that comes with the belief that they would win the game no matter what against whoever they face. And so I'd rather get that ass kick into the one that I feel like deserves it most.
Coming up next, it's not how any of us expected the Texans to get here. Yet, here we are. Get to it next. He's Brandon Scott. I'm Patrick Creighton. In for the guys on In the Loop.
The Texans clinched a playoff berth with their 20-16 win over the Chargers. That makes 3 in 3 years for C.J. Stroud as the starting QB. But he's not taking it for granted.
It takes a lot of hard work to get here. And it's not just every year, the Texans are standing to go to the playoffs. What really matters is the work we put in. And so just not getting used to success. So, when that time comes, you're still grateful.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Happy New Year. I'm Bridget.
2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Patrick Creighton, Brandon Scott in for the guys on In the Loop. Happy New Year to all of you from all of us. And B. Scott, we were talking about, the Texans and getting from, you want the Steelers, you want the Ravens. And look, this season, I think we all had a lot of aspirations for the Texans coming into this season. There's a little piece of paper on that wall behind you that before the season I picked them to win.
Well, look at you.
And oddly enough, they are one win from winning 12 games. And I will tell you that.
So you were not on cocaine.
It is absolutely not in any way, shape, or form close to how I expected them to win 12 games.
No.
Yet, here we are. And coming from 0-3, which is pretty much the bottom, to be the first team in NFL history to start 0-3 and make the postseason twice. For you, what do you consider the biggest reasons for the Texans' turnaround and this 8-game win streak that has them currently the 5 seed in the AFC?
I think they finish games better. So that's one from an overall more generic team standpoint. I would go more specifically, though. And look, this is a tough argument to make because we all still have our complaints or criticisms about the offense and it going through its lows and stretches where it just looks inept or incompetent. But I think that the rookies emerging in the way that they have, just kind of being either small factors or non-factors early on in the season to now being major factors and major contributors at this point in the season is just something that you could not account for or have to account for now as being an obvious difference, right? Like you're not opening up the game, your first third down play with a deep shot to Jaden Higgins for a touchdown earlier in the year. You're not doing it on the second drive to Jalen earlier, even though I know his only other touchdown in this season, I think, came in the Baltimore game, if I'm not mistaken. But think about it. That's it. Those are his only 2 touchdowns. One against Baltimore, then the most recent game, nothing else. Now, we've seen a lot of him in the return game, and he's been really good there. But these were not guys that really factored much into whether it was the game plan or just how they executed. They did not target these guys a whole lot. It did not seem like they had a whole lot of options outside of Nico Collins, right? It was kind of like Nico Collins or bust, and then sometimes not even that. Maybe Dalton Schultz here and there. There was like a Christian Kirk game once he finally came back. But
there was a game.
Like a game.
Okay.
But for the most part, like it's been really rough. And now I think, and then of course the Woody Marks thing, right? He wasn't your lead back to start the season. He is now, and that has worked out. So I think the emergence of the rookies, to name one, and then just the simple ability to close out games. You got to think about it. They lost a lot of close games, right? I don't think they've been blown out yet. The closest to a blowout was probably that Seattle game.
Yeah, where they lose by 10.
Yeah, so every game has been close except for that one, and even that one is only losing by 10. So it's the ability to close a game, like win a close game by closing a game, and also the emergence of their rookies as weapons. And I think the defense as well has, started off really good and has steadily improved to become actually dominant. They went from a really good defense to a dominant defense. They went from non-existent contributions from their rookies to key contributions from their rookies.
No, think about the first 3 games of the season, right? The Texans defense, ultimate failure at the very end of the game that cost them the game.
Yeah.
Against the Rams, against the Bucks, and then against the Jaguars.
Yeah.
But the one against the Bucks was the most egregious.
Yeah.
But all 3 of those games, like this was a team that, okay, they're going to be a defense first team. And late in the game, they've got a lead or the game is tied. And very late in the game, they just give it right up down the field nice and easy.
Yeah.
And they're 0-3. And we're wondering, all right, what is this team? The offense still looks out of sync. The offensive line is still a mess. The defense is falling apart at the very end. What are the Texans? What are we watching? And to me, I think very important has been the evolution of the offensive line. Right? Cam Robinson, not here. Laken Tomlinson, not here. That was your starting left tackle and starting left guard week 1.
Yeah.
And they're not here. You have figured some things out, right? So you had Titus Howard playing really well at right tackle.
Well, they did start the rookie. They did start Ursery at least.
They started him at right tackle. First week, he played right tackle, and then he moved to left tackle. You had Titus playing guard and then back to tackle. And he played very well at tackle. They've moved him back to guard because, well, they figured out they don't have a left guard. I think that was the same problem they had a year ago. They didn't have a left guard. Titus has
been
played
their problem for several years now.
Believe it or not, now Titus, who has always been a really good right tackle and a mediocre left guard, real well at left guard this year. Jake Andrews has not had a great season, but over the last 5 weeks, he's had a big improvement where he has been one of the best centers in the league in pass protection for a guy who previously was getting beat like a drum. You've got Ed Ingram at right guard, who has been their best run blocker, struggles in pass protection, but they have their highest yards per carry running behind Ed Ingram. Trent Brown, who started the year essentially on the PUP list and missed half the season, has now become the right tackle, allowing you to kick Titus in. And Blake Fisher, who I think 90% of this city thinks is a bust, found a niche as the 6th offensive lineman in the jumbo package and then did not allow a single pressure last week starting at left tackle. Now, I don't know how long that starts, and I don't know if maybe he's a guy who's just better on the left side than the right side, or maybe playing the jumbo package has helped him grow as a player by leaps and bounds, because to me, that was one of the biggest reasons why the offense found its footing, particularly with Davis Mills under center, was because they went to this 6 lineman alignment. They went to this jumbo package. Every time they start a drive, 57 is reported eligible, except like to hear them and they threw a flag. But pretty much every drive begins with 57 eligible. And that has improved their pass protection. That has given them a little bump on the run on that side. And they have been a better offensive team since they started using the jumbo package heavy on a regular basis. And the other side to that is, well, what has the effect been on the quarterback position? Well, check this out. You know how early in the season there was a lot of complaints about CJ's not getting through his reads, CJ's not getting through his progressions, partly because CJ was probably getting clobbered before he finished a 3-step drop, but that's a different story.
It's like, what progression? I'm on the ground.
Since week 11, according to FTN, they did a quarterback read progression distribution chart. Number 1 in progression rate is Dak Prescott, who may lead the NFL in passing despite being on like one of the worst defensive passing teams in the league. 96.5% progression rate. Number 2 at 96.4 is CJ Stroud. The improvement of the line, which this year, you were thinking about last year how awful they were, they gave up 54 sacks.
Yeah.
Well, this year they've only given up 31 sacks, which is tied for 10th best in the league. Before the season started, part of my explanation of why they're going to go 12-5 is the offensive line will be better. And if they're just 12-20 instead of, 30-32, if they're just somewhere between 12 and 20, this will be a good enough offense that they're going to win a whole lot of games. The defense ain't going to give up a lot of points.
Yeah, I think that – so all of this, what you say is true. I think that also the quarterbacks deserve a little bit of credit in this as well, though. The improved sack numbers and the pressure that they're facing. First, I start with Davis Mills in that 3-game stretch where he started. The kind of the hallmark of his time there was getting the ball out quick. It's like, get the ball to Nico, get the ball out quick. Like, he was not taking sacks. And then C.J. Stroud, to his credit, has also done a much better job of, hey, when there is time, because this was an issue with C.J., he would hold the ball a little bit too long with the belief that he could find a play or make a play. He is giving up on plays quicker and not taking some of those unnecessary sacks that he used to take. So on top of the offensive line improving, that, like you mentioned, and which is true, you got an improved offensive line and a better decision-making quarterback from the reads to understanding when a play is dead and throwing the ball away. He's done a much better job of not taking unnecessary sacks, even when the pocket is muddy or whatever the case may be.
No, spot on with that. We have seen CJ really since he's come back be more willing to throw the ball away or just ground it, just put it in the dirt.
Yep.
Which, like you said, he had that college mentality of, I can stretch this long enough, somebody will come open. But there's no college open in the NFL.
Right.
The D-backs are too good.
And he also played with some of the best wide receivers that college football had to offer at the time.
That did not hurt.
Like, with his own ability and the belief in these superstars at wide receivers, like, of course I can hold on to the ball and get it to somebody. That's not how it works here.
If I just wait another second, JSN's getting open.
Exactly.
By the way, that's working out pretty well for Sam Darnold, by the way. If I just wait an extra second, JSN's getting open.
He was right, by the way. He was right at the time. It's just not the same today.
So I think those two are really the two biggest reasons is the offensive line's evolution, and I think their offensive line coach who was much derided at the beginning of the year as, oh, they just kept a guy from last year. Why is it going to be any better? Well, we've seen it's better. It's a lot better, and we've seen kind of an evolution here with CJ, particularly since Week 11, where he has become a little bit different quarterback, a little bit more mature quarterback. Willing to accept taking what is on the table as opposed to sending it back for more.
Yeah, and not just is the offensive line better year to year, the beauty of it is that you've been able to see the progression within the year, kind of to your point that you're talking about, like the difference, what's allowed them to go on this streak. You know, we can go back to that Jacksonville game. To me, that first Jacksonville game was their most egregious loss because I thought the Jaguars were doing their very best to give them the game.
Oh, they absolutely
were trying to hand them the game. But if you think back to it, the Texans, they couldn't max protects against a three-man rush. So if you guys don't know what that means you got way more blockers than they got runners or rushers, and they're still getting home, which is inexcusable.
They've got 3 rushers. You've got 2 receivers.
Yeah, but at least to 7 guys in there to protect, and they're getting around all of them.
Still getting beat.
It was a damn shame.
Coming up next, time for Hot Leads. We'll get to it next. PC and B. Scott in for In the Loop.
Ready? The Texans close down the regular season in a rematch with the Colts on Sunday. The playoffs are a guarantee, but a win this week could mean a 3rd straight AFC South title here in H-Town. Hear the game here with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
These are the new leads.
Now look, I need the leads.
These are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight, 2 lead cards for tomorrow.
Why give him the good leads? He's got the leads. He's got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is the leads.
They stole the Glengarry leads.
Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
Breaking News 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Nothing is hotter in hot leads than breaking news, and we have breaking news. A minute ago. So yesterday, I had put out a tweet and included in my crawfish boil news and rumors around baseball that the Houston Astros could be a stalking horse in the bidding for Japanese starting pitcher Tatsuya Eime, as his deadline to sign is tomorrow. And coming off of Munetaka Murakami's very short deal that he signed with the Chicago White Sox, if Eime is also willing to take a short deal, the Astros could be a stalking horse. 1 minute ago, from Jeff Passan, star Japanese right-hander Tatsuya Eime and the Houston Astros are in agreement on a free agent contract. The Astros get a legit starting pitcher who is capable of making up for the loss of Framber Valdez in an offseason where the Astros have basically played around in the bargain bin and worked the margins and trades. B. Scott, they make a significant move here that may not necessarily dollar.
Yeah, and it does, I would say just on the front end, it does signal to me what I would call the unofficial but pretty much official end of the Framber Valdez era. I think there was some people were holding out a little bit of hope because there seemed to be a mention of conversation from Dana Brown at the winter meetings between the Astros and Framber Valdez's camp. This signing, to me, would outright eliminate that, but it is noteworthy because that's one of their priorities this offseason is figuring out the starting pitching, especially with the assumption that Framber Valdez is no longer going to be there. Now, it is worth noting, of course, that Tatsuya is not going to get the same, anywhere close to what, let's say, a Yamamoto got. He's older, and from what I understand, not nearly as good. But to your point, definitely starting caliber, probably what would you say, middle to back end of the rotation kind of guy?
I'd say he probably, on his existing data, would project as like a 3. But we know the Astros always have a way of maximizing pitchers' ability, so could potentially bump to a 2.
I was going to say, with that in mind, so Hunter Brown is obviously their ace. Who would we say, because I've lost track of who's healthy and who's actually going to be available, who would we say is their number 2? Sans Framber Valdez obviously is not around anymore.
Christian Javier.
Christian Javier is the 2.
And then I think Eime would slot in as the 3, but maybe a guy who could actually outproduce Javier. We don't know from Javier. Hopefully we get more of vintage Javier now that he's a second year away from Tommy John surgery. Last year for the Cebu Lions, Tatsuya Eime, 10-5, 192 ERA, 178 Ks and 163 2/3. 0.89 whip. Just absolutely dominant pitcher. He'll be coming here for his age 28 season. Want to give a shout out to Colin Neal, who'll be coming in here at 12 for the tip-off. Also, from Jesse Rogers, Eime's deal with the Astros is expected to be 3 years with opt-out, so short-term deal. Rogers says it'll be the largest AAV for a Japanese pitcher coming over outside of Yamamoto. So the Astros going short years, big dollars, potentially on a deal that'll have opt-outs for Eime, and an opportunity here where Dana Brown saw an opportunity, a window, that this was not going to be a long-term deal with a big long-term commitment. You know, anytime a deal like this is getting done, anytime we're talking about potentially going over the tax line, Jim Crane is heavily involved. So Jim Crane, Dana Brown, in alignment here. They go and they get arguably the best pitcher, starting pitcher on the market, not named Framber Valdez.
Right. And much cheaper, obviously.
And younger.
Yeah.
Much shorter on the years at the very least. This is finding an opportunity and nailing it.
Yeah, more bang for the buck. I'm also seeing here that his 27% strikeout rate since the start of 2024 is the best in that league as well. So mid-90s is where he sits at. They say he's got a real promising slider. I'm interested to see what do the Astros do, especially with their changes to their staff. What is that going to look like? And I imagine they'll still have that kind of that pitcher's magic, pixie dust that they're able to sprinkle on pitchers whenever they get here. But I'll be interested to see how he evolves as a pitcher with the Astros' influence, and then what that impact is ultimately on the squad. I feel like this is the lowest expectation season that we've had since this Astros run, right? Oh, it's the first time they didn't go to the playoffs since 2016. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a kind of a prove-it year for the team, and then, this will be somebody that will be introduced to both in Houston and the Major League Baseball public at large.
I can't explain. This is a big deal for the Astros to make this move. This guy's got legit major league velocity. He's not one of these Japanese pitchers to come here throwing 91, 92. This guy's got legit big league. And as we saw, I mean, look, think about what the Astros did with Garrett Cole. They took a guy who had terrific stuff, but inconsistent success, and turned him into Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
They took a guy in Charlie Morton whose entire career had been one injury after the next, and turned him into a World Series hero.
How about Yusei Kikuchi 2 years ago, he had been an all-star, but was kind of meh that season until he got here, and then was pitching like an all-star again.
Another example, guy with big-time stuff, inconsistent results, and the Astros got him a 3-4 year deal in free agency?
With the Angels, yeah.
So I'm really excited about Eime, and you know what? Now you feel a lot more confident in this starting rotation. And now there's a lot of depth. There's going to be some competition in the back end. I expect they're going to stay with a six-man rotation. I mean, outside of earlier in the season when you got an off day every week. But you're probably going to see the Astros have a six-man rotation for a lot of the year. But your front three in Hunter, Javier, and Eime are really good.
So this isn't even devil's advocate, because we can agree just objectively this is good. This is a good thing to happen for the Astros. But the negative side for me, or the part that I'm not as optimistic about, PC, we know this. Even despite all of the injury issues that they had last year, pitching wasn't ass last year. It wasn't awful.
They just ran out of season.
And so, but my point being, they pitched pretty well last year. I suspect that they'll continue to do so. My New Year's resolution yesterday when I was on here with Reginald was that what I'd like to see the Astros do, and this is not something that this pitcher is going to be able to help them do because he pitches, he doesn't hit, is to take more pitches, better plate appearances, better at bat, more quality at bats the way that they used to do. The Astros that we all fell in love with over the past decade or so is not the Astros that they had been over the last 2 years, I would say. They kind of lost their way in that regard. And so I'm glad about this, that they're going to be able to stay true to form with their pitching performance, or at least it looks that way. But if they don't have better showings at the plate, more discernment at the plate, better at bats, then I feel like it's going to be more. Of course, you want that injury situation to be a lot better, and you figure it should be. But if they don't have better at bats, I'm not sure how far they're going to be able to go.
Well, I'll tell you what. My New Year's wish?
Yeah.
My New Year's wish is that the Astros are able to trade Isaac Paredes and bring in another frontline, at least mid-rotation, but with a lot of team control pitcher. They're able to trade Christian Walker and not pay more than $10 million per year of that contract and bring Alex Bregman home to play first base.
Oh.
That's my New Year's wish. Bring Breggy home. A little bit of putting the band back together with Bregman and Correa, adding them to, Altuve and Yordan. But as long as Altuve is on the team, the Astros are going to try to win. So you're winning now. You're not winning in 4 years. You're trying to win now. You're not dealing from your minor leagues. You're not that you have a whole lot to deal with. But if you're able to trade Walker, I hear the Mets need a first baseman. If you're able to trade Christian Walker and not pay more than half his salary, so you save $10 million a year. If you're able to trade Isaac Paredes and get a young pitcher back, because if you're looking at potentially trading him to Boston, they have young pitching. If you're looking at potentially trading him to the Mets, they have young pitching. And then you bring in Bregman. I know it'll cost a lot of money for Bregman, but let me tell you, F that tax. Nobody here cares about paying more for tickets if we're winning. And much as you said about, they've for 2 years, they have wanted to get back to being more selective at the plate, drawing more walks, getting on base. Well, Alex Bregman was the king of that.
Yes, he was.
And
remained so while he was in Boston.
Carlos Correa, excellent at that. Yordan Alvarez, excellent at that. Now you've got some guys that really can help you in that department as you change your offensive philosophy and your infield defense outside of Altuve at second base is
Yeah, I'm with everything that you said except, and this is along the same train of thought, everything except the Isaac Paredes deal, because he also has a lot of that. Like, lest we forget, because he was injured for such a long stretch, but he's the one guy out of the ones that you mentioned that I wouldn't mind keeping, even if it was to sacrifice more pitching, because I trust them to figure things out more so with what they have now, especially with this deal that we announced ahead of the, at the top of the hour here. I trust them a lot more with what they already have pitching-wise, and to keep Isaac Paredes, and even he be another option on that infield, right? There's somebody that can play third and has played second in the past.
He can't play second base anymore. He can't. And coming off a torn hamstring, he's got extremely little experience at second base. And you can't learn a position if you can't move laterally. Coming off of that injury, I don't know how willing I'd be to have him trying to play second. Can he play first? He could play first. He's not going to be a plus defender. He's a minus defender at third. Now, he's not a bad defender. He's just below average. He's not a good defender. But he's not. I mean, bad is you're just awful. You're like minus 10 defensive run saved. You let balls get through the wickets all the time. He's not a bad defender. He's just not a plus defender. And he won't be that at first base either. Bregman would be a Gold Glove level defender.
Well, yeah, there's no argument.
And the other side to that for me, if you trade Paredes and you go get the young starting pitcher, you now have a little bit of a surplus with young starting pitchers in A.J. Bluebaugh, in Spencer Arrighetti. Can I package one of those guys and go get a thumper in the outfield? Because I got a lot of youth in my outfield. Whether I have Jake Myers or not, I got a lot of youth in my outfield defensively, and Myers doesn't have any thump. Can I go get a thumper that plays the outfield? And now I've improved my pitching, I've improved my defense, I've improved my power. It's 3 steps, but look, we knew it was going to be a creative situation for the Astros, so let's get creative, Dana.
Get the band back.
Already got Eime. New Year, it's already a good New Year. It's already a good New Year.
It's a good New Year.
Man.
Let's go.
So we actually did not get to any of the things in Hot Leads that we intended to.
That was the hot lead, damn it.
Because, well, the hottest lead is Tatsuya Eime is coming to the Houston Astros. And once we get more info on that, just got a text here from my guy Scott Barzilla, who's our analytics expert at the Crawfish Boxes. He said it looks like it's 3 years, $63 million, with an opt-out after each season.
That sounds like an Astros special.
1,000,000% an Astros special, man. Love that. Love that. So, coming up next, we'll actually do the real rest of the Hot Leads. Next.
The Drive is live. injury lawyers at 281-222-2222.
These are the new leads.
Now, look, I need the leads.
These are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight, 2 lead cards for tomorrow.
Why give him the good leads? He's got the leads. He's got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is the leads.
They stole the Glengarry leads.
Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
All right, this time we're going to get to the actual other hot leads as the Astros landing Tatsuya Eime, a 3-year deal, $63 million potential value, opt-outs after each year. The biggest news, probably going to be the biggest news of the day. The regular hot leads, shall we? Is Q-Rod laying the groundwork for his exit.
I love that you call him Q-Rod.
This is a winner-go-home game for them against the Baltimore Ravens. And Aaron Rodgers said he has not thought about returning to Pittsburgh next year after his one-year deal expires. He said, I'm thinking about this week. Obviously, I'm 42 years old. I'm on a one-year deal. So you know what the situation is. Whenever the season ends, I'll be a free agent. That'll give me a lot of options if I still want to play. I mean, not a lot of options, but there'll be options, I would think. Maybe 1 or 2. If I decide I still want to play, hey, there'll be an option in Indianapolis.
Oh, yeah, and they like old quarterbacks.
They do. They like old quarterbacks. Like, hey, they get Aaron Rodgers.
They've got an old quarterback kind of like kink.
They could get Kirk Cousins. His deal is up.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, there's a few old quarterbacks they could go out and get. But Aaron Rodgers,
a known liar too, by the way. I haven't thought about next year. Just a known liar, so we know that that's not true.
Colossally full of bleep.
He hasn't thought about it, but somehow also knows that he'll have, maybe not a lot of options, but 1 or 2.
Yeah.
How do you figure that if you haven't thought about it?
He proved how much could be doing his 2-hour stints on McAfee every week for a couple of years there. But Q-Rod, could he be laying the groundwork for leaving? Like I said, I want him to win this week. I want him to play the Texans, and I want the Texans to plant him 8 feet under. Not 6 feet, 8 feet under.
I don't know what about his most recent play and the most recent results that he's had at his most recent stops would indicate to him that he should keep doing this. Like, he doesn't want for money. He just to be fair to him, he doesn't have anything to prove. He can moonwalk into the Hall of Fame if he wants to when it comes time. So it's not like there's any legacy fighting. I don't suspect that he's got money problems. Go home, my guy. It's over with. It's over with now, unless it's really just that love and passion for the game, which I don't think any of us have ever really confused him to be one of those type of guys, and we could just be wrong about it. But I don't understand why he would want to continue to do this or what there is left to really do. I mean, outside of the disappointment of somebody that good only winning 1 Super Bowl, and it maybe even sounds crazy to say only 1 Super Bowl, but somebody with that kind of talent, you probably expect to at least make it more times and probably win it at least another time. That hasn't happened, but there's nothing about his stops at either the Jets or this one with Pittsburgh that should lead him to believe that he is going to be any kind to a Super Bowl run. The only way he would get there is if he were able to ride the coattails of a 49ers type of squad that could win with any quarterback, but that's not happening. They've got their quarterback. Like, it's just, I don't see the opportunity that meets the whole risk or like just the whole idea of doing it, or being worth the opportunity.
Rodgers has thrown for 3,028 yards this year in 15 games. He is 6,000 yards behind Brett Favre. As you know, Favre and Rodgers, mortal enemies. You know he wants nothing more than to pass Brett Favre on every possible all-time list that he can. That would mean he'd need to play 2 more years to pass Brett Favre.
That's it. It is insane. I don't care how much you love or hate Brett Favre. The idea that I'm going to make any decision in life based off of Brett damn Favre, Brett stealing from the poor Brett Favre, hell no. Like, as much as I don't like Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre makes him look like a damn Mother Teresa as far as I'm concerned. To hell with Brett Favre. Like, just that idea, to me, that would be the dumbest reason to continue to play. To chase Brett Favre, who, by the way, I think most reasonable minds already believe he's better than. He's better than Brett Favre.
But, rule number 32. There's no petty like sports petty.
Fair enough.
All right, number 2. The injury-riddled forsaken Cowboy as Green Bay claims former Cowboys cornerback Trayvon Diggs off of waivers. The Packers are beat up in the secondary. They lost 2 corners last week. Nate Hobbs suffered a knee injury that could be a season ender. Kamal Haddon sustained a season-ending ankle injury. He's already on IR. So the Pack go and they claim Trayvon Diggs off waivers. They were the only team to submit a waiver claim on Diggs. Now, because they claimed him, they are technically on the hook for the rest of his 5-year, $97 million deal that he signed in 2023. But there is no more guaranteed money on the deal, so they can cut him at the end of the year with 0 consequence.
Yeah, you got to figure that there is a possibility that they want to restructure or do a new deal, possibly. This was the most predictable outcome based on the history that you just laid out there, their recent injuries to their secondary, but also, Micah Parsons is there. Diggs and Parsons are real buddy-buddy from their Dallas days, and Diggs was one of the more vocal and notably hurt Cowboys by what the Cowboys decided to do in trading Micah Parsons. So a Diggs-Parsons reunion after the Cowboys eventually soured on both of them, surprising at all that would happen in Green Bay, considering that Parsons is already there.
All right, number 3. How interested would you be in Michael Chandler versus Conor McGregor on the White House lawn? Here is Michael Chandler dropping a really big hint.
So, Michael, tell me what you got coming up in the New Year's. And I think I know what you got coming up in the New Year's.
I will say it's going to be a big year. Number 1, like you said, the UFC is now on Paramount Plus the entire year for the next multitude of years. And also, there's a rumor going around. We can't confirm nor deny, but it does sound like I might be handing Conor McGregor a good old-fashioned, passionate red, white, and blue butt whooping on the south lawn of the White House sometime this summer. That's the plan. Let's go.
I'm interested in a fight on the lawn at the White House. It adds a little intrigue, a little edge to it. Why not? It's a novelty to that. That's not a thing. I can't remember fights on the White House lawn.
Yeah, that's definitely not a thing that's ever happened in America.
Yeah, so I don't have any reference point for that. So yeah, you can intrigue me with that. Yeah, sure. I don't think I've seen Conor fight since who was he fighting when he broke his leg in the middle of the fight? That was
was that Gaethje?
No, was it?
Dustin Poirier.
Yes, that was it. That was it. So I don't think I've seen him fight since then.
Well, he's gotten his ass whooped since then.
Yeah, I was going to say I just haven't been paying attention. So this would be something that would bring me back.
I think the last fight he won was in the remake of Roadhouse. Assuming we're watching 9-year-old men in bars. But I would not mind seeing Conor McGregor get his ass whooped, red, white, and blue style, on the White House lawn on what is tentatively being planned for, I believe, President Trump's birthday, June 14th.
Oh, see that? Not to get too political here, but I didn't know it was going to be a birthday gift for old Prez. I guess.
And look, to me, I don't care. You like Donald Trump, you don't like Donald Trump, don't care. This is about we're getting UFC on the White House lawn. This is going to be spectacle. And I'm here for it. Plus, it involves Conor McGregor potentially getting his ass whooped. So, 2 spectacles. Last one. Kevin Sumlin is back in Houston. Kevin Sumlin has been named the new head coach of the newly renamed Houston Gamblers. So the Houston Roughnecks have been renamed the Gamblers. House was cleaned after last season. And Kevin Sumlin is the new head coach, and he will join us tomorrow at 1 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 610.
It sounds exciting. I looked at now my Roughnecks gear. I got to find my Houston Roughnecks hoodie. It's somewhere at home. I think I bought it around the same time I bought the jacket that I've got on now. It's going to be like a relic of sorts.
Yeah,
a
all
throwback.
Roughnecks gear, probably like 85% off. Get it now.
Yeah, definitely paid full price for mine. But, yeah, I digress.
By the way, shout out to Colin Neal, who will be taking over producing duties from Mitchell Millimacki at high noon. Bringing in the pizza. Stops at Pink's Pizza, brings us the pizzas for myself, for B. Scott, for Mitch. Awesome job by him. So not only helping us out with the news on Tatsuya Eime and the Astros, but bringing in the pizza as well. Awesome job.
Made my day.
By him.
Especially that it was Pink's. I don't think I requested anything, but when I saw it was Pink's, I don't know if y'all saw, my eyes lit up. Eyes lit up. Thought he was just going to come in here with, any old like regular Domino's Pizza Hut. He went to Pink's. Let's go. Shout out to Colin.
All right, coming up next, Nick Saban knew something most all of us did not. PC and B. Scott in for In the Loop.
The wins keep on coming.
And it's like they go out there with like 7 offensive linemen, make it seem like they're about to run the ball, and, of course, fake it and throw the ball. And, like, it's just it was how dominant what I was surprised by was how dominant they were up front. And this is not something that I feel like normally happens to Ohio State. I know they lost to Indiana, and Indiana's really good up front, but they normally don't get dominated in the trenches the way that they did to Miami. I did not think that could happen. I thought they could win the game. I did not think they would dominate the Buckeyes up front the way that they did in this game, and that part of it is surprising and is something that seems like it could be a winning formula going forward through the rest of this tournament.
You know, I wasn't trying to besmirch specifically the defense of the Miami Hurricanes, but you held A&M to 3 points. But they're A&M. And A&M has a history really since the start of the Jimbo era of sometimes the offense just doesn't show up. They play defense.
Since the Jimbo era.
But sometimes the offense doesn't show up.
Since the Jim Crow era, it's been that bad. I mean, they have always been a disappointment.
Different Jim.
That's where I thought you were going, actually. Funny enough. But no, I mean, it is their defense is very good. Their defense was very good against A&M. It was good in this game. And now they do feel like that team, to Nick Saban's point, that nobody wants the team that barely got in, but now once they're in, that nobody wants to play. They absolutely feel like a team like that. Now, the game that's on right now, Oregon, Texas Tech, to me does still feel like I would favor them in a game, right? But it's hard to look at what Miami are doing in the trenches and not be convinced by it.
Interesting numbers as a result of this game. As Oregon just gets an interception, and they're going to have really good field position here. Texas Tech not off to a very inauspicious start. Not a happy new year for Tech fans right now, unless they're Astros fans.
Right.
In the 5 quarterfinal games in the CFP 12-team format era, as of today, teams coming off of a bye week are 0-5. Miami this season is 6-0 against ranked opponents. And Ohio State, all time, 0-3 on New Year's Eve.
Ooh. That's not good. Not favorable history for them.
Let me ask you a little something. And Mitch, I know you're a big college football guy, so let me bring you in on this here, okay? Coming into last year, there was a lot of talk about Ryan Day being on the hot seat because they always lost to Michigan. And then Michigan won the national title. Last year, Ryan Day wins the national title. This year, they suffer an indignant loss to Indiana. And now they're out in their very first playoff game against Miami. Is Ryan Day right back on?
I think a lot of people still say he's a fraud. A lot of Michigan fans are like, yeah, re-sign him. Give him that extension.
Yeah.
Because they really think he's a fraud. I mean, he's not really getting it done in the big games. I mean, the Ohio State roster right now is more talented than it was last year. And if I remember correctly, Ryan Day, for whatever reason, because their Ohio State's OC got the job at USF, Ryan Day was calling plays last night.
Yeah.
Ryan Day was calling plays, and that performance happened? Yeah, no. I mean, Ryan Day, he's still on fraud watch. Absolutely. I mean, he might this might solidify it. He might just be a fraud. I mean, consistently, year in and out, you have the best roster, at least talent-wise, and what more do you have to say from it except for last year?
Well, for the longest time, he couldn't beat Michigan, and then now he has. But that was the thing. That was the running joke. And then to Mitchell's point just now, he's the one that's calling the plays last night, and it looked like somebody that shouldn't have been calling plays.
If there's a guy who should have a college football podcast, it's Mitchell. You just hear the jubilant, juvenile excitement in his voice. We're talking about college football, and he's just like, yes! He's all excited. That dude should be doing a podcast.
It does make sense, though, for especially a sports fan that's closest to college, more closely removed from college, to be more passionate about it. So, yeah, that absolutely makes sense. Colin Neal is another one who brought us the pizza Another example. Now,
yeah, but his is going to be all on Sam Houston State.
Well, I was going to say if you could do like a mid-major, if you were to do a FCS or out a group of however many it is these days.
P4.
Outside of the P4s now.
Are we now at G7? Like how many G's are there now?
I'm done with it.
God knows how many.
How many G's? All right, here is something that local fans might be pretty excited about. Maybe this took longer than it should have been expected. And maybe it took longer than most local fans expected. But it sure looks like Arch Manning has arrived.
Quarter, Texas with possession and the lead. Arch Manning keeps it himself, and he's got nothing but chattel, real estate. He popped the clutch. Happy New Year, Longhorns! Touchdown!
Courtesy ESPN Radio, Arch Manning, with what I believe was his second rushing touchdown of the day, to put the game out of reach, 38-27 at that point, as UT kicks the aforementioned Michigan Wolverines 41-27 in the Citrus Bowl. They put 17 points on the board in the fourth quarter. Arch Manning, 21 of 34, 221 yards, 2 touchdowns in the air, 9 carries, 155 yards, and 2 touchdowns on the ground, including a 60-yard run. Arch Manning alone outgained the entire Michigan team. Was this the moment where Manning, Heisman Trophy finalist, arrived?
Yeah, I thought there were moments during the season where, I don't know about Heisman Trophy finalists, but the hype around Arch Manning started to seem a little bit closer to being justified. After he stops the struggles against some of those mid-majors we're talking about, the Sam Houston States and El Pasos and UTEPs of the world, he started to kind of find a groove, get into a rhythm. So I've been a little bit, I'd say, softer on Arch throughout the season after the beginning of it, right? But this was the best example of it. This was it on full display, getting it done through the air, getting it done with his legs, the optimal dual threat quarterback. He looked a lot closer to as much close to advertised in this game as he ever has all season.
He, according to the Inter and the Webs, Arch Manning hit a sprint speed yesterday that was the highest clocked sprint speed for any quarterback in FBS this season.
Yeah.
Not ass.
No. When I was speaking of fast, when we were at the Super Bowl last year, I talked to Xavier Worthy, who was a teammate of Arch Manning's, of course, now with the Kansas City Chiefs. At the time in the Super Bowl, going up against the Eagles, he said he was fully expecting Arch to win the Heisman, and that was like all the talk, all the hype. It wasn't just external, it was internal, right? Internal pressure as well. And we didn't quite see it. I've been thinking about that ever since. Like, man, Xavier Worthy told me that this dude was legit. And we're finally starting to see it. So 26 actually looks like for the Longhorns. As a Longhorn fan, I won't be holding my breath. Because it always seems like
the PTSD thing again.
It's like something's always going to go wrong. Something's always going to go south. Won't be holding my breath, but way better than he was to start the season.
Do you feel like this victory will get the Longhorns into the top 10 to finish the season? They entered the game 13th.
No, I don't.
They sit at 11?
Yeah, they'll sit right on the outside looking in, probably where they belong.
But Longhorns salvage their season. Hey, 10-3. You would think 10-3 is not a bad season, although Longhorn fans sometimes might disagree. 10-3 is a pretty damn good season.
Yeah. Not when you start the year off ranked number 1, and then you start lose to Florida, a school that fired its coach. Yeah, not great.
Yeah, a team that literally chooses not to score. I mean, every year Florida can't score. It's almost like they've decided since the days of Urban Meyer, okay, we are just not going to score anymore and see what we can do.
Urban's gone. He's taking the scoring with him. Take all the points with you, Urban. Crazy.
All right, coming up next, we're going to talk some Rockets hoops with our guy Lashard Binkley. Covers the Rockets for Sports Illustrated. You see him every week on Fox 26 with my guy Nate Griffin. He also hosts the Rocket Fuel Pod. He will join us next.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez.
PC and B Scott in for Reg and John in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Happy New Year, everybody. As we welcome in producer change, Mitchell Millimaki tags out and tagging in Colin. The game, Neil.
I like that.
You didn't hit the sound.
No, this is new, man. I've never come in the middle of a show before.
If I give you the intro,
yes,
you hit the music.
Can I do my best impression?
No,
it's
just
time
hit
to play the game.
music. Why is this so? Come on, let's not start the new year off poorly here, okay? When I give you the intro, you're going to hit the sound. So we're going to give you a mulligan on this.
And no excuse making this
We're
time.
going to try
Colin,
this again.
What was that? I've never entered the show in the middle. Who gives a damn, man?
Okay.
You're a Sam Houston State Bearcat. We adjust, buddy.
Now tagging in, producing, Colin, the game, Neil.
It's time to play the game. Time to play the game.
So much better.
More like
so much better. All right, now let's get to business.
Good job, man.
Because it's time to talk Houston Rockets basketball. And to do that, we bring in friend of the program, covers the Rockets for Sports Illustrated. He hosts the Rocket Fuel podcast. You see him every week with my guy in Fox 26. He is Lashard Binkley. Lashard, Happy New Year, brother. How are you?
Happy New Year. I'm doing good. It's 2026 finally. Nice day. Rockets should get a win today, so nothing to complain about.
Nice day. We're not dead. We see another year.
Exactly.
Let's talk about these Houston Rockets here. As coming into the season, obviously a lot of excitement, a lot of expectations. Right now, Rockets are fourth in the West, 20-10, 30 games in, so roughly a third of the way, a little more than a third of the way, maybe 35% of the way through the season. What have been your biggest takeaways of these first 30 games for the Houston Rockets?
I would say, well, first and foremost, I mean, Kevin Durant's pretty good.
He is not ass.
He's not a bad player, so I guess we can start with that. But I would say overall, they kind of where I thought they would be. I mean, it's still a lot of moving parts. Players been in and out of line. They just finally got back at least the team that they thought they would have when the season started. Of course, they expected Fred VanVleet to be there as well. But at least when the season started, they got Dorian Finney-Smith back. Tari Eason, even though he's questionable tonight with an illness, he's back. So they got pretty much the lineup that they were expecting when the season started. But so they're where I thought they would be. Now, I will say I didn't think they would be just good on the offensive end. Even with the slight dip in December, they're still a top three in the team league. And definitely the three-point shooting has stood out, probably the biggest surprise of all. They're the second best three-point shooting team in the NBA right now, even though it's low volume. I don't think anybody saw that coming. So at 20-10, you're still a top 10 defense. You're a top 3 offense. I think the Rockets like exactly where they are right now. The main thing coming up now is the schedule is really going to start to catch up with them because they've still played the less game by anybody in the season. So that's going to be kind of thing to keep an eye on, because a lot of teams are dealing with injuries now. The Rockets haven't had any injuries to any of their main players, at least any major injuries. So that's something to look, for January and February, how they'll be able to handle that. Will they make any moves? So they're pretty much exactly where I thought they would be right now. They're still in a really good position. So I think overall, Rockets fans should be happy, even though, like I said, they had that little slight dip in December.
Lashard, 2 players that they just got back recently. You mentioned Tari Eason. Dorian Finney-Smith made his season debut not too long ago. Tari Eason in the starting lineup, Dorian Finney-Smith getting his legs under him. What have you seen just in these last couple of games since they've been around has been the impact? I know Dorian Finney-Smith is going to take a while to kind of get up to speed, but Tari Eason in the starting lineup, the impact that these guys have, I've been saying that having one of those guys on the floor with Amen Thompson just creates a whole nother dimension for you defensively. What have you seen as far as their impact on the team?
Yeah, I mean, definitely defensively. I mean, I know Josh Okogie is a really good defensive player, but Tari Eason just brings a whole nother dynamic. He's just a disruptor when he's out on the court, causes all kind of havoc on the defensive end. Some people keep forgetting about Tari Eason. He's one of the best three-point shooters in the entire NBA. Josh started off great. He's been a great pickup, but he's not a guy you want to play 30 minutes a game. Tari Eason is getting to the point now where he's building up, and Eime even said the other day that he's getting to a point where he's going to be able to play 25, 30 minutes a game. So now you have somebody as good on the defensive end as Tari. You also have that he's one of the best three-point shooters in the league, and you saw a big difference in the way the Rockets operate, especially at the beginning of games. And like you said, with Dorian Finney-Smith, it's just going to be a work in progress. He's still going to be around that 15-minute cap mark here for a while as he builds his, basketball stamina back up to where he can be able to play more minutes. But he just gives you another wing player that can defend multiple positions. We all know Eime loves his wing defenders. So once he gets back up to speed, the Rockets, right now they're ranked like 8th in defensive rating. I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the year if everybody stays healthy. They're right back in that top 2 or 3 spot. And like I said, Dorian Finney-Smith just adds another layer to the Rockets team. And if he can just shoot around 35 to 38%, that's another shooter you can add as well.
Talking with Lashard Binkley, covers the Rockets for Sports Illustrated, host of the Rocket Fuel podcast, with us on the guest line. Lashard, you were talking a little bit about Tari Eason there. And, boy, the Rockets look really good when he's in the starting lineup.
Yes.
Is Tari Eason ever not day-to-day? Like, is there, like, can they get him some robotic parts or, like, give him the antibodies or whatever it is so this guy stops being out of the lineup?
Yeah, I mean, that's not his play. I mean, Eime loves him when he is actually able to play. It's just him dealing with injuries. Some players, they just seem like they always have these nagging injuries. But at least this time around, at least for today, it's more of an illness than an injury. So you hope that's all that's going to be going forward. But that's the biggest thing with Tari. And I think that's something that the Rockets still kind of, any team has to look at, especially when they're talking about giving a big contract, is how available will you be going forward? So that's the biggest thing for Tari. If he can make it through the rest of the season without any major injuries, I mean, everybody deals with some type of injury in the NBA. But if he can get through the rest of the season without any major injuries, then I think the Rockets would be more willing to work on a bigger deal for him coming up this offseason. But like you said, yeah, that's the biggest thing. It's kind of a day-to-day, week-to-week thing always with Tari. So hopefully, he won't be out, too long if it is just an illness this time around.
Lashard, I want to go back to something else that you mentioned earlier about the three-point shooting. One of the better three-point shooting teams in the league, but as you mentioned, on some of the lowest volume in the league. You tell me, check me if I'm wrong here. Tell me if I'm crazy. Am I crazy to not want them to shoot more threes, or should I just not get greedy and be happy with what they got? Because one of my things that I want to see them do, because they do it so well and because they do have the floor spacers and the shooting now, is to see them shoot more threes. Am I crazy or not?
I mean, of course, you would like them to shoot more threes, and they will have to diversify their offense in the playoffs because, as we all know, teams are going to take away what you do really well. The Rockets, of course, really well. They score in the paint really well. And teams are going to take that away from them and force them to make outside shots. We saw in like those games that they lost to the Pelicans and the Kings, what they started to do was they started to play zone. They started to, pack the paint and make the Rockets make outside shots. And when you're doubling Şengün, you're doubling Durant, you're going to have people make those outside shots. And if they don't, that's when the Rockets run into trouble, because even though they are second in three-point percentage, like I said, they don't shoot a lot of threes. So I think they can get away with it during the regular season, but as you start getting those bigger games and teams that can, defend well, like Oklahoma City, like Denver, even like San Antonio, you're going to have to, diversify your game. You're going to make those open shots. That's what it comes down to with the Rockets. And that's why having Tari Eason in the lineup is so important. That's why Reed Shepherd, who's one of the best three-point shooters in the league, I think he gets more minutes, even more than he's getting right now, especially in the playoffs, because eventually, like you said, they are going to have to take more threes, because today's NBA, I mean, it's fine, be able to a great offense rebound team, but taking 20, 25 threes a game, that can probably catch up to you in those bigger, tougher games.
Lashard, let's talk about what has been the most discussed position for the Rockets this year, and that has been the point guard position. And it started with the injury to Fred VanVleet right before the season started. And, some decision, okay, you've got a team that really is built to win right now. Point guard. Amen Thompson playing some point guard. Reed Shepherd, who came into this year without a lot of experience at the NBA level, asked him to play some point guard. You got Aaron Holiday coming off the bench, who maybe is a little bit more of a look-to-shoot-first type point guard. Trae Young now on the market in Atlanta, where, guy who is all offense and plays as much defense as you and I, a guy that, there are some rumblings about whether Atlanta feels they're a better team with him or without him. Where would you rate the Rockets' actual interest in a player like Trae Young on the trade market?
Lashard, before you answer that, I just want you to picture Trae Young and Ime Udoka coexisting for a moment, and just take a moment to do that and laugh a little bit, and then answer PC's question, man.
Joke.
That would be hilarious.
So you already kind of beat me to it. Now, as we all know, Eime likes a certain type of player. And of course, Eime is not the general manager. I'm not saying that he makes the final decisions, but I will also say that Rafael Stone is going to go talk to Eime before he makes any major decisions, because Eime likes a certain type of player. As great as Trae Young is on the offensive end, we've also seen that Atlanta actually has a better record with him. Not to say that they're better without him, but they have a better record without Trae Young on the court this season. His problem, Trae Young, yes, like you mentioned, he does not play any defense. And you cannot get on the court if you don't play defense for Ime Udoka. You're not going to get on the court. We saw that with Reed Shepherd last year. He's still got some work to do, but he's gotten better. You're not going to get minutes. We saw that in Alperen Sengun's first season playing under Eime. He didn't even play in the fourth quarters, as great as he is on the offensive end, because Eime didn't feel like he was playing good enough defense. So if you're not having to give up a lot to get a Trae Young, that's one thing. But the Rockets, at the very least, will have to give up some draft picks. You have to give up some of your other maybe rotational players to bring in a Trae Young. And I just don't see him fitting with the Rockets team. And also on top of that, like I said, the Rockets kind of have a plan going forward on what they want to do with the roster. They want to have some type of flexibility. And if you bring in Trae Young, that's going to get rid of all that flexibility. And also one more thing on that, you would probably have to send out Fred VanVleet to make any of these contracts work. And Fred VanVleet doesn't have necessarily a no trade clause, but he has a player option. And he can pretty much veto anywhere he goes. So that's kind of a non-starter as well. So just a lot of things that's working against that. I think the Rockets will much rather make a smaller move to bring in maybe a guard that maybe not a lot of people have heard about, or maybe not a big name. They would rather do that than bring in like a Trae Young or even like a Ja Morant or somebody like that. They have to fit what Eime wants on the court.
Okay, that leads me to the next part of this, which is if they go to bring in, you mentioned whether it's something with a contract, the type of a Trae Young or a Ja Morant or anybody like that who has a big deal. And Fred VanVleet basically has an implied no trade clause.
Yes.
How do they make the dollars match up? Like, this is why, like with you, I'm with you on the, hey, can you go get a Dennis Schroeder type of player? Mm-hmm. But if you go make a big splash type of move, how do you do it? Because they're capped at the first apron.
That's the problem. Then you're talking about players like Jabari Smith, who just got a new contract, who's now eligible to be traded. And you're talking about probably several players like a Clint Capella, like a Jayshawn Tate, like all those guys you just signed in this offseason. That's the type of players you would have to, multiple players you would have to send out, because more than likely you're not going to be able to send out Fred VanVleet. And on top of that, they love Fred VanVleet. Right. I just don't think they will want to trade VanVleet. Even if they did, like I said, want to trade him, he pretty much has most of the power when it comes to that, at least for one more season. So you would have to give up multiple players to make it work for any guy that's making $30, $40 million a year. And you would have to start with Jabari Smith. And I that's probably one of the players right now. He's probably one of the most consistent players on the team. So that's why you run into a problem with these big contract type players. So you would have to look at someone like a Dennis Schroeder or those type of player, or like even like a TJ McConnell, or just somebody that's not making close to max money. I just don't see how that would work without giving up like core.
And it should be noted, like, let's not overlook the fact that they are really good despite not having a point guard or a traditional point guard in the traditional sense. They are pretty damn good offensively. So it's not like they are desperate for a move like this. Before we let you go, Lashard, I do want to get from you, since you mentioned Jabari Smith Jr., we've talked about Reed Sheppard, just as quickly as you can, your thoughts, analysis on how these guys have developed and, you know, adjusted to their new roles, the new look of the team with Kevin Durant on the team, Jabari Smith Jr. and Reed Sheppard specifically, what they've done this season so far.
And those two players are the players that has benefited the most from Kevin Durant. It's the Durant effect. Jabari Smith's having a career year offensively. He's career year from three-point range, having a career year as far as points per game. He doesn't get plays ran for him, so playing off of Kevin Durant fits him perfectly. Of course, Reed Sheppard, part of it is just going into his second year. Being a rookie coming in the NBA is always tough for most players. But now he's coming into the game off the bench and sometimes playing next to Kevin Durant. Anytime you play next to Durant, you're going to have open shots. And he's also taking 28, 30-foot shots that's opening up the offense. So those two guys have benefited from the gravity that Kevin Durant brings every game. And also Alperen Sengun, because, of course, we see Sengun gets double-teamed all the time. So those two guys really fit perfectly next to Durant, because you need somebody that can spread the floor, because as we see, they run double teams at Durant, run double teams at Sengun. So you need guys that can spread the floor like those two players. And Smith, he can shoot over anybody in the NBA. And I think he's finally starting to realize that he is 6'10", 6'11", maybe even 7 feet, and he can shoot over anybody just like a Durant. And him working close with Durant has probably been the best part of bringing over, you know, somebody like Kevin over to the team.
He is Lashard Binkley. He covers the Houston Rockets for Sports Illustrated. Also, the host of the Rocket Fuel podcast. You see him every week on Fox 26 Houston in the morning with my man Nate Griffin. Lashard, you follow him on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Binkley Hoops. Lashard, appreciate your time, brother. Happy New Year to you, and we'll catch up again soon.
Keep up the great work, man.
Absolutely, fellas. It's always good talking with you, and definitely anytime you need me on, I'll be there.
All right, Lashard Binkley joining us on the guest line, talking some Rocket hoops with us. Coming up next, we will get more into the Astros and the signing of Tatsuya Eime. We got some calls on the board about Eime as well. We'll get to all of that next.
Ready? The Texans close down the regular season in a rematch with the Colts on Sunday. The playoffs are a guarantee, but a win this week could mean a third straight AFC South title here in H-Town. Hear the game here with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio's
Air Specialist, we believe a good name is earned, not given. With every AC repair, we dedicate ourselves to the craftsmanship and precision that you would expect from a specialist. And now we're proud to offer the same attention to detail on plumbing, repipes, water heaters, drains, and more. Being a specialist is not just our name, it's our brand. Air Specialist Plumbing and AC. Excellent quality at a fair price.
This is Lincoln Stahl, managing partner at Easy Honda. Happy Honda Days are back. You won't believe our deals. Lease a new 2026 Honda CR-V LX two-wheel drive for just $9.
starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
He's Brandon Scott. I'm Patrick Creighton. We're in for John and Reg in the Loop. And earlier you heard us with the breaking news about 11 o'clock this morning. The Houston Astros got themselves the best available starting pitcher on the free agent market, not named Framber Valdez. Tatsuya Eime, the Japanese star pitcher, is now a Houston Astro, a 3-year deal with opt-outs after each year, potential value of $63 million, breaks down about $21 million AAV. That includes, we had seen earlier, $18 million base salary and performance incentives at 80, 90, and 100 innings pitched to bump them up to as much as $21 million a year. This is a guy who throws a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, which was number one in Japan, and that's average fastball, not max velocity. That's his average fastball. Number one in strikeout rate, almost 28%. Tied for third in chase rate, over 30, almost 32.5%. Number one in whiff rate, 32%. This guy has stuff. And while he's obviously never had to throw 200 innings, in the last, let's say since 2021, he has thrown 163, 158, 173, and 163. And that's obviously over fewer starts. 26 starts, 25 starts, 24 starts. Guy who posted a 192 ERA and an 089 whip. I mean, those are serious freaking numbers. This guy, and now coming to the Astros pitching machine, where we can only assume things are going to get better, because that's kind of what happens here.
Yeah, it would be odd if they didn't, right? It would be odd. It would make you wonder more so, hey, what's wrong with Buddy? What's wrong with old dude? To where the Astros pitching pixie dust that they sprinkle work on him. I'm just going to assume, and you can call it hopium if you want, but I'm just going to assume that he's going to be even better now that he has the Astros' influence in his life.
Yeah, they get these guys in the lab over at Dyken Park, and all of a sudden they're stronger, they're faster, they throw harder, they throw with more pinpoint command. It's just what happens in the Astro lab.
One thing about the Astros that is just unassailable: their ability to work with pitchers. It is tried and true. So I'm encouraged by this and very much looking forward to watching him in an Astros uniform.
All right, let's go out to the phone, 713-572-4610, and get to Scott in Clear Lake. What's up, Scott?
Hey, Pat. Was I the one that broke that one to you?
You were the second person to send me, although you were the one to break the dollars. So on the phone with us right now is actually our analytics expert at the Crawfish Boxes. This is Scott Barzilla. Scott has published 4 books on baseball?
Yes.
4 books on baseball, has actually created a new stat in baseball called bases per out, which is a tremendous stat, something that, as I've learned what it is and how to use it, way better than WAR. Way better than WAR. Much more fun, too, and can be used for both hitters and pitchers. So Scott dives into the numbers with us on the Crawfish Boxes. You see his series called In the Lab at the Crawfish Boxes. You always want to read those. Every time you do, you're going to be so let's talk about Tatsuya Eime and the Astros' new pitcher here.
So, the first thing I want to do is I caution people that usually with these Japanese imports, they don't come in, they're not 200 inning pitchers. particularly to start off with. These are guys, they usually are maybe pitching 1 day a week. So the Astros probably will be employing a 6-man rotation, I would think, with him in the fold. So if you're expecting Framber Valdez, that's not who you're getting. But, when you add in a Mike Burrows, you add in a Ryan Weiss and, Christian Javier coming back, you might be better overall than you were last year.
No, 100% agree on that with the 6-man rotation, something we touched on earlier. They're probably going to pitch once a week. And look, we've seen when they go to the 6-man, for the most part, all their guys pitch better. And they have now, with the addition of Eime and the addition of Ryan Weiss and Burrows, they've now got starting pitching depth, which coming into the offseason they had none of because they had burned through all of it 6 times last year. Now you have not only the kind of depth where you can have a 6-man rotation, have 1 or 2 swing guys in the bullpen, and still have guys at the minor league level. So this is 100%. I think it's a 6-man rotation, and yeah, because in Japan these guys they only pitch once a week, so you want your guy to be able to pitch at his optimum capacity. So I think that is spot on.
I think it does. It creates some questions. You mentioned that they have quite a bit of depth, so it's going to be a question of what they're going to do with that depth. And the other thing is Dana Brown has mentioned that he's still looking for a backup catcher. He mentioned the bullpen, although this might ease the bullpen because, I had penciled in AJ Bluebaugh in the rotation before this move. He might become your 7th inning guy, after this is all said and done. And that's definitely a boon if he pitches like he did at the end of last season, there at the end of the bullpen. But, this pretty much bumps you up against the tax. So it's going to be interesting to see where they get those available funds, to get that backup catcher, if that's what they're still looking for.
Oh, listen, you know me. I am all about bleep that tax.
Yeah, Scott, tell us a little bit about his stuff and what Astros fans can expect to watch when they watch him, and how it might also impact their overall defense.
Well, I think Patrick mentioned the stuff. When you throw, the average Major League fastball is 93. So anytime you come in above that, that's, and obviously we would need to see how the fastball looks because, guys like Christian Javier, for instance, have that fastball that seems to be harder to, to get a handle on, even if the velocity is necessarily not up there. So it's going to be interesting to see how the fastball looks, for the big league hitters. The one thing I would point out for you guys is project him at a 4.29 ERA this year. But that's before he gets into the Astros lab. They didn't, project where he was going to land. So, we're not going to get a 2 ERA kind of pitcher. I don't think that's realistic. However, could you get a guy in the mid-3s? And if he's in the mid-3s, that's a solid number 2 starter that you were really looking for, when Framber Valdez was going out of town.
Yeah, we're talking with Scott Barzilla. He is our analytics expert at the Crawfish Boxes. And, Scott, kind of like what you're talking about, if you guys got a mid-3 ERA with his whiff rate and chase rate, this guy has an absolutely filthy splitter that is, borderline illegal. This thing is so nasty. This guy has stuff. You're talking about this fastball. This guy has legit major league stuff, and we have seen that the Astros, when they get guys with this kind of stuff and they get them in their lab, as you say, it's they turn these guys into like star pitchers. So while I agree with you that I don't want to get into the whole magical thinking part of, hey, he's going to come here, he's going to have a 1.90 ERA, he's going to win a Cy Young. But if you say, all right, this is a guy that maybe could have a 4.25 ERA, but with the Astros it might be 3.25, 3.5, and he looks like a legit number 2 instead of a 3.4. I think that's spot on for what the Astros are looking for. I think he absolutely fills a need, and I think this is by Dan Brown, and I'm going to say Jim Crane because I know that they didn't hand out a contract like this without Jim Crane being involved. But taking advantage of an opportunity in the market where there is a soft spot, for players coming in from overseas and you just saw it with Munetaka Murakami taking a really a short or discount type deal with the Chicago White Sox, that it was looking like this could happen again with Eime. And it was one of the things that was in the crawfish boil yesterday was, could the Astros be a stalking horse on Eime with the way his market is shaping out? And sure enough, today, Dana Brown capitalizes, swings the big hammer, and the Astros have now gone from a team that had a questionable rotation to being a team with what looks like a pretty solid rotation.
Yeah, and I think the exciting thing is what you mentioned. When you looked at the market, you had guys like Ranger Suarez who are still out there and people like that, and you kind of know what you're getting from those guys. You're getting, maybe a 3.5, 4. Some people were penciling in Justin Verlander in the rotation, as exciting, as it would be in a PR sense. Neither of those guys have the ceiling that this guy has. And, he might have a lower floor than they do because you never know how imports are going to look. The ceiling is what's exciting here.
Scott Barzilla, he is our analytics expert at the Crawfish Boxes, crawfishboxes.com. Check out his work. It's called In the Lab. Also has the latest on Tatsuya Eime, the Astros new pitcher signed today. Eime joining the Astros today on a 3-year deal with opt-outs to a value of potentially $63 million. Scott, appreciate your time, brother. Thank you for taking the time to call in, and we'll catch up with you soon, brother.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, he's Scott Barzilla of the Crawfish Boxes with us here on the guest line with the latest on the Astros' new pitcher, Tatsuya Eime, guy considered to be, if not the best pitcher on the market, maybe the best pitcher on the market, not named Framber Valdez. And he is now a member of the Houston Astros. We'll get more into it next. 713-572-4610. You want to get in on the discussion about the Astros and their new pitcher. He's Brandon Scott. I'm Patrick Creighton, in for John and Rich. In the Loop.
The Drive is live and kicking off the new year on 801-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
PC and B Scott in for John and Reg in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Cal O'Neill on the other side of the glass at the master controls. And the Astros, making Astros fans all have a happy new year today, announcing the signing of Japanese star pitcher Tatsuya Eime to a 3-year deal worth up to $63 million. The deal does have an opt-out after each season. But now it gives the Astros a rotation that has gone from questionable to solid. And there's now depth on this team that did not previously exist. You know, coming into the offseason, I mean, you think about last year, they burned through 60% of their starting rotation in a month. They then finally depth. They then went out and picked guys up off the waiver wire and off the streets and burned through those guys like 3 times. To where at the end of the season, it was fair to wonder, okay, after Hunter Brown and Christian Javier, well, who's in this rotation?
Yeah.
As of right now, they've got guys who are capable of being in the starting rotation, or at least capable of being starters. I'm not going to include Hayden Wesneski or Brandon Walter or Renel Blanco because all of those guys are going to start the year on the IL and unknown if they will pitch at all this season. But
you know who is included? Lance McCullers.
You know,
I saw that too.
I was kind of not going to include him.
I kind of feel like you shouldn't, but you kind of have to.
Tell you, I think that it is a real possibility that when we get out of spring training, I think there is at least 20% possibility Lance McCullers retires.
Oh, you mean by spring training, or by the end of spring training?
Before the season, like before day one of the regular season. So as we get towards the end of spring training, I do think it is feasible.
He's 32, BC.
His arm is hanging on by spit and duct tape, and we're all out of duct tape.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw last year velocity. And at least his calling card was, you know what? He had that big, nasty curve, but then he could follow it up with a 95, 96 mile an hour heater. Well, his fastball's 90 miles an hour now. That's not. And that's not a major league pitch.
And it's not one of them spinning 90 miles an hour, quite like a Christian Javier. It's not like an invisiball either, per se.
No, it's not a major league pitch. And you saw last year when he came back, the second time?
Yeah.
He was basically throwing curves, sliders, and changeups. And the problem with all of those pitches are, number one, his command on all of them is spotty. And number two, none of those pitches are designed to get quick outs. Those are all swing and miss pitches, which means he's got to throw a lot of pitches to get through 3 innings.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to find out if Lance's arm is capable of withstanding the rigors of being a bullpen pitcher, because people think, oh, just put him in the bullpen. The guy has elbow and shoulder issues. You can't just throw him in the bullpen where you get up, you get down, you get up, get down, you go 2 days in a row, you go 3 out of 4, you go 4 out of 6. Like, there is no guarantee his arm can handle that. No guarantee at all.
Yeah, and I would say even more so, like, the thing that I like to credit him for that I'm not sure is still possible. It even looked a little bit like it could be this way when he first came back. I've always credited Lance McCullers for the ability to reinvent himself as a pitcher. I feel like we've seen him do it no less than twice now in his career. But to your point about the arm being kind of hanging by spit and duct tape and we're all out of tape, like there's only but so many ways and so many times you can do that. And you have to at least have the tangible stuff to do so, right? And it seems like there's only but so many ways for him to reinvent himself without the arm to make it happen.
Look, he has the desire.
Yes.
He has the heart.
Oh, man, dude's got heart. That's why I can't quit him.
He has the want to. His body has just betrayed him to the point where I'm not a believer that he has the can-do anymore. And look, when your arm falls off as many times as his has, and part of that is the Astros really did him a disservice multiple times. You remember when he first came back from Tommy John surgery, and that next year, and then he's got the elbow pain that shuts him down again. They knew he had bone spurs back then. Instead of having surgery,
this is 2021 piece,
and removing it right away.
Yeah,
we'll just rehab it. You can't rehab a bone spur. Like exercise does not make it go away. What it does is it makes it continue to rip his flexor tendon apart. And ultimately, that's what happened. And a flexor tendon takes even longer to recover from than Tommy John. At that frequent benefit, guys come back from Tommy John with a tight UCL, and now all of a sudden they throw 2-3 miles an hour harder. No, you roll up your flexor tendon, and now you're not throwing as hard. And that's been a big issue for Lance is the velocity is gone. He doesn't have a fastball anymore. And that was the pitch that got him quick outs.
Yeah.
And so now it's, can he be a bullpen guy? Can he withstand that? Or is his career essentially over? And that's kind of what we're going to learn this offseason. And we talk about who could potentially be in the rotation to start the year. Well, Hunter Brown's going to be in the rotation. And Christian Javier is going to be in the rotation. And Tatsuya Eime is going to be in the rotation. That means there are essentially 3 spots available because I do believe they will have a 6-man rotation for at least the majority of the season. You have Jason Alexander. You've got Spencer Arrighetti. You've got A.J. Bluebaugh. You've got Mike Burrows. You have Nate Pearson. You have Ryan Weiss. And then to a lesser extent, you have guys that I do not believe are major league caliber pitchers in Colton Gordon and J.P. France.
Yeah. So I'm going in order. Mike Burrows, Spencer Arrighetti, A.J. Bluebaugh. And that's if one of those guys, as we were talking about before, is not somebody that you use as trade bait of some sort to get something else in here. But if I'm going 6-man rotation and I'm going out of that list that you just went through, I'm going Mike Burrows, Spencer Arrighetti, A.J. Bluebaugh. And A.J. Bluebaugh, we had Scott on earlier, Scott Barzilla of Crawford Boxes, mentioning that maybe A.J. Bluebaugh is their 7th inning guy. That's a possibility if and when they go to a 5-man rotation. Probably why I put him back there at the back as 6. But that's how it would be for me.
So I think that Burrows is going to be in the rotation.
Yeah.
I also think that's another example of a guy they're going to get in the lab, and he's going to go from – because he's got stuff.
Yeah.
But he's going to go from, inconsistent results to a whole lot better results once they get him in the lab. I think Alexander is probably a swing guy out of the pen. I think he becomes like a long man, multi-inning reliever, spot starter. I think that France and Gordon are both in the minor leagues.
Yes.
And if they don't have options, adios muchacho.
Yeah. Those are the guys that are coming up once and knock on wood here, once the inevitable injury stuff starts to happen. Then that's when you start seeing the Colton Gordons and the J.P. Francis of the world.
Gordon's just not good. And J.P. France, who is the kind of story that everybody roots for.
Yeah.
He's come back from a torn shoulder capsule. And that is a devastating injury for any pitcher to try to come back from. And most pitchers, by most I mean like the overwhelming majority of pitchers who have that surgery, are nothing close to the same when they come back. and that is the surgery that ended the career of Johan Santana. Since coming back, JP doesn't look like he's a major league pitcher. And I hate that for him because you're about a guy who didn't get a shot to the majors until he was 28 years old.
Yeah.
And then pitched the absolute best baseball of his life. And then came into camp the next year with a bum shoulder. But because Justin Verlander also had a bum shoulder, they told him, shut up, suck it up, and pitch. And he tore his shoulder capsule.
Yeah.
I think that McCullers is, as I said, I don't think he's a starting pitcher anymore. They got to find out if he can be a bullpen guy. And if not, it's retirement or waiver wire.
Yeah.
I think that Jaden Murray, if he's on the team, is in the bullpen as a long relief swing type guy. I think Nate Pearson is a guy that, if he's on the team, is that long reliever type role. I think that Ryan Weiss has a very good shot to make the rotation. And right now, because of the amount of depth that they have, and we know they like these younger guys, I think Weiss, Burrows, and Bluebaugh could be the back three. I think Arrigetti's got a lot to prove.
Weiss, Burrows, and Bluebaugh. Okay.
I think
where would that leave Arrigetti though? They're just on the trade block. That's not. I feel like he's maybe not as good as you want one of your starters to be, but also too good to just stick him in the minor leagues.
I do think it puts him on the trade block if he's not going to make the rotation.
Yeah.
If we're just going to be fair about who he is right now, he's a guy that in 35 starts and 180 innings has a 4.69 ERA and a 1.41 WHIP. The walks are a problem.
Yeah.
He walked 4 guys per 9 in 24. He walked 5 guys per 9 in 25. The difference was in 24, he was striking out 10.5 guys per 9 and could get out of it. Last year, he struck out a little less than 8 guys per 9 and couldn't get out of it. The hit rate was down, but the homer rate was up. The walk rate was way up. And Arrigetti, who's going to be 26, right? We're not talking about an old pitcher. But when you brought in Burrows and you brought in Weiss, who's coming off, not just last year, but the last several years, he has been a tremendous pitcher. And his velocity is up and his command is so much better. I do think that Arrigetti is a guy, and look, I'm going to say I think Bluebaugh could be in this spot as well, of somebody that they could be looking to trade to go get an outfield bat.
Yeah.
And that's something we'll get into a little bit more here on the other side, because there's a lot to get into. The Eime signing completely changes the trajectory of the rotation, but it also has a lot of trickle-down effects into the amount of depth they have. They now have starting pitching as a strength, as depth to deal from at the major league level. That is something that is highly desired by damn near every team in Major League Baseball. You know they want another bat. They want a backup catcher. They might need to move some money around, as according to Spot Track, if Eime hits his full 21 AAV with 100 innings pitched, they would be less than $7 million to the first tax line, of which they'd be a 50% taxpayer. So, lot to get to with the Astros. More of it coming up next. B. Scott, PC, in the loop.
The wins keep on coming for the Texans.
and it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu, the daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
PC and B. Scott in for John and Reg in the Loop. Happy New Year, everybody. One more hour of us. And then we get to do things like go home and watch college football and eat and enjoy the fact that the Houston Astros have gone and made a big splash on New Year's Day. Happy New Year to all Astros fans everywhere.
How much better do you feel about the Astros' place in the overall American League landscape, starting with the AL West and then the American League at large?
I feel like if they don't get buried by injuries like last year, they win the division. I feel like if Jordan doesn't miss 100 games last year, they win the division. And they didn't make the playoffs by a tiebreaker. Like, they had the same number of wins as Tigers. They just lost the tiebreaker. If Jordan plays 100 games, do you think they win 4 more games? 5 more games?
Yeah, I would say probably. Also, and I don't think Jordan's going to miss 100 games again. But
Please, baby Jesus.
But we are at the point. To your baby Jesus response there, we are to the point where we have to be legitimately concerned about Jordan's health, his availability, and how reliable he is exactly. We know how great he is. Probably the best left-handed hitter in the American League when he's healthy. But he's not healthy, and he hasn't been quite a bit, then that's going to be an obvious problem.
Yeah, and we also need the Astros not to do dumb things like play Jordan Alvarez with a broken hand for a month before realizing, oh, he's hurt. We probably shouldn't play him. and then try to get him back in the cage with a broken hand that you never took an x-ray of because, well, I don't know, you're stupid. I don't quite know how a team that is as analytically forward-thinking and has the ability to maximize player performance the way the Astros do can be so absolutely inept when it comes to injuries, when it comes to rehabilitation, when it comes to return-to-play procedures, how they can be so freaking terrible at it. Because it's not like, hey, this is something that's new. This is something that has plagued them now through 3 administrations.
Yeah.
This was under Luno, this was under Click, and it's very much been under Dana Brown. It hasn't mattered who the GM is. They have these issues. They need to get it right. But a returning Yordan, a full season of Carlos Correa, who definitely appears to be rejuvenated, A, being in Houston, and B, being at third base. You hope to get a better season from a healthier Jose Altuve. You hope to see improvement in some of the young players like Cam Smith, Zach Cole. You certainly hope to see the improvement continue in guys like Jeremy Pena, and if he's still here, Isaac Paredes.
Yeah.
If he's still here, you hope you see second half Christian Walker, he of the 799 OPS, and not first half Christian Walker, he of the bad oblique and can't swing a bat. So there is optimism where there is certainly questions, but there is at least optimism offensively. And hence why I think that with the addition of Eime and the addition of Burrows, the signing of Weiss, bringing in a guy like Nate Pearson, who was a former high pick, that maybe a change of scenery will do him good. They may now have the ability to trade from some of this major league starting pitching depth to go get a thumper bat for the outfield, ideally who would play left field.
Yeah.
And improve the offense now that you've improved the pitching. I also, I know bullpen is something Dana Brown has talked about. I would like to see them get another quality bullpen arm, a 7th inning type guy, because I think you have to at least wary of the idea that Josh Hader had a sprained shoulder capsule. So not a full tear, but certainly did damage to his shoulder capsule. And now you must be prepared that if something goes sideways for him again, we saw when Hader got hurt last year, that was kind of the nail in the coffin. The Astros could no longer overcome the plethora of injuries because they no longer had that lockdown back end of the bullpen, which essentially was Bennett Sousa, Brian Abreu, Josh Hader. Hader went down, and then not even 2 weeks later, Sousa went down, and the bullpen became Brian Abreu and dudes.
Yeah.
I think they need one more quality setup type arm in the bullpen.
Do you think that Nate Pearson could be that? That, like, when you talk about the change of scenery, a former high pick, that's somebody that I'm kind of looking at. I'm honestly not sure exactly what to expect from Nate Pearson at all. Like, I know he's on the team. I don't know where he fits. I don't know what his role is. I've got no idea. But in terms of pedigree and potential, I feel like that's a spot. And this could be a little bit of hopium as well, of just like, hey, you need a guy. This sounds like it could be a guy. But that's something that I'm watching that I've got an eye out for. Could Nate Pearson be your 7th inning guy? If that Hader is healthy, and then you've got 7 in Pearson, 8 in Abreu, and 9 in Hader. That's like the hope for me. But I, again, don't know what to expect from him.
No, and that's a find out question, right? Pearson does have relieving experience at the major league level. Last season, he only threw 14 2/3 innings, and his numbers are awful. The year before, well, For the first half of the year, he was in Toronto and he wasn't very good. In the second half of the year, he was with the Cubs and he was very good. I don't know what he will look like. And it's another guy that once they get him in the lab, can you then maximize his stuff? Can you maximize his repertoire?
Yeah.
Can you make him a more effective pitcher? He is a guy who maybe could be in the bullpen. I don't know if he can be a seventh-inning guy, but he's going to get the chance to show it at the very least. And worst-case scenario, he's a multi-inning reliever, long reliever, spot starter type. Super worst-case scenario, he's, not on the team. But a guy that, let's see, they now have enough depth where there will be competition for jobs. I would still like to see them get a little more proven guy for the seventh inning because I think you have to hedge against the idea of Josh Hader injury.
Yeah.
You pay him too much money to not have a backup plan. And while it's great that Abreu can closer, well, who's the backup Abreu? That they don't have.
Yeah, and didn't have it last year, clearly.
And that's why, when you consider the guy who was closest to that was Bennett Sousa, and as soon as he got the job, he got hurt. And that's a guy who, came back from the nerve. Well, I'm forgetting the what it's called, but where they had to move the nerve in his arm, a thoracic outlet surgery.
Okay, yeah.
He came back from thoracic outlet surgery the year before, and then wound up with the injury again at the end of the year. So you're not sure about his ability to stay healthy. I think getting one more proven setup type guy is important for that pen. And again, if you have depth and some of these guys have to go to AAA, that's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
If you have depth and you can now make a deal from some of that depth, that's a good problem to have because they do need another bat. The projections that I saw for home runs for the Astros, the only guy projected to hit 30 homers is Jordan. There is a power vacuum.
Not even Christian Walker or Isaac Paredes.
No, both of those guys were not at 30. They weren't even at 29. And look, when they lost Georgie now almost 6 years ago, you lost a lot of power. They never replaced it.
Certainly not in center field.
When they lost Correa, last year was the first time Jeremy Pena hit for the power of Carlos Correa in his prime. The first, can he do it again?
It does seem like he's found something, right? We've graduated from the just throw Jeremy Pena a slider and he won't know what to do with it.
And he'll wave at it.
Yeah, we've passed that point between. We talked about pitch selection or more so the at bats, quality at bats. He's someone that's done a better job at taking pitches, and also between that and his batting stance has been a much improved hitter. Jeremy Pena, to his credit,
he has now realized and executed the idea of being more selective, finding pitches to drive, and then driving them.
Right.
They did not replace the power of Kyle Tucker. A lot of power they lost. Christian Walker, who was essentially brought in to replace the power of Alex Bregman, well, he replaced the power, but he didn't replace the average or the on base or the walks. And
it took forever to get there.
He struck out 100 times more than Bregman did last season. He struck out a career high 177 times. Now, even if he cuts down on the whiffs, Bregman struck out like 71 times last year. Bregman's not a big strikeout.
Yeah, he doesn't strike out.
So you replaced him with a high strikeout, lower average, lower on base guy. So it's been negative, 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 and finally maybe Pena is about a wash with what Correa was during his prime. And that's not to speak of, well, Alex Bregman's no longer here. There has been a decline in power on this team, and I think that become evident when the fact that Christian Walker's leading your team in home runs when you have 27 homers, and you play in a park that right-handed hitters should smash homers in.
Right.
So there is definitely something to the idea of what can you do to increase the power. Now, can Cam Smith be better than he was last year? Maybe. Can Zach Cole hit this season the way he hit last season with the amount of power that he generated, with his new swing. Maybe, I don't know, but maybe, right? There's a chance. You'd like one of those outfield positions to be, that guy's going to get me at least 26 homers. And they don't have that guy right now.
Yeah, and all of that you mentioned that they lost, not to mention specific to last year and then whatever year you want to use for the Jordan point, you lost all that power, plus your main power guy in Jordan is spotty at best when it comes to health. And, last year, pencil him in or pencil him out for 100 games. So all of that together does equate to and make it make sense for you to be the struggling offensive team that you were, the Astros were last year.
Right, and the Astros have waffled. Now, they've done a full 180 on Yordan Alvarez because early in the offseason it was Yordan's going to get some more time in the field. But most recently it's Yordan's going to see a lot more time at DH because we want to keep him healthy, and he's going to see less time in the field. Well, if we think about it, look at all Yordan's injuries. None of them have come in the field.
Yeah.
He gets hurt at the plate. He has a freak accident stepping on home plate, which, you know what? Thank God he didn't, just completely shatter his ankle and lower tibia and whatnot, because
it certainly looked like he did at the moment.
His foot was sideways.
Yeah.
And that's a 200 and generously listed 250-pound dude whose ankle is completely sideways. That's never a good look. But the hand injuries, that's the plate. The knee injuries, they weren't from running. They were just because, he had knee injuries.
He even survived that collision with Pena a couple of years ago. You remember that? Where they collide, Pena's going to the outfield.
I think Pena survived that more than Jordan.
Well, I'm just saying, both of those, I would say, probably your most solidly built dudes on the team. You don't want them colliding with either.
And credit to to JP. I remember when he was first coming up from Sugarland, and that year he had missed the first half of the year with injury, and when he came back, he had a full body transformation.
Oh yeah,
where he went from, and that guy's in good shape too. That dude is jacked.
Dude, I was in the clubhouse for spring training 2020. This is right before COVID shuts down the world. This is right as we're getting all of the signs still and stuff and all of that. I'm in the clubhouse in West Palm Beach. This is before we really know who Jeremy Pena is. Certainly before I knew who he was. Saw the guy walk in the clubhouse with his shirt off, and I'm thinking he's in the wrong place. I'm like, who baseball player? Because everybody else with their shirt off just looks like a regular guy. Slightly bigger than everybody else, but looks like regular dudes. Dude was built like an Adonis. So, yeah, I can vouch for that for sure. I haven't seen it firsthand.
All right, coming up next, it's Week 18. The Texans still need a win. Let's take a look at it coming up next.
The Texans clinched a playoff berth with their 20-16 win over the Chargers. That makes 3 in 3 years for C.J. Stroud as the starting QB. But he's not taking
Mobile.com.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
P. Scott, PC in for John and Reg in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Happy New Year, everybody. Dana Brown gave you a Happy New Year. Bringing in Tatsuya Eime. Astros rotation now looking quite formidable. Now the Texans, who as of right now are the 5 seed in the AFC, going to Week 18, taking on a Colts team that is going to start Riley Leonard at quarterback, and his performances so far have been, say, suboptimal for them.
The Colts are basically the football team version of Lance McCullers' arm at this point. Hanging by duct tape, and they're out of tape.
It's Week 18, but the Texans need a win. They can't just rest the starters, even though, Riley Leonard started. Did I see correctly Jonathan Taylor is not going to play this week?
I didn't see that, but I would understand it. There's really not a point. It would make total sense if he didn't. Hell, if I'm Jonathan Taylor, I might maybe not demand not to play, but might whisper in the ear, you know what, my back's not feeling great. It's not feeling great. Had a tough time getting out of bed this morning.
Achoo! Oh, I have a cold. I can't play.
Oh, COVID. I need to quarantine, and that's going to take me out of the window for the game.
Somebody call Seth and Sean. I need antibodies.
Damn it. Don't we have to do that 7-day, 14-day thing? I've got the ick. I would.
NFL health insurance plan does not cover Paxlovid. Can't get the antibiotics I need. But look, they still need to win. The starters can't just rest. They're going to have to get themselves a nice big fat lead in the second half before they start sitting players. And the reason being is, well, the Buffalo Bills are going to host the JEST. Jest. And the Jest, of course, are trying to tankathon, hoping and praying the Raiders will be dumb enough to win. And how great would it be the Raiders lose to the Giants so they could get in position for the number 1 pick, and then they win this week so they blow it? I mean, what would be more on brand for the Raiders?
On brand for the Raiders, but to be fair, on brand for football tanking. They don't do it properly, and the Raiders don't do anything properly. So that would sound about right.
So you have to win, because if you were to lose and the Bills beat the Jets, the Bills will leapfrog you because they would have more wins. And then in the 3 o'clock window, the Chargers are in Denver. And look, Denver still needs to win because they are basically in a dead heat with the Patriots for the number 1 seed. And only the number 1 seed gets the week off. And that game gets played at the same time as the Patriots hosting the Dolphins. So, the Patriots and hope Denver loses. If the Chargers were to win and the Texans were to lose, well, the Chargers will leapfrog the Texans because more wins.
Right.
So the Texans need to win so that at worst case scenario, they are equal in wins. They hold the tiebreaker over both the Bills and the Chargers because they beat both of those teams this season.
Right.
So you have to get a win. You can't just, you know what, Week 18, we're going to Peyton Manning Colts this and just not play anybody week 18. They got to go for a win. Now, what is the line of demarcation if you are DeMeco Ryans? What is the line of demarcation for you to start sitting your best players?
If I'm up by 2 touchdowns, not 2 scores, but specifically 2 touchdowns, let's even shorten that. And that doesn't have to be the full 14. If it's just 12, all right? If I'm up by 12 or more in the second half, I'll start resting guys. Because it is a team, and I know they were up pretty big early in the game against the Chargers and, had to kind of eke out a victory. But it is a team that is much more built to play with a lead than it is to play from behind. But I think it is one, given its conservative nature and, like, offensively, its conservative nature, and given their defensive dominance, I think that they get up 12 on the Colts and they're up 12 in the second half, they should need their starters to finish out that game. I mean, at least not the main ones. I'd probably least in at that point no less than half of my starters.
Interesting stat here for this particular game when it comes to resting starters. Through 17 weeks, time of possession, the Houston Texans are number 3 in time of possession.
It's their strategy. It's their approach.
The Indianapolis Colts, who have Jonathan Taylor,
sometimes when they decide to give him the ball,
25th in time of possession.
That is inexcusable. As smart of an offensive mind as Shane Steichen is, that is inexcusable and unexplainable. And I understand they were throwing the ball pretty well early on with Daniel Jones, but Jonathan Taylor, especially before things kind of went south for them, was having an MVP caliber year. The idea that you could have a top 3 running back in the game and be that far down in time of possession is absurd to me. Absurd.
Here is a crazy thing to me. Teams with negative time possession, right? That are playoff or potential playoff teams. Green Bay Packers, 20th. Seattle Seahawks, 22nd. Baltimore Ravens, 23rd. Pittsburgh, 30th. 30th!
So bad.
Dude, I so want to play the Steelers. I want to play the Steelers. I want to end Aaron Rodgers' career. And I want to bury. I want to blow them out. I want to win 42-0.
Yeah, look, I'd love the opportunity to do it. I wouldn't shed a tear if the Ravens just did it themselves for me. Now, this is kind of more speaking to, our conversation is more speaking to who do you want the Texans to play. And so if you want the Texans to play the Steelers, then you would like to kind of prolong that, and then you have the opportunity to end Aaron Rodgers, because that would also mean that you're advancing in the playoffs. We get that. But you just hit on something that I think is really key when we talk about the Texans, and I think it gets overlooked sometimes, but I'm glad you read that stat. Give it to them again, PC, on time of possession. Where do the Texans rank again in time of possession?
3rd.
Not ass.
Not ass.
All right, so 3rd in time of possession, and I'll give you this. 2nd in giveaways. So that's turning the ball over. They rank 2nd in giveaways, so 2nd best. So they give it away the 2nd least, right? And they're 3rd in time of possession. This is the Texans offense. People ask about identity. When are they going to get good? What are they good at? What are their redeeming qualities? They're not a particularly explosive offense. They don't necessarily throw it great. They don't necessarily run it great. But the things that they do well, and this is really at the heart of the frustration for a lot of fans watching them, but the things that they do well by design, we're far enough into the season, we're at the last game. Clearly by design, the things that they do well is possess the ball and then not give the ball away. So overall, play keep away, hold on to the ball for as long as you can, for as much as you can, and don't give it away. And then when you don't have the ball, rely on the best defense in all of the league.
Earlier in the year, I made the comparison to the 1990 Giants, which was the team that beat the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl by playing keep away. in that you have an elite defense, you have a good enough offense, but you're going to lean on your defense and your special teams to make plays for you. And oddly enough, teams 1, 2, 3 in time possession: Chargers, Bills, Texans. 1, 2, 3. The Bucs are 4. If the Bucs had any defense whatsoever, they would be winning their division by 4 games. But everybody throws the ball on them. They have no defense whatsoever. Patriots, Jaguars, Bears, another team that has a problem stopping the passing game. Niners, Broncos. All those teams are either in the playoffs or the Bucs have a shot.
Yeah.
And that's the top 8 teams, and that's the top 9 teams in the league in time possession.
I'm giving them no shot to lose.
No shot.
No shot. There's no chance that this team, given the way that we've seen them play over the last 8 weeks, loses to this version. We've already watched them beat better versions, a better version of this Colts team, and teams that are better than either version of the Colts teams that they either have played or are about to play on Sunday. There would be no excuse to do so, especially given that you still have something at least to play for.
I feel like halfway through the third quarter, the Texans will find themselves in a position where they are up close to 3 touchdowns. And with about 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, that's where you'll see them start to pull the offense.
I wouldn't even be mad, PC. I told you already, I'd wait till the third quarter, and exactly what you just said makes total sense. But I wouldn't even be mad or outraged or think that it's absurd if they were to start the game in a similar fashion as they did in Los Angeles against the Chargers, where they're up 14 in less than 5 minutes or whatever it was into the game. They do that. They should be equipped just by design, the way that they play and what their approach is and the way that this defense is set up. I wouldn't be mad if they started to do that then, at least on the offensive side. Maybe rest your quarterback. Maybe rest Will Anderson Jr. since they got edge rushers seemingly falling out of the sky. But, yeah, I wouldn't be mad if they did it as soon as they got up 2 scores or 2 touchdowns.
All right, one more segment to go. We will play the bandwagon next.
Ready? The Texans close down the regular season in a rematch with the Colts on playoffs for guarantee. But a win this week could mean a
Chev.
I'm on a board. Yeah, he's been off the wagon 2 years. Off the wagon? I think it's off the wagon. I think it's on the wagon. You're back on the wagon.
Right off the wagon.
What the hell do you know about wagons? I know enough not to get on them. Told you.
There's lots of. It's time to get on or get off. We're going to play some bandwagon with our special guest, Brandon Scott.
How about it? Let's go.
All right. Number one. A rich guy who apparently doesn't pay his bills.
I hate those.
Send me your money. Mickey Rourke facing eviction from his L.A. home over $60,000 in unpaid rent. Now, for those of you wondering, how does one rack up $60,000 in unpaid rent? Apparently, the 73-year-old Rourke has a rental in Beverly Grove of $7,000 a month. That being said, you do wonder about the laws in California because $60,000 in unpaid rent, that's more than 8 months of not paying rent. Here in the great state of Texas, if you didn't pay your rent for 8 months, you'd have been evicted 7 months ago.
Fair enough.
But
you still got squatters, though. You can get evicted and folks will still be in your house. Got those squatters out here, man. He has learned the squatting rules in his respective state of California.
So he owes about $60,000 in back rent. Court documents say that the notice was posted on the property and mailed because no person of suitable age or discretion could be found at the home. It's a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath property described in Zillow as a nicely upgraded Spanish bungalow built in 1926. I'm looking at a picture of this thing, and it looks very much like a nondescript house pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, it looks like a house out of Breaking Bad or something.
And somehow this is $7,000 a month. Reasons not to live in California for $500.
There you go.
So this is yet another weird story in Mickey Rourke's career. Mickey Rourke was once a really hot actor in the 80s. He was in Heaven's Gate. He was in Body Heat. He was in 9.5 Weeks. Then he tried to be a boxer. Found that it's a lot harder than acting. But then, was in Harley Davidson, The Marlboro Man, which is a cult classic. Got another cult classic role in Sin City. Then he was in Domino, which is another one of those like thriller cult classic type, the female bounty hunter. Then he got the big breakthrough in The Wrestler, where he won the Academy Award for. He's in Iron Man 2, where he's the bad guy with the whips.
Yeah.
He's in The Expendables. He's in Sin City, A Dame to Kill For, which is the follow-up to Sin City. And then he's into a whole bunch of movies you've never freaking heard of. But you got to believe, unless he's just a complete fool, money's not really the problem here. Therefore, the 73-year-old Rourke, if he doesn't pay up, should have to do a full year competing every Monday night on Raw as a jobber. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
I am actually off the bandwagon because I am going to defend Mickey Rourke in this situation.
Interesting.
What I'm reading here from KTLA, which is one of the Los Angeles local TV news outlets out. Rent apparently was initially, you just showed me a picture of this bungalow. I mean, my God, $7,000 a month.
Dude, it's $700 a month.
Like, just that alone, I feel like he deserves defending because he was fleeced in the original market to begin with. But it was initially $5,200 a month, and rent was raised to $7,000 a month. And I don't know about you, but if they raise my rent nearly $2,000 by $1,800 a month, you might get some problems out of me too, especially if my stuff is already moved in here. You might have to go get the courts. You might have to go get the police to come get me off of my recliner. So I am off the bandwagon, and I'm in full support of Mickey Rourke squatting and not giving in, standing his ground, if you will, to use a Florida reference, standing his ground, if you will, at his spot and not paying a single cent over the $5,200. To hell with this guy.
I mean, yeah, but you heard PC. He was in a lot of.
I don't give a damn. I don't care if he is a gazillionaire. I don't care if he's got a gazillion. And let's be honest, that money spends pretty quickly, especially if you're dumb enough to go get a $7,000 or $5,000 a month home that doesn't look like it should be a $5,000 a month home. Who knows what the hell this guy's been doing with his money over the last 40 years or so. Nah, man. Forget this. I'm on his side.
Here's my issue.
Okay.
And I'll get back to you, Colin, in a second. Don't want your rent to go up $1,800. Don't sign a lease that allows your landlord to raise your rent $1,800.
Yeah.
If you're rich enough to afford a $5,000
we're
rent,
focusing on the wrong
get a lawyer.
thing. This is broke people mentality, and I'm right here with you. I'm no richer than anybody else in this studio, but this is a broke man's mentality, focusing on how much money he makes and not focusing on the person that has raised the rent. Where if you got a home that you're leasing for $5,000 a month, it's fair to assume that you're not doing so poorly financially.
I'm going to push back on the poor man.
To hell with the guy in power, and I'm on Mickey's side of this.
I'm going to push back on the poor man mentality, because this isn't a poor man mentality to me. This is a smart man, dumb man mentality. When I sign a lease, especially if I'm going to sign anything for that kind of money, you damn well better believe I've got a lawyer who's going to fine-tooth comb that thing. If you have the kind of money, and look, once upon a time I made a lot of money, just not now. You have a lawyer who double-checks everything you sign so that you don't find yourself in a bad situation. I don't know how many times you've ever had to rent a property or rent a timeshare or rent a vacation home or rent a car or anything. Anytime you rent something, you know exactly how much you're paying and for how long. And until that term of that lease is up, that number can't change. And if you sign a lease that allows that number to change, you're a dumb man.
It's victim blaming. I'm sorry. I cannot abide by this.
Victim shaming right here, because he might have victimized himself.
Nah, I can't.
What do you got,
Colin?
He's off, I'm on. What do you got? You are the tiebreaker.
I'm on, man. Come on. I mean, I think it's pretty fun to see Mickey Rourke out there on Monday Night Raw being a jobber, having to go up against like a Roman Reigns or
Spear
or a Joe Hendry, hopefully soon.
Say his name. He appears.
I believe in Joe Hendry. But yeah, I'm on the bandwagon.
I need him to eat a GTS. I need him to get a curb stomp. I need him to get like suplexed through a table. Oh yeah, just dude. Pay your bills.
He's 73 years old, people.
Ric Flair can do it, so can he.
Ric Flair is an actual wrestler. This guy is an actor. He could do the acting part, I'm sure. He's not Rick. He's not the Nature Boy. Come on, guys.
He's not the limousine riding, jet flying, wheeling dealing, kiss stealing, son of a gun, who's 76 years old, by the way. One Rick Flair. Certainly somebody who belongs in the Mount Rushmore of wrestlers all time.
Let's get a coast to coast in there as well.
Yes. Get RVD, hit a coast to coast, a Van Daminator, and a Van Terminator. Get them all in there. All right, number 2. This might be the only one we have time for. The case of the beer cave pooper has finally been resolved. It's happened in the great state of Pennsylvania, where a Pennsylvania woman named Crystal Gauss, 47 years old, pled no contest to the misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct that created a hazardous and physically offensive condition after she went inside the beer cave at a Royal Farms convenience store, moved some beer around, got into the fridge, and then for some reason dropped her pants and did the old number 2. She was arrested after the workers called the police to report an unknown woman had come in the previous day and number 2'd in the beer cave. Her penalty for this stuff
at all? Like she had to go straight to the cooler?
No, she went right to the cooler. She paid a $75 fine, was ordered to pay restitution of about $80 for damages, and she's been banned from going back to the store, which is a mile from her home. Her punishment should have been to clean up all the doggy doo in every public area in her town every day for a year, on or off the bandwagon.
I'm on that bandwagon. You are doing public crapping, and you're doing it in a cooler? Yeah. And look, I'll just say this. I have seen, when it comes to punishment meeting the crime, I've seen people have to deal with a lot worse when it comes to that. When it comes to the punishment not meeting the crime, this seems fair to me. Fair.
I mean, she's not even paying $160, and her only punishment is, you can't go back to the scene of the crime. You know what?
What should have been like at the very least, no, you're not welcome here.
Every sidewalk, every public park, in front of every business, her job should be, you clean up all the duties that everybody's dog leaves behind for at least 1 year. And it should be encouraged in that town for people to deliberately let their dogs do their business in public areas so that she must clean it up on a daily basis because she is a terrible person.
Is she unhoused? Is this an unhoused person?
No, she is not homeless. Okay. She is just a sicko.
So a better, I think an even better and more fitting punishment would be for whoever had to clean up her mess. That person should be allowed to go to wherever it is that she lives and take a dump right in her living room. Not in the bathroom, on the floor.
Oh, you're on to something.
On the floor.
What about having all unhoused people go to her house and use the living room floor?
Her living room floor becomes the unofficial unhoused bathroom?
That's it. God. That's the winner.
That's it.
Ding, 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 ding.
I am on that bandwagon.
That is about to bring a close to In the Loop as we welcome in Luke Morrow, Chris Partee in for the fellas on the drive today. Gentlemen, Happy New Year.
What's up?
Your choice, the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Baltimore Ravens?
Steelers all day. For the
Yeah, I agree.
Let's get after old man Rodgers. Send him out on his way.
Give me the Baltimore Ravens. You can throw it all over them. They can't get after the passer. They are not the Ravens that Texans fans have come to know and hate.
I want them
and be afraid of. It's not that outfit anymore.
So you're not worried about the Ravens anymore
at all.
I want them to play the Steelers.
Yeah, I just think it's a better
matchup. To end Aaron Rodgers' career with extreme pain. I want to see Rodgers getting carted off the field. I want to see him with this face mask covered in just dirt and mud and artificial turf, whatever. I want it all in his face mask.
That's the PC I know. I thought it might be, New Year, new you know. Same old PC. That's the same old PC.
New Year,
that's
same
the PC
hate.
I know and love.
He ain't never going to change. He ain't never going to change.
But also, justified.
Justified.
I think PC's on the right side of history here, I will say.
Now, B. Scott, I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
I feel him.
It's only
it.
It's only sports hate. It's the only hate I practice, sports hate. But I have a lot of sports hate.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I'd much rather watch them skull drag Aaron Rodgers over Lamar Jackson. I'll give you that. So I won't be mad either way.
We can all agree on that, right?
Yes.
Agree to agree.
Well, that's interesting, though, because the Texans, despite their history with the Ravens, you'd still rather see them.
Yeah, because I don't see the history. The history is just that. It's history. All we have right now is right now. And right now, that Ravens team does not scare me at all.
But I would think you'd rather be able to take it out on them again like earlier this year as opposed to get your payback on Baltimore in the playoffs.
Well, B. Scott wants Baltimore. right?
Yeah.
He wants Baltimore.
Yeah, you want Baltimore.
Yeah, I want
right.
Baltimore.
You want Baltimore. Okay,
I want
so
the
it's a
Steelers.
PC. Yeah, right.
Finish him.
I should direct that to you.
right now.
You're right. Yeah.
Speaking of being finished, B. Scott.
That's right.
And our time is up. Luke Morrow, Chris Partee. They've got you till 6 o'clock. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And The Drive is live.
Yeah.
That's right. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation over the next 4 hours. You can always text the show, get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well to watch the show over the next few hours. Happy New Year. Happy 2026 as we get things rolling here. As mentioned, Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, Colin Neal on the steel wheels. And we got a lot to get to over the next 4 hours. Sheldon Rankins is supposed to be joining us. Hopefully, we expect him in the next, 10, 20 minutes. We'll see.
Might be pretty soon here.
Yeah, as they come off the practice field today, still working on New Year's Day, as you would expect. So we hope to connect with Sheldon Rankins here in the near future. But the big news of the day, other than it being the start of 2026, is that the Astros have signed a pitcher. We'll talk plenty of Texans for the next 4 hours, but we have to start with the Houston Astros
that's coming.
and their addition. First off, I shouldn't... first off, Happy New Year, Chris. How are you doing?
Luke, I'm doing good, man. Hey, I like the hat there. I like the new edition. I love it. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Yeah.
I'm festive. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, I have a
he's
silly,
very festive.
silly Happy New Year's hat on that will come off shortly, but I figured why not?
You leave it on. Yeah. Go for the gusto. Leave it on all shit.
It really fits you, actually.
Yeah, you think so?
You are pulling it off.
Right?
Oh, well, thank
Serious.
you.
That's what I said.
I second that motion.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You can do the Happy New Year festive look. You can do the 1920s gangster
That's
look.
right.
It all works.
Exactly. I didn't think I was the only one that felt that way. Go for it, Luke.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Don't hold back.
Hey, so let's talk. Astros add a new pitcher. Actually, before you guys go, PC, can you please? I'm terrible at names. Can you please say this pitcher's name
here,
properly on air for us?
Help us out, PC.
Tatsuya Eime.
Okay, Colin, clip that, and then we're going to use that for the next 4 hours.
keep running that for
Just
4 hours.
since you and I will be here tomorrow.
Yes, we will.
Tomorrow at 12 o'clock, Bob Nightingale's going to join.
Oh, nice. All right. There we go. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ready for that tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
But the Astros sign a pitcher today, start the 2026 calendar year.
Started off right.
Yeah, that's right. What are your thoughts? I have all sorts of takeaways, pros and cons. But, Chris, when you heard this news today, how do you come out of it feeling for the Astros with their new addition?
I think I feel the way a lot of fans feel is what took so long to get something done.
Right.
Like, why? Why did we have to wait this long into the offseason? The next year, but the next year, first day of 2026, this news comes out. It's great addition.
Yeah.
They need more pitching, so we know that. But why did it take so long? That was my thought. Why?
We're going to do the cliched radio bit of New Year's resolutions later on this afternoon before we leave. That was going to be my resolution for the Astros into New Year. They answered it. But it was like, do something.
That was going to be mine, too.
And I know that they added a starting pitcher, last month, but I still need more from the Astros, which is interesting because with this addition, it now puts them right at that luxury tax cap. And this is something I've been on with the Astros for years as they've been reducing payroll these last couple of years, is that you should operate like the big market team you are. I mean, Houston, this has now become the third largest city in the country. We have passed Chicago. Houston is a big market.
Yeah,
and you should operate. Yeah, that's right. And you should operate like, and they all moved out of Chicago too. So, yeah. But you should operate like New York teams, like L.A., like the Cubs, and spend money. I don't like this idea of trying to shed payroll when you're the Houston Astros, especially when you've had the success they've had in the past decade. You're not the Pirates. You're not even the Orioles, the White Sox, the Tampa Bay Rays. You're a team in a big market that's had success, and you should spend to maintain that success. So now I'm curious to see with this addition, are they willing to do anything else this offseason, or is this the big move? Are they willing to go over that tax threshold and pay some additional penalties, or are they like, okay, you know what? We spent our budget this offseason. We got our pitcher. We're good for 2026.
I think you just expressed the sentiment of probably every Astros fan, and let's stop running it like a mom and pop, and let's spend some money. And not that they have not spent money at times, but not enough.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, not even to keep their own guys that they've had already. You know, Alex Bregman last year. You know, now I understand there's context to that, obviously, but yeah, spend some money. You just said it, the third largest city in the country now.
Mm-hmm.
Huge market. Already was a major market anyway in Houston. Can't run it like a mom and pop, or you shouldn't run it like a mom and pop and expect to continue to have success. Luckily, they've had success the past decade doing it a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you got to switch that up.
Well, then we saw last year, too, take a step back, only 87 wins, no playoffs.
Yeah.
And suddenly you look at the division, it's like, ooh, the Mariners have a better roster. The Rangers won the World Series a couple years ago. The Oakland A's even had some promise last year. Or, sorry, Sacramento A's, whatever. Homeless A's had some promise last year, and they have a really good farm system and some young guys coming up. So I was happy to see this move. I just hope this isn't it.
The only move.
Yeah, that this is the big. It's almost like, look, we just had Christmas. And when you would get just like the one big gift, and that would be your only gift, because your parents are like, hey, we spent a lot of money. We got you an Xbox. You're not getting anything else. Or we got you a bike, whatever it is. Like, this is the one big gift. And it's great to get that one big gift. But sometimes, you know, on Christmas morning,
you want a little more.
Yeah, you want to unwrap a few different things instead of just one big present. And so that's my concern with these Astros is that, like I said, now they wipe their hands like, we got our guy, roster's set, we spent our money, we're good. I don't think they're good. I think we still need more additions to this team. So we'll see. Because I like this addition, but I have questions about Eime. You know, I'm cautiously optimistic. But I know he was being referred to earlier as an import, right? When you bring over these pitchers from Japan, I always worry about how they will step into the big leagues here. And the last couple of guys that did it with the Cubs, the Dodgers, they've had success. But that's always
been very good,
yeah. But there's always that concern that you just don't know how it's going to translate because it's just a different league, and really, it's a different way of life where
outside of just baseball.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
But even within baseball, like they pitch once a week over there. They don't do side sessions.
Yeah.
They don't pitch 200 innings. He has, in his contract, Eime, who just signed with the Astros today, he has, for his contract, the bonuses are for 100 innings. Most guys, it's like if you hit at least 150, if you hit 200, 100 innings, say you make, 6 innings, say you go 6 innings an outing on average, that's like 13 starts, right? What is it, 15 starts, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So, my point being, I'm excited that they got somebody. A lot of hype around this guy, but I also have a lot of caution that I'm going to use towards this move.
Now that we've seen this move, Luke, do you think, because there's already been talk about maybe a guy like Christian Walker could be moved off of.
Yeah.
Could be traded. Do you think a move like that is coming? Now that we've finally seen a big move as far as the Astros go this offseason, do you see a move like a Christian Walker being moved to another team?
I think they would love that, but I don't know who would be willing to take Christian Walker for his value away. And I was somebody who liked that signing to begin with. So, you know, I don't blame the Astros for bringing in Christian Walker. Honestly, my biggest issue, I didn't like the Carlos Correa addition, and I know that's like sacrilege because of his past, and everyone loves Correa's time here in Houston, and it's very nostalgic. But now you have this logjam in the infield, and I think this is probably just me being stubborn. I still think Christian Walker has a higher ceiling this year than Carlos Correa.
Really?
I do. I'm not a Carlos Correa guy. I didn't like the addition. He played better in Houston the second half of the season than he was playing in Minnesota.
Definitely.
But
sometimes a change of scenery does that.
Especially coming back here.
Yeah.
But to me, that was a move for last year. But then you move forward, and it's like, okay, now we have this guy, this guy, this guy. Like, we don't have enough spots in the infield. What do you do with Altuve? Do you put him back at second base? Do you DH him? Do you have to put Yordan out in left field? It's a weird roster construction right now for the Astros.
But with as many injuries as they've had the last 2 years, do you think that could be a blessing of sorts, that they have so many? And, I mean, also, it gives you trade chips as well.
It does.
If you want to make that, that type of move, if you find a guy that's out there on the market or that's on the trade block that you want to go after, you do have pieces, accessible pieces.
Well, that's why I think somebody needs to be moved. I would do it this offseason. I wouldn't go into the season with all these infielders.
You're not going to wait. You're not going to wait till March, April.
No, because I think it's almost like, I grew up a fan of the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah.
And I remember they had Shea Hildenbrand, all-star third baseman, and they had a similar situation. And eventually they traded him. I think they did trade the season, traded him when they needed a closer, and they got Byung-Hyun Kim, who was terrible. But so you could do something like that, sure, and and try to move him early into the season. Yeah, for sure. But I wouldn't even, I think there's more value. You don't want one of those guys on the bench, or the whole fiasco with forcing Altuve or Yordan to be out in the field. I would just get rid of somebody this offseason and go in kind of with that clean slate for the infield and the roster.
Yeah.
But getting back to Eime and the signing, look, coming to the Astros certainly should benefit him. We know what the Astros can do with pitchers. But, again, I would caution folks that this is not like some sort of – you're not getting Garrett Cole or Justin Verlander. His ERA is projected to be 4.3 in the big leagues. He's a middle to back of the rotation. He's going to pitch once a week, which is another thing I don't like is the six-man rotation for the Astros or for anybody for that matter, because I want Hunter Brown on the mound as often as possible. And I complained about this all of last season, but I don't like this idea of giving Hunter Brown fewer starts for that six-man rotation if all of the six parts of the rotation aren't worthwhile to put out there anyways.
Yeah.
So I don't like this idea of the six-man rotation. And then he has an opt-out after every year of the contract. So if he does pitch really well this year, it's probably a one-year deal, and he's going to go get a bigger deal somewhere else.
Get a big payday.
Which is fine, but it's just kind of a red flag to me of, A, it's kind of a prove-it deal, but then, B, also he kind of has eyes on the future of, 3-year contract with the Astros, but he had longer contract money per year. He took as much money as he could get in year one with an opt-out, hoping that I'm going to pitch well and then go get an even bigger contract somewhere else.
It's about them dollars.
Of course.
Dollar bill, y'all.
Which most people are, but that's why, again, I'm using caution here of, for all we know, this might just be a one-year deal. He pitches well this year. Great. It helps the Astros in 2026, but then he's going to bolt to go to the Dodgers or somewhere else for the big contract.
Yeah. I mean, I think that you kind of worry about when you cross that path. Right now, you want to see him come in and be productive. And if he does go elsewhere, then obviously it probably means he had a good year.
Yeah.
To help the Astros.
Right.
So, I mean, I think that's all fans can really hope for right now.
It's true.
Is that they made the right move bringing him in, whether it's a one-year deal or he's here for 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. Which is fine, but that's where I'm at, where I like this move. I don't know what the fan reaction is. I'm just cautioning of people seeing this and thinking, like, we got our ace. Yeah. No, I think he's a middle-of-the-rotation guy, and if he pitches well, he might be gone after a year because of the opt-out, So
don't get your hopes up.
Yeah, don't get too attached, maybe, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a good move for 2026. It's not going to be a Hunter Brown. It's not a Fromber. You didn't just add a Fromber, which, why I still have some concerns with this rotation.
Yeah.
That you got Hunter Brown, and then you got a lot of middle-to-the-back rotation pieces to fill out a six-man rotation now.
Yeah, that's rough.
And the other thing I would say, too, is actions didn't really meet the words. Like, there was a lot of talk. This is my other concern. There was a lot of talk about how great of a prospect this guy is in Eime. And he very well may be. But the talks are about the contract being for $200 million. He ends up signing a 3-year deal with a base salary of $18 million a year. Like, it was way off of the expectations. Yeah. And according to reports today, the Yankees weren't involved. The Mets weren't involved. The Cubs weren't involved. So now I'm wondering.
You're reading the tea leaves.
Yeah, and it's like
a little bit.
It's like when you feel great about your girlfriend or something, but then it's like, well, like you're the only suitor. Nobody else was interested. They didn't find her attractive. And it's like, okay, well, maybe she's not as beautiful as I thought. I don't know. Like, it's when
nobody in her DMs like that.
Yeah, right.
Approach to this conversation.
Very interesting.
yeah, not taken from my personal life whatsoever at all. I don't want that to be.
It's just an example. I
a certain way. That's a random analogy.
Yeah.
But
it happens.
Or metaphor, but just the idea of even like a car, right? When it's like, well, no one else is interested in it. When there's not other suitors, it makes me worry about that product. And when a lot of teams are not as in on Eime as expected, and he winds up in Houston, it's like, well, wait a minute, I don't know. Maybe we're getting sold a bill of goods here.
So you're going in very skeptical about this.
Yeah, skeptical.
Extremely.
I like the move, but as I just listed, I do have a number of concerns.
Yeah. So his first start, you'll be watching closely.
Oh, absolutely.
I imagine.
All year.
Yeah, definitely all year. But definitely those first couple starts, you'll be watching very close.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see. Because, look, I grew up a product, like I said, I was a Red Sox fan, and they got Daisuke Matsuzaka, who was like the biggest name in Japan.
I remember him. Yeah.
He had he went 18-3 with a 2.9 ERA. He had a great first year, I think maybe that was his second year, and he was in the Cy Young comp, but then about it. And it's like a solid pitcher. everyone thought he was going to come be this ace. He was nothing close to that outside of that 1 year. So I guess I'm just trying to curb the enthusiasm, to reference one of my favorite shows.
Nice, yes.
I think it's a good addition. I don't think it hurts. You need the pitching. He can come here and have some pretty good stuff. Astros do a great job with pitchers. I guess I'm just cautioning the idea that some may see this headline, because I saw a lot of this online, and think like, ooh, next ace. Here's a Cy Young pitcher. I don't think he's that. I think he's that middle to back of the rotation guy.
Okay. Well, it's a big move. I mean, even if just because the Astros hadn't done much during the offseason. It is a big move to bring in another starter here. Again, like you said, not an ace, but a good middle rotation guy.
Yeah, which is
what you hope he can be. Which is still, it's a need. You have a need for that, right already. So yeah, definitely good move here. But I think now we just hope that the Astros have another move or two up their sleeve here soon.
You and me both. We'll see. Spring training starts in about 6 weeks.
Yeah,
winter meetings have already passed.
6 weeks is going to fly by.
It is.
It's not that far away.
Man, not for me, as someone that really enjoys baseball, it's going to take forever.
Yeah. Well, you'd be surprised. Time flies.
Time definitely flies.
We're already in 2026.
How about
source?
that?
Can I get a source on that? Sir?
Yeah.
Is it the hat? Is it the hat?
That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
I'm going to wear it tomorrow. I'll tell you it's 2027 as well. But Astros get the addition today, and it's an exciting day. Just, I would curb your expectations is my message, I suppose. We'll have Sheldon Rankins coming up when we come back as we talk Texans. Just getting started. Chris Partee alongside Luke Morrow here. Happy New Year. We'll come back with Sheldon Rankins next here on 610.
The Drive is live and kicking off the new year on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron at Twin Peaks off 290.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One back Hampton on 3rd and 5. Herbert puts the leg down. Petrie showing blitz. Now he gets into coverage as Herbert has a little time, but everything collapses as Rankins gets there along with Will to bring down the quarterback. Another 3rd down pressure situation, and the Texans defense comes through big.
Boy, this defensive line is something else.
It's The Drive. The fellas are out today. Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. And pleased to be joined by the man you heard making a play there in that highlight, Sheldon Rankins. As they come off the practice field here on this New Year's Day, getting ready for the final game of the regular season. Sheldon, appreciate you joining us. Happy New Year's. Are you a resolution guy?
No, not really. First of all, Happy New Year's to you guys as well. But honestly, not really. I try to, whatever I'm doing, throughout the year, I try to make sure I'm always doing things that I need to do and things that I'm supposed to do. So I just kind of try to, keep it right all the time and just kind of live by that.
Amen. Absolutely.
I like that.
I'm with you on that. Hey, we heard your head coach talk about you in the press conference yesterday. You returned to the Texans this year after spending last year in Cincinnati. What did it mean to you to be able to come back here and be part of this defense and play for DeMeco Ryans again here in Houston this year?
I'm into everything, honestly. This is a place, even in the short time I was here before, it felt like I was supposed to be here. It felt like, the timing of, when I got here along with DeMeco and, the team that he assembled. And, it felt like, it felt like home, where, my voice was heard when it needed to be. And, the way I lead was needed to be able to help this group develop. And obviously, when I left, everything continued to take off. And just glad to be back. And honestly, it was like, putting a pair of shoes on that you hadn't worn in a few weeks. It's like, man, like, I remember these, so once I got back here, man, it was like picking up, right where I left off, and just trying to continue to be a positive impact for this team.
Hey, Sheldon, Chris Partee here. I'm going to piggyback off of Luke's question there. So you were here 2023. You left for a year. You come back. Now the defense was really good last year. This year, you're back. This defense has taken that step to the next level. Like, what can you attribute that to? As being the number one defense in the league, holding teams, I would think, 16 points a game. Like, what can you attribute all that to? And I guess the growth of the defense this year.
Yeah, I think it's a culmination of things, right? I think for the most part, the entire defense kind of remains intact. So continuity is huge. I think that gets lost a lot of times now in sports with so much shuffle of players, because of contracts and other situations that continuity can be hard to find. But I mean, this front office, this coaching staff, this organization has done a great job of not only bringing in guys, veteran guys, but drafting the right kind of guys and allowing them to grow together, allowing them to grow not only as men off the field, but men and players within the locker room and on the field. So once I got back, even watching from afar last year, you saw everything continuing to grow. You saw the pieces that were there continuing to elevate. So getting back here and this is figuring out what it is they need from me. How can I be at my very best for them, down in, down out, and then going out and executing and making sure I'm doing my part. There's so much talent on this defense that you never want to let the guy next to you down. Like I said, I normally play next to Will, and I got Tommy next to me, and then outside of him is Daniil. Behind me Aziz, Henry, those guys, the secondary. I mean, that speaks for itself. So the talent is endless. The caliber, not only player but just person is super high character. Guys love ball. Guys love being a part of what we're building here. So it's easy to kind of fall back in and do what I need to do on my end to continue to help elevate this defense.
Talking with Texans defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins. Sheldon, you guys are you're already in the playoffs this year, so congratulations to you guys on that. What's this week been like, though, getting ready for a regular season game on Sunday where you're already in the playoffs? There's still a chance you could win the division. Does it feel any different? Do you have to do anything differently to make sure you guys are still up and ready to go Sunday? What's the week been like just to prepare for the final game of the season?
Nah, man, it's business as usual. I think that's the one thing, I spoke about it, just earlier about how this organization, from top down has done a great job of bringing in the right kind of guys that understand, man, any chance you get an opportunity to take the field and represent this defense, represent this team. Seriously, so obviously we understand there's still some things left for us to play for, but obviously, with the playoff spot kind of, clinched, some guys can relax a little bit. That's just not the way we're wired. We understand we have an opportunity to go out here and, continue to play for something, continue to establish our brand of ball, continuing to build our continuity, continuing to grow and work towards the excellence that we chase every time we take the field. So it's business as usual for us, man. We'll go out there, continue to work throughout the week and go out there and play our brand of football on Sunday.
Sheldon, like Luke said, you got the Colts this weekend. Tell me this. So you're going to see Riley Leonard out there. I believe this is his first NFL start, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's played a little bit, first NFL start. But how difficult is it to prepare for a guy, whether he's a younger guy or a veteran, that you don't have a lot of film on?
Yeah, I mean, it can be tough, right? I think, a lot of what you think you'll see is, projection, obviously based on, his college tape and, some things that he did in his limited snaps and, kind of basing it off of skill set and what he's just naturally done well and kind of trying to, like I said, just kind of guess or, play the game of like, oh, well, he could run some of these things. He could run some of those things. And, I think a lot of it will just be, you go into it with, with the thought process and then, just being able to adjust on the fly. Like I said, they're going to do some things that, obviously we'll prepare for. But then there are a few wrinkles maybe that they throw in that we didn't prepare for. That's part of being a professional athlete and, playing defense in the NFL, man. You go over to the sideline or whether it's there halftime, you make adjustments and you continue to go out there and play good defense. So like I said, I think, there's some things we'll prepare for and there'll be some things that, we haven't seen that, we'll kind of have to, rely on our principles and our fundamentals to kind of get us out of, and we'll make adjustments on the sideline and at halftime and continue to go play.
Sheldon, I'm sure I already know the answer to my next question, but I have to ask the question anyways because we're all curious and talking about it as fans. As a player, any preference with who you guys might match up with in the playoffs, next weekend?
No, I think the way this game works and the way we're wired within this locker room is, man, put the ball down. It don't matter where, no matter when, don't matter against who. We like us 100 times out of 100, and we'll stand on that in any venue, any stadium, wherever wherever we end up playing. That's who we want to play, and that's kind of how we've always looked at it. Like we'll take care of our own business, and whoever shows up on the schedule, that's who we got to deal with, and we'll look forward to dealing with it.
Now, Sheldon, does that go the same for whether you play on the road in the first round or whether you play at home? You got home cooking versus being on the road finding something to eat. Like, does that matter at all to players?
No, not at all. I think the beauty about this team is we all share the same mentality, whether offense, defense, special teams. It doesn't matter. We're going to line up and play a violent, physical brand of football. And lucky for us, we can do that on the road, at home, neutral site, don't matter. So we just look forward to the opportunity to be able to play in the playoffs and do everything we can to achieve our dream, which is bringing a Super Bowl to Houston.
Sheldon, lastly, before we let you go, I know we've talked a lot about this defense, how good you guys have been this year. Just what's the most fun part about being part of this defense, week in and week out right now?
I think I kind of spoke about it after the Chargers game in the interview, where it's really just the brotherhood. I think obviously the product on the field, we go out and we look forward to being able to dominate games and take over games. But man, the brotherhood in the locker room, the laughs, the moments, the energy, the inside jokes, the brotherhood is on the level of, how, you have an older brother or something, you could go out and score 40 points in a basketball game. He's never gonna let that be good enough. It's the same within his locker room. We could go out and have a dominant performance. Like we're never gonna allow each other to be comfortable with what we've done, and we're always pushing each other to be better because we know we're still only scratching the surface of how good we can be. So I think, man, when you mix the level of love and admiration each guy has for each other with that ability to kind of, man, always keep each other locked in, keep each other on the level playing field, level head to go out and execute the way we need to execute to be able to win games, is special and special to be a part of.
He's Sheldon Rankins, defensive tackle for the number 1 defense in the NFL of your Houston Texans. Sheldon, appreciate the time. Happy New Year to you, and the best of luck this Sunday and into the playoffs as well.
Hey, thank you. Happy New Year to you as well.
Appreciate it. Sheldon Rankins joining us here on The Drive. Appreciate the time right off the practice field. Obviously, look, it's the NFL. It's their job. They get paid a lot of money. They're not going to take a day off for New Year's Day.
No.
But I mentioned this yesterday with Clint. I think back to, I only played high school basketball, but the coach used to have practice on New Year's Day at like 7 or 8 a.m. Just to make sure no one was getting in trouble the night before. And it was miserable.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
That's high school basketball. Come on.
No, that's actually smart.
Now get your ass up and get to practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was smart by the coach.
I've been there. 6 a.m. practice. Yeah. Or 6 a.m. weight room session.
Right.
Yeah. I've been there.
We'd still stay up till midnight, and that's like, we got to get up.
Got to get up in 5 hours.
Run around.
6 hours.
Yeah, and then he'd run you to see, like, okay, which one of you guys is hungover and going to throw up everywhere?
Who drank all night?
Yeah. Which troubled high schooler.
Who stayed up playing 2K or Madden all night?
That's what we would do. I mean, we were in high school anyways, but it's like, we got to get up early. Like, we're just going to play Halo. And then,
definitely the Madden.
Yeah, that's right. And watch the ball drop at midnight, have some sparkling grape juice, and
go to sleep.
And go to bed and get up and go to practice. A little different for these NFL guys, making a lot of money. Also, the practice was normal time. Appreciate Sheldon joining us coming off the field here this afternoon. I liked his answer. I figured that was going to be the answer about the opponent. I liked his line, though. We'll take ourselves 100 out of 100 times. You obviously have to have that confidence. That's what contributes to having the number 1 defense.
Yeah.
When we come back, we're going to talk about that. Who do we prefer the Texans match up with in the first round of the playoffs? Have the Texans exercise their demons? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive here on 610.
Can you take care of your family? Do you get the compensation that you deserve? Do you have the peace of mind? I'm telling you,
McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, Colin Neal on the Steel Wheels, and you as well. You can always join the conversation. 713-572-4610 on the text line. Get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Happy New Year. Be a holiday today, technically, but no days off here. Yeah, just had Sheldon Rankins join us last segment. If you missed that conversation, you could go back on YouTube. You could go back on the Odyssey app. You could listen to the podcast later. So many ways to catch that full interview if you missed our conversation.
No excuses. You can
Texans
find it.
Defensive tackle. That's right.
You can find us.
Especially now in 2026. There's so many different ways.
Damn, 2026.
Yeah, get used to that. How long does it take you to get you? I mean, we don't sign checks anymore like we used to.
No.
So you don't have to write the date as
Unless
often?
you're old.
Yeah.
Older.
Yeah, putting down check writers. Yeah, but how long would it take you to finally get used to writing 2026 or whatever new year it was? Because for me, I think it'd take at least a good month.
Yeah, I was going to say about a month, maybe close to 6 weeks. So somewhere in early to mid-February.
Right?
I'd say, yeah.
It would be so annoying. You can always write.
Yeah.
You know,
damn, I got to go back and.
It's 2026.
2026. All right.
Got to change that.
Dang it.
It's not too bad. You could turn the 5 into a 6 pretty easily, at least.
Fairly.
For all you old folks out there still using checks.
I'm kidding.
When's the last time you wrote a check? Man, I don't know. For me,
it's been 8. I haven't had a checkbook. Man, I'd say maybe 15 years.
15 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whew. I think it's been a couple years for me, but not 15. That's a long time since you wrote a check.
Yeah.
Straight cash, homie.
Straight cash, homie.
That's right.
Randy Moss all day.
Hey, we asked Sheldon Rankins, and we knew what to expect from the answer, but I asked the questions to get the good answers.
Exactly.
And we asked Sheldon, who would you prefer to play in the first round of the playoffs? And obviously, he wouldn't give a specific team. They feel confident that they can go hang and beat anybody, whether that's home or the road. On the text line, 346 says it doesn't matter who the Texans play. It's the opposition that should be worried that they drew the Texans because the Texans are going to beat them down whoever they play. I like that confidence on the text line from the Texans fan as well.
Fans are feeling good right now.
Why not?
And you know
8
what?
Straight wins.
You should be.
Yeah.
8 consecutive wins. Number 1 defense in the league. So, you should feel good. Now, I understand there are still some worries about the offense at times. But, man, this defense, and I know it's cliche, defense travels.
Yeah, it does.
In the postseason is what I'm saying. All season. But in the postseason, if you got a great defense, you can go far with that. Just don't turn the ball over offensively. Just keep the ball. I think I heard PC say that Texans in time of possession are top 3 in the league or number 1?
Number 3.
Number 3. There you go.
And number 2 in least takeaways. So really good at taking care of the ball.
They're taking care of the ball. They're keeping the other team's offense off the field on top of that.
Yeah.
So, that keeps your defense fresh. So they can get after the quarterback.
That's right.
And make plays in the defensive backfield. That's what you want. They have a recipe to go very far this year. They do. They got the recipe.
They do, especially with how wide open the AFC is this year. It's not Mahomes, but, still not 100% Lamar Jackson.
No.
You just have to worry about Josh Allen. And then you got a lot of young quarterbacks. Bo Nix, Drake May, guys who have never won playoff games. Trevor Lawrence, who, has the one playoff win but hasn't done enough.
And even with that, they've beaten Josh Allen a couple times.
Yeah, they own Josh Allen.
They kind of own him.
The one quarterback to really be concerned about.
Yeah, so like the texter said there, I don't think they have much to worry about. Now, obviously, you don't want to overlook anyone in the playoffs, but you're going to either go up against some young quarterbacks, a familiar foe in Trevor Lawrence, or potentially Josh Allen, who you've beaten the last couple times you played him.
Right. So maybe this whole exercise is moot, but humor me nonetheless. When we look at the first round matchup, because this has been the talker here for the past, at least this week.
Yeah.
Who should you want the Texans to match up with in the wild card round next week? I know Sean Pendergast put out one of his Pender polls, I think it was on Monday, with 3 options. And I should actually bring this up to get the exact results, but he said the Steelers, the Ravens, with Lamar, and then the third option being the Ravens without Lamar. And if I remember correctly on the Pender poll, Texans fans that voted said Steelers is the number one option, would prefer to play the Steelers. Number 2 would be the Ravens without Lamar. Number 3 would then be the Ravens with Lamar Jackson. So now I ask you, Chris, and it sounds like you're in agreement, but how do you feel? Who would you want to face most if you're the Texans?
Steelers. Offensively, I don't think the Steelers have. Obviously, DK Metcalf would be back in the lineup from his suspension, right?
Yeah.
He's out this week, but he'll be back by the playoffs. But
Yeah.
I just don't think the Steelers match up well. Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to get hurt. He doesn't want to get hit. I fully believe this is his last season. I don't think he wants to go out injured. I think he's going to be more worried about getting through the game. I mean, did you see any of the game against the Browns? Now, obviously, there was a record on the line. It felt like the Steelers were more worried about not having that record set against them for the single sack, as opposed to winning the game, and they lost. So and even just in general, all season, Aaron Rodgers, he's not the guy he used to be. He's just not. He's not that guy. I understand Lamar Jackson. If Lamar Jackson's going to play, I understand he's not 100%. But he's still Lamar Jackson. And he can turn it on. Mm-hmm. You got to be worried about that. I know B. Scott said he's not worried about that, but he's been that. The Ravens with Lamar Jackson have been that bugaboo for the Texans for a few years, for quite a while, actually. He's just been that bugaboo for them. They just have not been able to get over that hump. Yeah, they beat him earlier this year, but Jackson didn't play, right?
Right, correct, yeah.
He was not. He was
Cooper Rush.
Exactly. It was Cooper Rush. And I think it's Huntley now who's in. Yep. So Tyler Huntley. So no, I'm going Steelers. I think if the Texans play the Steelers, they may score 14 points. They'd be lucky to score 14 points.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, he's like the Stone Temple Pilots song. I'm half the man I used to be. Right? That's what he said.
Like
he's
that.
not what he's used to be.
That's no.
You got it.
I know it's not creep. It's
What did you call me? Yeah, it is creep.
It is creep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
What'd you call me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, that's a underrated band.
Stone Temple Pilots. Yeah.
I saw them last year. Actually at up in Dallas at the Pavilion.
Oh,
really cool.
Yeah. That's a great band.
Who you got?
No, I'm with you. I'm the same way. Steelers would be for sure the preferred opposition, even more so than the Ravens without Lamar Jackson. I want the Steelers first and foremost, and I think kind of because of what you laid out. Look, their game plan Sunday, I do believe, was to keep Myles Garrett, the whole division rival and everything. Yeah. They don't want him to break the record, similar to what the Bears did to Jared Allen when he was going for the sack record in 2011. And the Bears, same thing with Josh McCown, I think, at the time as the quarterback, just threw screens all game just so Jared Allen wouldn't even have a chance to get to the quarterback. But that's kind of been the Steelers' offense all year. Rodgers is last in the league in air yards, and I think actually, don't quote me on this, but I think he's actually going to set a record this year for shortest average distance for pass, which is all around the line of scrimmage. He's not throwing the ball downfield. And so an immobile quarterback who can't throw it downfield against the Texans defense, that doesn't concern me, even if it's in Pittsburgh. The Ravens, though, I think have a higher ceiling where I might not necessarily be all that worried about playing in Baltimore either, but if Lamar, especially if Lamar's healthy, I think the Ravens have that higher ability to put some things together and surprise you more so than I think the Steelers, even on their best day, can do enough to keep up against that Texans defense and win the game unless it's something like 7-0, right? Unless the Texans offense is just horrendous. But the Ravens, even against that Texans defense, I would still worry about Derrick Henry. I would worry about if Lamar is healthy. They just have more weapons. They're more dangerous on paper. The defense has played a lot better the second half of the season compared to when the Texans saw them the first time and embarrassed that Ravens squad, and we thought they were all quitting. They've actually turned it around once they've gotten healthier.
But that's been a knock on them recently, is that they have not stuck with Henry.
Well, they didn't 2 weeks ago, and then they went to the well this past week to, I think, to overcompensate.
And I'm glad they did because it helped me win my fantasy football championship. So I needed it.
Yeah.
So thank you, Ravens.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
But that would be the concern, is even as good as this defense is, going to Baltimore, outdoors, in the cold, smash mouth football, if there is a vulnerability on this Texans defense, it might be up the middle there on that defensive line. Derrick Henry obviously is a great running back. even with Snoop Huntley, like maybe he still has a big day against that defense, and the Ravens pull off a surprise. I just don't think the Steelers have any of those prospects.
No, there's too many variables with the Ravens right now.
Mm-hmm.
For one, you don't know if Lamar's going to be out there.
Right.
Two, there's not Travis Henry, but Henry. Yeah.
Derrick Henry.
There we go. I don't know why
Travis Henry, that's a throwback.
Yeah, that's a throwback for real.
Throwback Thursday.
Definitely. No. There's Derrick Henry out there. So there's too many. And like you said, their defense has gotten better as the season's gone along. But it's not the traditional Ravens defense that we're used to seeing, which has been, for so many years, they're top 5, if not, at worst top 10 defense for many years, throughout the season. So they're not that defense right now, but they've been a lot better this last half of the season.
For sure. Let me ask you this.
Improved, I should say.
You referenced it earlier in the segment. When we were doing the crosstalk almost an hour ago, B. Scott said he wants the Ravens. He's not worried about the Ravens. The Texans finally beat the Ravens this year, but that wasn't the Ravens. That was without Lamar Jackson. That was without half the defense. That was a team that looked like they quit. We were talking about Harbaugh losing his job, and they embarrassed Cooper Rush and the Ravens in Baltimore. But we know the history of the Texans with the Ravens in recent years. Do you think the Texans, just simply based off of that win or the success they've had this year, do you think the Texans have exercised those Ravens demons where I remember we were on air together last year after the Christmas game talking like, I hope we never see the Ravens again. And now we're having a conversation where Texans fans are hoping you play the Ravens in Baltimore in the playoffs.
Ain't that crazy?
What a difference a year makes.
That's crazy.
Do you think that's the right thought? Do you think the Texans fans or the Texans themselves has exercised their demons with the Ravens where almost like Kevin McAllister in Home Alone with the basement where finally he's like, I'm not afraid anymore. Are the Texans no longer afraid of these Baltimore Ravens? Texans fans, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you think they've exercised the demons?
I think the fans feel like they're not afraid anymore for the most part. I would say probably majority of the fans feel like we don't care about the Ravens anymore. Partially because of the defense and how good it is. The defense has been great this season.
Yes.
Like there's not like you just said, maybe, running up the middle a little bit there, you can get to the Texans defense, but they don't have a lot of holes. When they're healthy, they don't have a lot of holes there.
I would much rather face the Steelers. I'm still worried about the Ravens with Lamar Jackson, even if he's not 100%. Especially because it's in Baltimore. In Houston, I'm not that worried. Bring anybody in here. But to go outdoors, potentially in the cold, playoff game against Lamar, Derrick Henry in Baltimore, that still worries me.
Is that the only team you're worried about?
No.
That's in the playoffs?
No.
No.
But I'm not worried. Again, it's the whole home road, though. I would be worried about going to Denver because of the altitude, cold, all that sort of stuff.
The altitude, yeah.
But I'm not worried. If the Broncos were in Houston, I'm not that worried about Denver. Yeah. Patriots come to Houston, not that worried. Going to New England, different story. Jacksonville and Houston, not that worried. So it's not so much the team, I guess, as it is just simply going on the road, being outdoors, so on and so forth. But the AFC, to me, is wide open this year. I'm not impressed by any of these teams. On the text line real quick before we hit the break, DeMeco is not scared of Derrick Henry one-on-one. Someone says our defense doesn't match up the best with the Lamar Jackson and Henry duo. Running quarterbacks have the best shot against our defense, so let's see the Steelers. Another texter said there is no offense in the playoffs that scares me with this defense. That's fair. And then lastly, someone said, I'm 57, still writing checks. I've had to get rid of some creditors for adding fees for no automatic bank withdrawals.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so there you go. So take that. But
shout out. My bad.
Coming up, and you can always join the conversation, by the way, on the text line, 713-572-4610. Coming up, let's step away from the Texans for a moment. We'll still talk plenty more Texans the rest of the afternoon. But when we come back, the Houston Rockets are already almost halfway through the season. How do you feel they currently stack up in the West? Because I actually have some concerns. We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
The Texans clinched a playoff berth with their KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
How do we feel about the Houston Rockets? How do they currently stack up in the Western Conference? Because I have some questions or some concerns. It's The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, Colin Neal on the steel wheels here
Super producer Colin.
Yeah, some people would say
like
super
that.
producer Colin.
Yes, I agree.
I was waiting. Props to you for waiting a whole hour to drop that one in. I would have hit that right off the top.
Yeah.
He's modest. He's modest.
Somewhat modest enough to wait an hour.
Yeah, I don't want to make it all about me, you know.
It's about you right now, Colin.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I tried to thank B. Scott and Patrick Creighton for the pizza that was left behind, and then Colin said, "Actually, you should thank me." So, he says one thing on air, says another thing off the air.
But also, shout out to B. Scott and PC for that.
Yes, and Colin for picking it up.
Thank you.
And
thank you, gentlemen.
And all I ask is credit where credit is due.
You are a gentleman and a scholar.
There we go. Thank you, so.
And thank you, most importantly, for not eating all the pizza so that there was some left
right.
for Chris and I to partake here this afternoon.
Luckily, there's no show after us today, so
that's right.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's right. We don't have to save it.
We can finish it off, guys.
But also, if pizza's been sitting out, by the time you get to the show this evening, you have pizza that's been sitting out for 8 hours. You still eating it?
Sometimes you don't care.
I usually don't care.
If you're hungry, yeah. If you like pizza,
I might care the next day.
Next day? But the same day?
Well, I'm saying I might care the next day because of the decision I made the day before.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm like, oh, that was a dumb decision.
Sometimes you got to roll the dice.
Are y'all a cold or hot pizza?
I guess I prefer it hot, but sometimes cold. I guess it depends on where you get the pizza. Because sometimes cold, the next day after being in the fridge, is the best.
Yeah, well, that was cold pizza. I would classify
But it hasn't been in the fridge, though.
No.
I think that's classifies room temperature.
That's
Yeah, it's definitely room temperature. It's tepid.
Lukewarm.
But hey,
some might say.
Listen, though.
He's here all week, people.
Just, hey, no matter if it's cold or hot, one team that was cold and one team that's now getting hot again, the Houston Rockets.
Oh, look at the super producer.
Love the segue there.
Getting us back on track.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get off track
He
a
said
little
enough of your nonsense.
But
Get
that's
back in line.
Hey, the man does his job well.
So anyways, I was at the store the other day, and no, I'm kidding.
HEB?
Yeah. So the Houston Rockets have won 3 in a row. They play the Brooklyn Nets tonight, 5 o'clock Central Time, so they'll tip off while we're still on air. And they're favored by like 15, obviously. You know,
It's
Brooklyn
the
Nets.
Nets.
Yeah. Should be an easy win for the Rockets tonight, would get their 4th straight victory. And that comes after a bit of a lull. They lost 4 out of 5. Now they've won 3 in a row. Should get another win tonight. Sitting at, 20-10 right now is the Rockets' record?
Yeah.
Chris, how do you feel currently now that we've seen a large enough sample size? You know, obviously 82 games in a season, so we're 11 games away from the midway point already, which is hard to believe. But now that we head into January, how do you feel about this Rockets team compared to what you thought going into the year? Have they met your expectations? Have they impressed you even more? Have they disappointed you a little bit? How would you assess the first 30 games of this Rockets team so far compared to your expectations?
Like some other people, like some fans, that little rough patch they had, I guess, last week, before last, for a couple weeks
ago,
where they lost to some really bad teams. I think it was the Jazz, the Pelicans, a couple other teams in there. I didn't think the sky was falling, but of course you're worried about that a little bit. But they are 10 games over 500, 30 games in. So a little bit over a third of the way through, almost halfway through the season. They're 10 games over 500. They're right about where I thought. I believe they're 4th in the West right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they should be pretty much most of the year, if not all year, at least in the top 4, if not the top 2 in this conference. Like that's how good I think, coming in, that's how good I thought this team could be. Largely based on adding Kevin Durant, but also based on what they did last season. They were the number 2 seed as well.
Yeah.
So largely based on that too. There's been talk out there about, do they need to bring in a point guard? I don't know where you sit on that. I don't think it would hurt to test the waters. No, I love what Reed Shepherd's done, but you have to ask, obviously he's mostly coming off the bench here, but you have to ask, do they have the backcourt in place that can get them over the hump.
Yeah.
And get them, for one, out of the first round.
Right.
Now, because that's all going to depend on the matchup in the first round. And you feel pretty good if they're a top 3 seed. Hopefully they don't fall any further than that. You know, they're 4 right now, but I'm top 3 in the conference. But like most years, the Western Conference is just deep.
It is.
And you got the Spurs coming on.
That's the problem.
You got OKC, obviously.
Yeah.
You got Denver. Now, I know Jokic went down with an injury. Now, how bad was that injury, though?
Yeah, I know.
I don't know how long he's out.
They're saying 4 weeks.
Okay.
He avoided a season ender.
Okay. See, yeah, right there.
But I'm curious for this month. I'm curious how the Nuggets do over the next month because, to your point, the West is so tight. I mean, the Rockets are
tight.
a game and a half behind the Nuggets. That 4 weeks without Jokic could be enough to drop Denver behind Houston for good, right, for the rest of the season.
I mean, that could be enough to drop them down, you know, to where they're battling for 6 and not falling into the play-in.
Yeah, right now
that's enough.
They're only 2.5 games out of the play-in.
That's the thing about the West is so tight.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere from 9 up to about 3 or 4 is just OKC is probably going to continue to run away. Just they're. It feels like with OKC, their only kryptonite right now is San Antonio. They've lost to them 3 times already. So but it's just amazing how crazy deep the West is. Like you just don't know how it's going to unfold.
Yeah. You can join the conversation, 713-572-4610 on the text line. Get to us in the YouTube chat as well, where Joseph Saragusa, my kind of guy, Saragusa said, he corrected me when I said should have an easy win against the Brooklyn Nets tonight, and he said, Rockets don't have easy wins against bad teams. That's fair. I mean, the Rockets have lost to the bottom 5 teams in the Western Conference already. Losses. Yeah, I had the Rockets at the start of the season in the top 3. I said you can finish behind OKC, you can finish behind Denver. I would expect that, but then I would put Houston right there. And so they're not that far off because they're the 4 seed right now, and as we just touched on, Denver might fall back from the pack here over the next month. The big concern to me, well, I have a couple of concerns, but when I look at the standings, the biggest concern for me when looking at the Western Conference and how the Rockets currently stack up is what you mentioned, is the Spurs. The fact that the Spurs have already seemingly passed Houston in about a year, not even a year and a half.
They wedged themselves in here.
While adding Kevin Durant in Houston, and now you look over, it's like, oh, shoot, the Spurs, and they're more than Victor Wembanyama, and they're all youth. They got a good team.
They are, man, they're young.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're the youngest team in the league, but, man, those guys are good.
And so that worries me is like, well, now all of a sudden, like I thought the Rockets would be right there in the top
tier.
Should
be that team.
Yeah, now the Spurs already passed them. So I think the Rockets are that number 4 team in the West. But what really worries me about Houston, because the Rockets have played well, obviously the 20-10 record looks good on paper. They've had a good offensive rating. They got a lot of talent on paper. Yeah. I like this Rockets team. I think there's a little catfish aspect to the Rockets, though. Because I think when you dig a little deeper, there's a lot of troubling numbers for Houston. And I wonder how well they can handle adversity. The Rockets this year have lost all of their back-to-backs, the second night of the back-to-backs. They are only 10-8 on the road against teams that have better records than them. There's something like 3-6, I think it is, against teams that are better than them. The Christmas Day game against the Lakers was a good showing, but before that, they didn't have a lot. They lost 2 out of 3 to the Nuggets. They lost to the Thunder. They lost to the Spurs. They lost to the Pistons. They lost all the best teams they've played. They've lost pretty much all those games outside of the 1 win to the Nuggets. And then the most troubling thing to me, honestly, and I mentioned this to you before we came on the air today, I love Kevin Durant. I've always said, if you could create a player, you're playing NBA 2K, and you're making yourself, you would just make yourself to be just like Durant. He is the most skilled,
well-rounded
scorer. Yeah, when it comes to like weapons and ability on offense.
Nah, bro, you're just a cheeser at that point.
A cheeser? Yeah.
I come from a guy that plays 2K quite a lot. Like, come on, man. Play some ethical basketball.
Ethical basketball, huh? Yeah. What's that? What's that?
I don't know. We just like messing around.
We're talking about the NBA here. Yeah. What is that?
Who would you create yourself if you were making a player in 2K? Who would you most resemble? Greg Ostertag?
No, Scotty Barnes, man. Scotty Barnes.
Oh, okay.
Why can't they got to be Greg Ostertag?
I don't know.
Do you know who Colin, do you know who Greg Ostertag is? You remember?
No.
Well, you don't remember him. You weren't born yet,
No.
but look him up. Just look him
the
up.
first name that popped into mind.
I wouldn't take that, Colin. I wouldn't take that.
But you know,
Greg Ostertag.
Luke, you talk about though Kevin Durant's importance and all that good stuff. Do they need to rely on him more though in the closing situation? They still go Alfie quite a lot in those situations.
So you don't want to see Alfie with the ball in his hands as much.
I don't want to. I'm not saying that. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't want him at all to not have the ball.
Yeah.
But it's just like sometimes the Rockets lost a couple of games because of how Alfie has handled at end of game, especially like with the Kings when he tried to foul bait a three, and then that allowed them to drive the Kings to drive down the court and hit a game tie and shot to send it to overtime, which they eventually lost.
Well, here's my thing with all this, and what I was getting to with Durant is that I love Durant, but I do have questions about him in the clutch moments because the biggest concern, I listed those numbers for the Rockets this year. My biggest concern is that Houston's 6-8 in clutch games, which is 19th best in the league.
Yikes.
For comparison's sake, the Lakers, say what you will about the Lakers, they're 10-0 in clutch games. And if you're curious, clutch games are games that are within 3 possessions in the final 2 minutes. Or technically 2 possessions because I think it's 5 points.
I think it's 5 points.
Yeah, so technically that could be 2 possessions, a 3 and a 2.
Yeah.
But games that are within 5 points in the last 2 minutes, just to simplify it.
Yep.
Lakers have won every one of those. When they lose, they usually get blown out.
Austin Reeves been balling. That's why.
But the Rockets are only 6-8 in those games, not always against good teams. And so, look, maybe that's a small sample size. But then I was thinking, well, let me go back and look. And with the Suns, Durant was 500 in those. Well, the Suns with Durant, I should say, were 500 in clutch games. Where you look at last year, it was one of the best things about the Rockets. The Rockets were 6th best in the league last year in clutch games. They were 26-18, 6th best winning percentage in the NBA. This year, the Suns are now in clutch games. So, you know, if you're looking at, well, what's changed? Okay, so Durant was on the Suns. They were not good in late, tight situations, but the Rockets were really good without Durant. Now Durant comes to Houston. Oh, suddenly the Suns are one of the better teams in these late, tight games. And the Rockets are much worse in those close games this year, despite having Durant, compared to last year. It's probably unfair to put it all on KD, but it's a bit of a troubling trend for me because if you're going to win in the playoffs, going to go win a championship, you're going to have to win on the road where they're struggled. You're going to have to win close games. You're going to have to beat good teams, and those are the 3 areas where they've struggled most so far this year.
Yeah, I did not know those stats. That's rough because you would have thought bringing in Kevin Durant that they would either, you know, kind of stay where they were or really improve on, especially in the clutch. Because KD is known as a closer, especially when he was, you know, in Golden State and in OKC. He was known as a closer. So you would think coming into this team that would continue on. But obviously that has not been the case. And as far as them, you know, their woes on the road, yeah, you got to get that turned around for one, because obviously in the postseason, you're going to have to go on the road and you're going to have to win big games. And if you're also not very good in the clutch, it's going to be a short playoff run this season. That's what those two things together equal for me.
Yeah, so those are my worries. Where good record.
They're valid. They are valid.
Good team on paper. They look good, all these sort of things.
But once you dig a little deeper.
Right.
Like Luke did, he dug a little deeper.
Yeah. It's like you see these photos online that have Photoshop skills. They're like, oh, actually, this was changed. Here's a filter. This was altered. You did all these things. And it's like, oh.
If you know what to look for.
When you zoom in a little bit, doesn't look as good. When you zoom in on the Rockets' resume so far, I have some concerns about this team. On paper, they're one of the most talented teams in all of the league in the West. That's why they're the 4 seed. But they've struggled, like I said, on the road, in back-to-backs, which you don't have to worry about in the playoffs, but still just that adversity.
Yeah.
They've struggled on the road, back-to-backs, against good teams, and in late and tight situations, which to me is most important. On the text line, they said, we miss Dylan Brooks, huh? And somebody else said, the Rockets prove they can hang with the upper echelon of the league. They just can't close. The lack of a point guard is hurting them. But that's the most important thing. It's like the whole Seinfeld bit where you can take a reservation, but you don't know how to hold the reservation, and that's the most important part of a reservation. Anyone could just take reservations, but the real ones have to hold those reservations for your car, your rental car, or your restaurant tail. Same thing. You can hang, that's great, but the champions are the ones that then win those close games. Thank you.
You have to close. You got to be closing.
Yeah. And that's
ABC, always be closing.
That's right. You could always join the conversation, 713-572-4610. Philip, if you do hang on, we'll get to you when we come back and also get to not only the Rockets but the Texans. Circling back to the Texans, have they become the new Patriots? I'll explain what I mean. It's The Drive.
Ready? The Texans close down the regular season in a rematch. Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Have the Texans officially become the new New England Patriots? I'll let you know what I mean. It is The Drive. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Colin Neal on the steel wheels here this afternoon. Happy New Year to everyone out there. Hopefully you had a safe and fun New Year's Eve last night. We'll get to that coming up. But let's get back to these Houston Texans, who obviously have been trying to become this Patriots South thing that's always been used with kind of a negative connotation because of the Nick Caserio connection. He hires all of these people with Patriots ties, and I know a lot of Texans fans have been annoyed.
It's kind of par for the course, though, for the NFL.
What's that?
A guy had success somewhere. He's going to try to bring some of the people with him.
It's true.
You know?
It's not just the NFL. I mean, I think it's one of the laziest hiring things we do in this nation where it's like, oh, that company's successful or that guy's successful, but we can't have him or we can't have that company, so let's just hire like the closest thing, which is why all of McVay or Shanahan's assistants get jobs. Like, I would love to have Sean McVay. Oh, can't have him? Okay, well, let's just hire his assistant then.
He's got to be good, right?
The same thing. I think it's very lazy, but
doesn't always work out.
It happens in all industries.
It happens
really.
more often than not,
but especially in sports. Yeah. So, anyways, we know this whole Patriots South, and like I said, it's been used as a negative. But have we gotten to the point where the Texans actually have become the new New England Patriots? What do I mean by that? Because they're not a dynasty; they haven't won any Super Bowls yet. But if you remember with the Patriots, one of the most frustrating things about New England was it seemed like they always got all the breaks. And you'd watch the Patriots, and they would rarely, with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, they would rarely screw up or shoot themselves in the foot. It was always the opponent would make these ridiculous blunders, and you're sitting there at home rooting against the Patriots thinking, like, how come they always get so lucky? Why do they get these breaks? These other teams always make these mistakes. And I've always compared it to the line from Christopher Walken in Catch Me If You Can, where he says to Leonardo DiCaprio, like, you know why the Yankees always win? Because everyone's distracted by their pinstripes. Something along those lines. Everyone loves their pinstripes, whatever it is. And it's that idea of being almost like nervous, right? When you go up against the Yankees back then, in their heyday, you would press. You would...
that mystique.
Yeah, it's the mystique. You'd have the nerves.
It gets to you.
And that's why teams would make mistakes against the New York Yankees back then. That's why teams would make mistakes against the Patriots. The Patriots were more calm. The other teams, this is Tom Brady. This is New England. We have to play perfect. You play so tight. You make these mistakes. And so that's why it seems like, the Patriots are so lucky. They get all the breaks. But I think there is something to that in that they almost make their opponents, so nervous to make those mistakes. So where am I going with all this? Well, have the Texans gotten there at least with their defense? Because it seems like when you watch these Texans, especially during this 8-game winning streak, kind of feels like they're getting a lot of breaks. I mean, you could just look at this Chargers game where the most accurate kicker of all time missed multiple kicks in what ended up being the difference in the game. They won by 4. He missed a field goal. He missed an extra point. There's your 4 points. The opposition has the worst field goal percentage against the Texans. If you took every team in the NFL and looked at how their opponents did making field goals, nobody's been worse kicking field goals against anyone other than the Houston Texans. And there's not a lot of defense you could do, right, to try to stop a kick.
I mean, other than blocking it, the field goal, I mean.
Right.
I guess you can be a distraction. You get enough hands up, but, I mean, it's hard to do a lot against a kick.
For sure. And then you have that Chiefs game where Andy Reid makes that decision to go for it. Like, what are you doing? Handing the game, tied game, they go for it on 4th down, don't get it. They give the ball to the Texans at the Chiefs' 30-yard line, and the Texans end up winning the game. That was essentially the Chiefs handing that game away.
which they usually don't do.
They don't do.
They don't do that. They're usually the ones getting the breaks.
When you're going up against the Texans and that great defense and everything, maybe it makes Andy Reid perform a little out of character. Have the Texans become this new Patriots team in terms of the mystique simply from their defense? I'm not talking about the Texans offense.
Yeah.
But where this defense is so good, it makes these coaches overthink or a little nervous. We had that delay a game in the Colts game that helped the Texans win. That comeback to the Jaguars where you could point to a number of things. The game Saturday with the Chargers with the dropped passes, the missed kicks. The Chargers made so many mistakes.
Yeah.
And it seems like these are all happening. It can't just be a coincidence that the Texans are on the right side of a lot of these breaks lately. I feel like it's these teams getting a little nervous or pressing or trying too hard against such a good defense.
I think if you ask most Texans fans, they say it's about time we start getting breaks.
Well, that's the funny thing because they didn't get them early in the year and they started 0-3, and now the tide's kind of turned.
I think they'd say it's about time we're getting some breaks. No, but if you're talking about just the defense, you might be onto something there, Luke. Because this defense has been phenomenal, and I would attribute a lot of that to discipline. Just overall, just coming from the top down. Head coach all the way down. You say GM all the way down. Nick Cassero all the way down. Discipline. This is a very disciplined bunch defensively as far as that goes. So, no, I had never thought about it in that terms of saying, are they the Patriots South? But obviously, there's the Caserio connection there, and you might be right. And Nick Haley now, that's offense, obviously, but no, you could be right. You could be onto something because but along with also being really good, most teams that make championship runs, you have to be a little bit lucky. You have to get breaks along the way.
Absolutely.
You're not going to be 100 every down.
Yep.
It's never going to happen. Like you just laid it out. The Patriots, they got a lot of breaks along the way winning those 6 championships.
Yeah.
Now, if the Texans go on to win a championship, then we can really have this conversation. You know what I mean? If they really are in the mix and they go on to win it, even if they just make it to the Super Bowl, you can really kind of start to have that conversation. But in terms of just the defense, yeah, I'd say you're onto something there. You look like a detective today. Detective Luke. Detective Luke.
That's right. Happy New Year. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, I have my Happy New Year top hat on from last night. We're in a joyous mood today. So maybe that's fair. Maybe it's too soon to say the Patriots, but I like that word you used earlier, the mystique. This defense is so good that it's developed this mystique now that causes the opposition to make these mistakes they generally would not make. But since they're going up against this defense, now they're making these crucial mistakes.
The defense has an aura about it now.
It does.
It does. When we were on with Sheldon Rankins earlier, like I said, the defense was really good last year, but they've taken another step or 2 or 3 this year to where they're number one, not just in, points allowed, but multiple categories defensive, like multiple of the most important categories defensively across the board. Mm-hmm. They are number one in the league.
They are. They're the best defense. It's why they've won 8 in a row, and it's why I give them a pretty good shot to make a run in the playoffs here starting next week.
Yeah.
On the text line, somebody said, could this be the Autry effect with the missed kicks? Well, funny you should say that. Here was the Texans head coach, DeMeco Ryans. I believe this was on the coach. Was DeMeco talking about, they asked him about this. How come these teams are missing all these kicks against you guys? Here's what the Texans head coach said.
Maybe you can answer this for me, but opposing kickers against the Texans from 40 and beyond are 6 for 13, which is ridiculous. That must be a historic number right there. And then Dicker misses from 32 or whatever, never missed inside of 40. And last year, you had one blocked against him. He misses an extra point. I don't want to pick on him, but why are you so good against opposing kickers? I know DeMeco has something to do with that, or a fear of DeMeco in addition to what he's done so far.
I think. It's the fear of DeMeco. It's the Autry effect that happens. I think when you watch all of our field goals, you see the way he rushes and you see the height that he can get to try to block kicks. I think that's in the kicker's mind. It has to be in their minds. And then also our guys are doing a great job of coming off the edge, right? Sometimes you don't see a lot of the kicks blocked off the edge, but you can force it. And those kickers feel that presence. They feel you just flying by them. And when they feel that, I feel like it affects them, right? And so, credit to the way our field goal. That's one unit for me that I think, they don't get talked about much, but I always it's a passion of mine that when we go out on field goal block, like we want to make them feel our pain for them even trying to kick on us. We want them to feel it. So make sure you're rushing. A lot of guys around the league, they'll take that play off, and they don't truly rush. So I believe in every time we line up, like, we can block a kick, we can force a missed kick, but you have to play with that relentless effort to do it.
DeMeco, the word used fear. I guess that's what I'm driving at, too. I do think these teams have this fear, and I'm not talking about the Marky Mark movie from the 90s. Fear movie, by the way.
Fear is a tool.
Yes, that's right. And it has been, I think it has been a tool for this Texans defense and therefore special teams as well, that it has crippled the opposition at times. But this is the culmination of this whole Patriot South. And I'll say this because I've been tough on Nick Caserio at times. Props to him. He's taken some big swings at times, and some haven't worked out. But you look at like C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, and now you get these Laramie Tunsil this offseason, and now with those draft picks. And then you look across the division at somebody like the Colts, who tried to take a big swing with Sauce Gardner, blew up on them, in part also because of the Daniel Jones injury.
Yeah, that didn't help.
And you look at these two teams that right now are going in opposite directions, in part because the Texans, some of their big swings have worked along the way. The Colts, some of their big swings, Anthony Richardson, just have not worked. So props to Caserio and the Texans there. Hey, speaking of the Texans, when we come back, who are the Coach of the Year candidates in the NFL this season? Should DeMeco Ryans win that award this year? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Orchard, y'all. Look, if you are selling a home, if you've ever sold a home, you know.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Who's your coach of the year in the NFL this season? And is he the coach of your Houston Texans? We'll get to that. It's The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, Colin Neal on the other side of the glass, and you as well. Appreciate you hanging with us as we start 2026. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610 on the text line. You can also get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. The Texans got off to that slow start. I thought it was funny. I sat in yesterday with Clint here on The Drive out of Buffalo Wild Wings, and we listened to the DeMeco Ryans press conference on air. We listened to the C.J. Stroud press conference on air. And you could tell things are going well for the Texans because of the questions. There's just not as much to press or ask about.
Yeah.
And one of the questions, the last one to DeMeco yesterday was like, what do you have to say about your fans who still support you guys after the 0-3 start? And DeMeco gave a great answer, of course. We got the best fans. We've always had a great home field all year, yada, yada, yada.
What'd you expect him to say?
Right.
What'd you expect? Yeah.
And so, look, I acknowledge, I said this earlier, sometimes you have to ask the dumb questions to get the good answers.
Of course.
But this idea of like, hey, how about these fans that are actual fans and didn't just bail because the team was 0-3, but continue to support their team? It's not like we're talking about, relocating and then coming back to Houston 20 years ago after the Oilers. No, they started 0-3, and now you're going to the playoffs, and the fans are still supporting you this year? Crazy. What a wild concept. But with that said, they got off to that slow start. That's why I brought it up. I was thinking, why did I go down that path?
Now you got it.
They got off to that slow start this year. Now have rebounded 8 straight wins, going to the playoffs. When you talk Coach of the Year candidates in the NFL this season, where would you slot DeMeco? Who are some of – honestly, I had not thought of this at all until you brought up the question earlier.
Yeah.
I had not thought about Coach of the Year this season in the NFL just yet. So let's run through it. Who are some of those names, and would DeMeco be one of them that you would right now consider for Coach of the Year this season?
Well, I'm going to run through a few of the names here that are for sure in the running. Mike Vrabel, New England.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
He's turned that team around in one season, turned them around, got them back to just more than even respectability. They're a pretty good damn team with a very young quarterback at that.
Now, granted, I will say the caveat is they've played the second easiest schedule of any playoff team in the last 25 years.
I get it.
But he has still done a really good job.
He's done a very good job. Hey, I understand that, but hey, what do they always say? You can only play who's in front of you.
It's true.
That's all you can do.
It's true.
Line up and play him. All right. Also got Mike McDonald with the Seahawks.
Yeah, he's done a really good job.
Because they could be, if they beat the Niners on Sunday, they're the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Yeah.
He's also in there. Kyle Shanahan is going to be in there. He's turned the Niners. The Niners had a rough start.
Mm-hmm.
They were kind of, back and forth between wins and losses earlier in the season, week to week. Mm-hmm. Now they've gone on a run here in the latter half of the season, and they could also be the number 1 seed if they win. If they beat the Seahawks on Sunday, they'll be the number 1 seed. So he's going to be in there. And then, of course, you got Liam Cohen, first year with the Jaguars. He'll be in there. And then Ben Johnson with the Bears.
Yeah.
How long have we talked about the Bears just everywhere, about how bad the Bears are as a franchise? And just how disappointing they've been, whether it be from the quarterback perspective, coaching perspective, management, ownership. They've just been horrible for years. There's been a couple years here and there where they've been all right, but Ben Johnson's got them turned around this year. And obviously, I think it would be a travesty if DeMeco Ryans isn't at least included in the candidacy.
I would agree.
He's got to be
in being included.
But you just said it. You laid it out. They started from 0-3. I believe they're 11-2 since then. They've won 8 in a row. I believe they're 11-2 since starting.
Make me do the math. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yep. 8-game winning streak.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's got to be in the running. And I would think if somehow the Jaguars were to lose to the Titans this week, and the Texans beat the Colts, they'd be 3rd year in a row NFC South champion, and then up winning 12. I'm not saying he wins it for sure, but he's in the running for me. Got to be.
Yeah, I think he should be in the running. As I said, I haven't really considered it, and then you listed off those names.
He's
and I
gotta
thought,
be.
oh, they have good resumes. So
they do.
Those are the betting odds as well. Vrabel's a favorite, then McDonald, then Shanahan, then Liam Cohen, then Ben Johnson, and then Sean Payton. DeMeco is 7th in the odds.
Sean Payton is another one I did not mention, but I don't know.
him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider Sean Payton. They were a playoff team last year. Look, I know the Texans were as well.
Yeah.
But the Broncos were a playoff team last year. This is the natural progression. Second-year quarterback, you should take that step forward.
Yeah.
And even though they're competing for the number 1 seed, they had also a brutally easy schedule. They've had a lot of close wins that probably shouldn't have been close. They've played down to competition.
Yeah.
And they're also led by their defense, which is not Sean Payton's side of the football.
Yeah.
If anyone's listened to me on these airwaves, they know I'm not a Sean Payton fan. So I admit I'm a little biased here.
We've talked about this before.
Yeah.
I think I've always thought he's a little overrated.
Very much so. As I always say, he's Mike McCarthy with better PR.
Oh, my goodness.
If you look at their resumes, they're almost identical resumes.
They're very similar, yes.
And yet we say Mike McCarthy's this terrible coach and Sean Payton is God's gift to football. I don't get it. It's because he has a lot of friends in the media.
It's probably because of his viral clips of him with these long, drawn-out play calls.
Yeah.
I will say, you mentioned him. I mean, just look at what happened on Christmas Day with KC. Like KC literally could have actually won that game if they weren't the KC of today. I mean,
of this year,
the Broncos just are they're just on fraudulent alert. In my eyes, they are.
They might be one. To be honest, they could potentially be one and done.
It could be. Patriots could be too.
Yeah.
All these teams have been playing with. It's funny the teams with these great records. I mean, you can even make the case for the Texans on this 8-game winning streak, but you look at how they've won a lot of their games. A lot of these teams have been playing with fire.
Yeah.
And pardon the cheesy pun or cliche or whatever, but they might get burnt. In the postseason. And obviously, we know it just takes one, your season's over.
But the Texans have beaten some good teams, though.
They have. That's the difference.
Depending when they played them, but they've beaten the Niners this year. They beat the Bills, beat the Ravens. Now I get it. Lamar wasn't there, but they still beat them.
Well, if you go off of strength of schedule, Texans are top 5 for toughest schedule.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Bears, Broncos, Patriots are all bottom 5 for playoff teams.
I mean,
when you talk about playoff teams, so
if that means something to you, then there's that stat for you.
When you talk about Coach of the Year candidates, so again, Sean Payton, exclude him. I would put DeMeco ahead of Sean Payton.
Can we substitute if honestly, this is a big if they had like a much better strong finish in this season, I would have put Dave Canales from Carolina on there as well.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, you put him in there, but I mean he'd be lower tier on that.
Yeah, he would be
candidacy.
Well, my thing always with the Coach of the Year thing should be the best coaching job, and for most of these guys, that is the case as opposed to just a coach with a good record. Because that
I get that.
That doesn't mean they did the best coaching job. Maybe they just have the best team. When I look at this list, I think Vrabel should be in front of DeMeco. I think Mike McDonald in Seattle should be in front of DeMeco when you talk Coach of the Year. I think Liam Cohen. I mean, he's ahead in the standings. I think Liam Cohen should be ahead. Shanahan, I know they had a bunch of injuries last year. They've
had a bunch of injuries this year too.
Yeah, and they could be the number 1 seed, but honestly, I bet them to win their division. I think that's kind of has been kind of expected for the night. We thought they were going to bounce back.
And even when they were like 4-4, 3-4, whatever it was, I thought they'd bounce back.
Yeah.
5-4, whatever they were. Yeah, I thought they'd bounce back.
And then Ben Johnson's the other one that props to him. But look,
I
Bears
think he's going to get a lot of consideration.
I'm sure he will.
I think he is.
He's another guy I kind of put in the Sean Payton camp, though. The Bears had a negative. They were like the first team ever to go 11-3 with a negative point differential. They have been very much like the Broncos, where they've had a lot of. They broke the record this year for most wins when trailing in the final 2 minutes. I just think there's a lot of that flukiness to the Bears as well, where they've been very fortunate in a lot of these games. They get a ton of turnovers on defense. When they don't get turnovers, their defense is actually ranked the 4th worst in the league. I think they've just been. I hate to say luck, because like Parcells used to say, you create your own luck. But they've been very fortunate, the Bears, this year.
But I think voters will look at that, what you just mentioned there, the late wins. They'll look at that as overcoming adversity. It's always a way to spin. There's always a way to spin anything.
Oh, believe me.
You can spin any narrative.
Everyone's talking about Ben Johnson as Mike Ditka there in Chicago, where I don't see it yet. I haven't been all that impressed.
It's still early.
Yeah.
It's still early.
So for me, I think that's my top tier. Vrabel, who I'd probably give the award to, because this is a team that was under 5. They won 4 games last year, and they're going to be the 1 seed this year.
They were bad.
I mean, I think even with the easy schedule, I think you have McDonald will be up there, and then Liam Cohen would be my top 3.
Okay.
And then I probably get to DeMeco in the next tier.
Okay.
So in the conversation, absolutely.
I definitely, he's got to be in the
I
conversation.
wouldn't vote for him.
Got to be in the conversation.
I wouldn't vote for him. Who would you actually vote for if you had a vote? Coach of the year. Who would you pick?
Ooh.
Like I said, I think I would vote Vrabel.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I want to say the Seahawks. I want to say Mike McDonald with the Seahawks because no one expected them to be this good this year. Not that I saw. Not almost, if they win this week, they'll have 14 wins, but based on they weren't as bad as the Patriots last year.
Right.
It's not the complete, and this is Vrabel's first year there.
Yeah.
Now I get it, he's familiar with the franchise, but he had not been there in ages.
Mm-hmm.
He played years and years ago. All right, so probably Vrabel.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably Vrabel.
And by the way, keep this in mind for next year. I said this. I was in this chair with John Lopez when the schedules came out, and I said bet on the Patriots to have a winning record this year because there's been a streak where the team that has the easiest schedule in the league has had a winning record. I think it's now like 15 straight years.
Turn it around.
And the Patriots did it this year. I bet the Patriots to make the playoffs. I bet them to win the division. I bet them to have a winning record. So thank you. Those all are paying off.
Congratulations, Luke.
Yeah, thank you. But keep that in mind. The reason why I bring this up is not to pat myself on the back.
Oh, come on.
But put this in your calendar and mark it for when the schedule comes out next year and then bet on whichever team has the easiest schedule to have a winning record. It happens every year.
Comes out like what, March? April?
I think it's something like that, yeah.
Groundbreaking analysis from Luke Morrow.
There we go.
That's right. So there was one other thing I was going to add. Oh, yeah, this update on the college football game. That's what I wanted to mention before we go to
CFP.
break. Indiana just stopped Alabama on a 4th and 1. Indiana's leading 3-0 with the football second quarter. We have not updated the college football games all day long. We will get to that later on. Texas Tech lost earlier. They got shut out, and now Indiana has a 3-0 lead over Alabama second quarter. It's been a little bit of an ugly start to this one so far, but
Just
Indiana has the early lead. Coming up, he might not be here, but we're going to do it anyways. It's time for Dirty's Daily. I went out for New Year's Eve last night, and I got some questions. We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
The wins keep on coming for the Texans. Thanks to AILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. He may not be here today, but we're still going to do it anyways. Dirty's Daily here on The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, Colin Neal holding things down on the other side as well. And you spending the first day of 2026 with us. Appreciate you.
Definitely.
You can always join the conversation on the text line 713-572-4610. Get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. By the way, just after I gave the update, we went to commercial break. Indiana scored a touchdown.
Yes, they did. 10-0.
Yeah, over Alabama here. Still early second quarter. Go Hoosiers. So good start for the number one team. Hey, I love Curt Cignetti.
Well, it's actually pretty funny because Sam Houston beat him when he was at JMU in the FCS playoffs a few years ago. So
there you go.
If Sam Houston, if Curt Cignetti wins with Indiana here, the whole thing, Sam Houston beat the national champions? No,
they're gonna raise a banner.
That's a stretch, but good try, Colin. Good try.
Put a banner. We beat the national champion coach at a different school 5 years ago.
It's all about hypotheticals, guys. Hey. Just ask SEC fans.
Well, speaking of JMU, you were taking pride in the fact that they scored more points against Oregon and Texas Tech today.
Yeah, you darn right I did.
So there you go. It's been a good day for the Dukes with that, and then today now their former guy Cignetti.
You got to find the positive in every situation.
Yeah, let that be the message for 2026.
You just have to
find the positive. Speaking of which, I hope everyone out there had a great New Year's. I went out for New Year's Eve last night.
We see that.
Yeah, that's right. That's
that. If
you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, that's
couldn't tell, man.
From.
Got a snazzy little hat going on there, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It kind of hurts my head if I'm being honest.
I was wondering why you keep on taking it off, and you're like,
because it's annoying. But then I was like, I'll keep it up. I'll keep wearing it on air at least. It's the new year.
He's being a good soldier, though.
Yeah.
He's wearing it for the crowds.
Yeah, that's right.
The audience.
It's once a year. I can put the hat on.
Yeah, one day a year ain't going to hurt you.
Well,
it might hurt you a little
kind
bit,
of hurting, but I got a big head. I got a Barry Bonds 2001 head going over here.
Hey, I know the feeling.
Yeah. Anything fun last night to ring in the new year?
Man, I was chilling. I've worked every day this week, and I will work every day this week until like Saturday. So I was chilling.
Yeah, I hear you.
Talked to some friends on the phone, talked to my mom, and I just hung out. I did watch the end of the. I finally got around to watching the Diddy documentary.
Oh, there you go.
On Netflix. So I watched the end of that.
That's a fun way to
I know, right?
ring in the year.
I watched the end of that.
Leave that in 2025.
Yeah, definitely. Leaving that. I also watched the Golden Girls.
Classic.
You can't go wrong with
Can't go wrong any year. You can't go wrong with Golden Girls.
They're golden for a reason.
That's right.
Call them platinum girls.
Yeah, absolutely. Colin, anything fun last night for New Year's?
Oh no, I just chilled. I played some 2K with the friends and played some Helldivers. I'm a PlayStation guy, by the way, if y'all are wondering.
Yeah.
But no, it's I'm not really one that likes to go out too much. I like just staying at home. I also had the dogs with me. Thankfully, the dogs this time were actually pretty chill. I was kind of surprised.
Oh, even with the fireworks?
Yeah, I was very surprised. They were just laying on my bed. Got 2 older ones, mom and dad, and 2 of their puppies on the bed, and they were just sleeping. So thankfully, I'm thankful that I didn't have to deal with all that. But long story short, I basically just chilled like Chris over there. But Luke, it sounds like something interesting happened over there.
Yeah, Luke went to a nice shindig last night.
Yeah, we had a fun time.
Yeah.
But I got all sorts of questions. Anytime you go out into the real world, you come away wondering, like, what is going on out there? And New Year's, I've always said New Year's, I mean, good on you guys anyways. New Year's Eve, to me, is one of the most overrated days of the year.
I agree.
These stupid restaurants where they have these fixed menus and they charge you by the person. Like, let me just get a regular meal. And instead, you charge $180 a head. It's like, and then you can only order the 3 things they offer you anyways.
Yep.
And you pay more for that.
Yep.
But here's my thing. I've complained before about Lyft and Uber before. I have the theory that I think Uber Eats has ruined regular Uber because now people are like, why would I drive with some stranger in my car when I can just drop food off at people's doors and get the same money? Yeah. And so I always, maybe this is just a me issue. I don't know about you guys, how often you guys use Lyft or Uber around here. It is so annoying how long it takes now to get a driver. And they don't tell you that. We had reservations at 8 p.m. Anybody that knows me knows I'm always running late. And so it's like, oh, no big deal. The restaurant's like 10 minutes away. They hold the reservation for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Let me get a Lyft. It was like 7:45. I thought, we got plenty of time. I got a 30-minute buffer here. And when I look at the Lyft and it tells you, driver, 5 minutes away, you will arrive at 8:03. I think perfect.
We're good.
Yeah. Then you try to get the driver, and it's just, we will reveal your driver details in 60 seconds.
It keeps buffering.
And it just keeps going. It's like, how long does it take? You show me all these cars in my neighborhood. I think it's just false advertisement.
That is
use
annoying.
the app.
That is annoying.
And then you finally get the driver, and it's like, oh, actually, your driver is now 10 minutes away, even though we told you when you booked it was going to be 3 minutes. It's nonsense. It's garbage. If you did that anywhere else, if I called the driving service and I was like, hey, I need to be picked up at 7:45. No, okay, reservation. And then they tell me, oh, now that you made the reservation, actually, we can't be there till 7:55. It's like, well, then why'd you tell me one thing just so I would pay? The Lyft and the Uber apps, they got a real racket going on.
And they charge you immediately.
Yeah.
They don't waste no time.
And sometimes, if you wait too long to cancel, you could get charged, depending on that whole thing.
Yeah.
They might have fixed that over the years. I know way back you used to get charged to cancel like any time originally, which was ridiculous.
Luckily, I have not had to use Uber or Lyft in quite some time. But I do remember when I first moved here last year, I had to use it a few times. And, yeah, it took a little while.
Drives me
depending on
nuts.
where I was going. Yeah, it can be very irritating, especially like you said, when they tell you he'll be here in 5 minutes, but then when they actually pop up, oh, now they're 15 minutes away.
Yeah.
Like, well, how the hell did they get further away?
Exactly.
What the hell just happened?
I have no problem waiting if you tell me that's going to be the wait.
Tell me it's 15
and
minutes.
And it's like, okay, well, then let me reserve the car a little earlier, which I should do anyways, I guess. But when you tell me, oh, yeah, we got drivers 5 minutes away from you.
No.
All right, awesome. I got time. I got a few
don't.
extra minutes.
They
oh,
don't.
wait, actually, you lied. Your drivers aren't 15 minutes. So I got a real problem with you, Lyft.
Maybe you just tell them you're a bag of groceries.
Yeah, that's right.
That's how you figure that out.
That's what I'm saying. I think all the drivers have moved over to delivering groceries and food, and
I don't blame them.
Not picking. I don't blame them either. I wouldn't want a stranger in my car.
All these crazy folks out here.
Think about that. We spend our whole lives being told, like, don't get into a stranger's car.
And then what do?
Now we pay to get into strangers' cars.
And just go and just drive with them.
You don't even get any candy in their car. You're not getting the reward. Well, I guess you get the ride, but still. We went to a jazz club last night. Free promotion for them. It's called Docs. We originally went to the one in San Antonio. They've opened up one here in Houston within the last 6 months. They're not a sponsor. Maybe they should be. It's a cool place. I recommend. I was telling Chris about it earlier. I recommend anyone go check it out. Even if you're not a jazz fan, they play all sorts of music. Last night we had Otis Redding. We had Aretha Franklin. We had ZZ Top. We had Michael Jackson, Bruno Mars, all jazz style, but, you know, they play modern songs.
A nice fusion there.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's really good. But I was sitting there thinking last night, I mean, you see the top hat. It's a really old school vibe in there.
Uh-huh.
You want to dress up. They try to make the place look a little older and everything, just like the old jazz clubs. But it got me thinking, how come jazz and blues used to be like the top music genres?
Yeah.
How come they are not very popular anymore? Obviously, I know we've had the advent of rock and roll and rap and hip-hop and pop and all these other things that have come along the way. But it used to be like all about jazz. You watch these old movies from where people wore hats like this, and it was always the jazz is the soundtrack, and the jazz is where what they're listening to. And nowadays, like, this is just a cool, rare throwback place that there's actual jazz club.
music. Yeah,
that's rare now.
Live music too.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
And so I don't know. I was just thinking last night as I was sitting there, like, how come this used to? It's like horse racing used to be the biggest sport in the world.
Though? It really did.
And then it got passed by. Jazz is horse
the music industry.
Yeah. And rock is baseball, and, rap is the NFL, and pop is the NBA. And they've all come along, and they've taken away jazz. But I'm glad there's a jazz club. I recommend go check it out, Docs. It's really cool. It's a fun little spot. And now that they have one here as well.
So now you think that New Year's is overrated.
Yes.
I was curious. What's the most what are the overrated traditions when it comes to New Year's? Because, there's the black eyed peas, there's the cabbage, and apparently there's a ribs, tradition, like superstition, where eat ribs. Apparently it's like prosperity or whatever, kind of like the same thing, like the black eyed peas and the cabbage. I was wondering what you thought about that.
I think it's all stupid. I don't do anything like that.
I don't either.
So I don't know.
I did learn about a new one, though. I was talking to a friend last night for New Year's, obviously, and she was telling me that eating green grapes is supposed to be like prosperity.
Think I've heard that.
I had never really heard that. But
green grapes?
Yeah. Instead of the red grapes or purple grapes, whatever they are.
What are they supposed to do?
They represent money.
Okay,
green.
Okay, so cabbage is the same thing with like money.
Okay, I've heard of the cabbage, and my grandmother's from Texas, so I've heard of some of these things, but I haven't heard of all of them. And then another one she told me about was carrying your luggage outside at midnight.
Okay, wait, what are we doing?
I had to laugh. She thought I was judging. I was like, I'm not judging. I just think it's funny because I'm not superstitious like that. I don't get into all that, but I'd never heard that one. Carrying your luggage outside at midnight.
That go out the dead weight. Kick out your significant other to start the new year. That's who's walking outside with their luggage. You're like, enough of this. It's a new year, new start. You're gone.
I didn't know what to think of it. I was like, okay, I'd never heard of that. Ever. First time.
I never heard of that one. That one sounds
never
silly.
heard of that one. I was like, all right.
Colin, have you ever participated? Do you eat cabbage on New Year's Eve?
I didn't eat the cabbage or black eyed peas. I ate the ribs though, because
you guys got him some ribs, huh?
The ribs were really really
good.
All right, let us know on the text line. Have you ever eaten cabbage on New Year's Eve and then made a lot of money that next year? Let's put this to the test.
We're doing something scientific here.
Have you ever heard of carrying your luggage outside at midnight?
And then going on a great trip that year.
It's supposed to be like great travels or coming up this year, something like that. Yeah,
they could be if you want them to. Who is in control? You're in control.
Yeah, exactly.
Of your travels.
I don't know.
I mean, there are certain things that are out of your control, though. Other people, when you're traveling.
Yeah, they're the worst.
Oh, yeah. But people are the worst in general.
But if you want to go on a trip, don't walk outside with your luggage at midnight because you think like, oh, this is the year I'm finally going to go to France. Well, just go to France.
Just go to France.
No one's going to book it for you. You can just do it.
Maybe that's what people are waiting on.
Which is why New Year's resolutions to me are silly.
Yeah.
You're overweight in November, but you're like, I'm going to wait till January 1st to get healthy. Okay. Why don't you just do it today?
Yeah.
That felt like a personal attack on me.
I don't want to say anything,
on people
but
like
geez.
Do you think you're overweight?
Oh, yeah.
He's got 2 boxes of pizza in there. What do you think?
He didn't eat. In fairness, Colin didn't eat all the pizza. Come on now.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, come on. Let's give him a break.
I don't think you're overweight at all, by the way.
No, you don't look overweight.
That's the thing.
Better shape.
I want to get in better shape. I don't want to get like very strong. I want to be like in athletic shape. Like I can keep up in the rec playing basketball type shape.
So you still play basketball though, right?
I want to get more into it. I want to get back more into it. I used to do it a lot when I was in high school, and that's one of my New Year's resolutions, just to go back to the rec, play more basketball, play more team sports where I can.
You know what? Hey, you just got to do it.
Yeah.
I know you're busy. You just got to find time. You know what I mean? Just got to find when you have that elusive day off. Go play basketball for an hour and a half.
Well, I'll have a couple of days off. I've been up here quite a lot over the past few weeks.
I know you have.
So I'll have some time.
I know. Well, hey, get out there, man.
I used to play pickup every week It's been about 2 years now. But that's a whole you got to get anyone that's played basketball knows you got to get in game shape. Like you could I ran every day. At the time I was running every day, multiple miles, but still I would be out of breath real quick on the basketball court. It's just it's a different animal. I got to get into that shape. I am so far removed from basketball shape. When I was living in Austin, I was still playing in rec leagues out there.
But I mean that, I'm retired now. It's been like 7 years ago, so I'm done.
Retired?
I'm done.
Retired from the rec leagues.
Even just going to like LA Fitness to try to get out there, I'm like, I can't anymore.
His jersey's in the rafters of the Austin.
I don't know if it's in the rafters, but it's definitely it's not on anymore.
They tell the story of the one great Chris Marti that used to realm this building with his physical nature, dunking on these fools, crossing over, breaking ankles, literally.
I appreciate you acting like I was. I appreciate that.
That's why they say legends are exaggerated.
Exactly, legend. That's exactly what it is, an urban legend.
Here's my last takeaway from New Year's Eve here for Dirty's Daily. I grew up in the Northeast. I grew up in Connecticut, so right outside New York. I've spent a lot of time in New York. My brother lives in New York City. I was there not that long ago. Yada, yada, yada. Love the Northeast. I love Texas. I don't get on New Year's Eve why we still in Texas or anywhere else in the country, why it's all about New York still. You celebrate midnight at 11 p.m. At Doc's last night, they put on the ball dropping
in New York.
From New York.
Wow.
It's 11. It's not New Year's.
Exactly.
I'll actually agree with you on that one.
It's ridiculous. And then when it comes to midnight, they didn't do anything last night. And I was
really
home. Yeah. And I was at home last year. Me and the missus were home last year for New Year's, and so we were watching on TV. Same thing. We watched New York at 11, thought, okay, that's cool. Then there was nothing. We watched the New Year's ball, not even a ball drop, New Year's from, they were in Austin last year, whatever, one of the local stations, whatever, was carrying it. They were interviewing some, chef at midnight. They didn't even acknowledge that it turned midnight. And I was like, what is going on here? I've always lived in the Eastern time zone until I moved to Texas a few years back. And I don't get how outside of the Eastern time zone, your New Year's is just whenever it's midnight in New York. Let's have Chicago or something. Somebody good in the Central time zone that puts on a comparable show to New York where the whole center part of the country can have their own New Year's at midnight instead of just it's New Year's in New York. Let's celebrate at 11. Forget that's one city in the whole country. What are they doing on the West Coast?
I think
they're celebrating at 9.
They call New York is the Mecca. You know what I mean? I think that's why everybody kind of goes with it. Just like anything that comes on TV, 9 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, right.
And then Central and Pacific. You know what I mean? So New York kind of leads the way.
I think PC might have a different opinion on that.
Well, he's from New York.
Yeah, hey, that's fine.
He's from New York. He's not going to take that from him. No, I get what you're saying.
They can have their ball drop, but let's have something else for the Central time zone, something else for the Pacific.
Everyone's balls should be dropping at their own time. I didn't mean it like that, but yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I was a late bloomer. I told them I'm going to hit puberty eventually.
At some point.
Someone said Doc's just opened about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I knew it was new here.
Recent.
I guess so.
It's very new. You told me it was new.
Yeah.
That's very new, not even a month old.
I went to the one in San Antonio a couple years back. It's really cool. They said they want to go, but assume it's going to be out of their price range. You'd be surprised. Because, Chris, you were looking up earlier. There's $10 tickets for Saturday night.
I know. I think this Saturday it said $10 entry. Now, I don't know if that was just kind of general or if that was including the actual artists who were going to be performing. But, yeah, I did see $10 entry. So, whoever sent that text, go check out the website.
Yeah, check out the website.
And look at the calendar.
It is a little bougie, I will admit.
Is it? It kind of seems like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a jazz club.
That's fine.
They want you to dress up. Well, at New Year's at least. Not normally, they want you to dress up a little bit. Don't show up and,
your tank top or
right, exactly. Be presentable.
Be presentable, people.
But last night people were in tuxes lounge.
New Year's,
throwback. New Year's, right? You dress up on New Year's anyways. So it's cool, even though they're not paying. Today, Dirty's Daily brought to you by Doc's in Montrose. It's a cool spot. Check them out. I was not, an NFL quarterback, but those are my thoughts. I once created myself in NCAA football 2005 and had a mediocre career at Colorado. So I feel like that compares to.
Win any bowl games?
The Meineke Car Care Bowl.
There we go.
Yep.
That's a start.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey.
Did you get your jersey retired?
Yeah, I was Shadur Sanders before Shadur Sanders.
Colorado.
That's right. I don't know why. I liked playing with Colorado 20 years ago.
Love it.
Coming up, let's see. Coming up is Oh, this is what we want to do. Is DeMeco Ryans, we talked about potential coach of the year. Well, let's look at the other side of the coin. Is he a coach that can actually lead the Texans to a Super Bowl? Maybe not this year, but even in the future. Is he a coach that could ever actually get that done? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
The Texans clinched a playoff berth with their 20-16 win. here on the day after every game. Join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's DeMeco Ryans, a coach that is capable of leading a team, any Texans team, to a Super Bowl. We'll talk about it here on The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee in for the fellas. Colin Neal on the ones and twos today. Got a little Nirvana, some Pearl Jam today, some Pink Floyd I've heard.
Rocking out.
From that room.
We're rocking out.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good tunes.
Thank you, Colin.
Yeah. The year.
You're absolutely welcome, fellas.
Good to have you aboard. And good to have
all of you.
That's right. You can join the conversation throughout the afternoon, 713-572-4610 to join the conversation on the text line. You can get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. You know, we've talked about this Texans team and the aspirations this year. They've won 8 in a row. They've won double-digit games again. They're going back to the playoffs. I've been telling friends really for probably over a month that I text them somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but I also have the belief that I've been texting them saying, like, Texans are winning the AFC this year because they have the great defense, and the AFC is just so wide open. I don't buy into the Broncos. I don't buy into the Patriots. The Texans have owned Josh Allen. Don't buy into the Steelers. The Ravens might not have Lamar Jackson if they even make it, so on and so forth. There's not a great team in the AFC or really in the NFL this year, which should make the playoffs fun. But my question is, do the Texans have the coach that can lead them to a Super Bowl? I think everyone has a ceiling. This might sound a little harsh. I think DeMeco Ryans is a really good coach, evidenced by the 3 years of playoff appearances and double-digit wins. But I do think everyone has a ceiling to them. It's the whole Peter principle that eventually, you get promoted to a point that you're underqualified for. And I wonder if DeMeco, not because of him or his coaching, but more so his thought process of being a defensive coach and being a very conservative coach. I'm curious if that can get the Texans over the hump. And I really thought about this after that game Saturday with the Chargers, where I felt like the Texans could have lost that game. Fortunately, their defense is really good, and it held serve. But you get the 2 early touchdowns, and then even C.J. Stroud said it in his press conference after the game of, we took our foot off the gas. And it's not the first time that they've done that. And
it's
so
noticeable, yeah.
It is, and so that's my concern, where DeMeco Ryans, it's that thought process. Like all defensive coaches, this is not unique to DeMeco. That's why I said this might sound harsh, but I'm not singling him out. We've seen it with many defensive coaches that you want to play low-scoring games, close games. You want to win with defense and running the football. It's what all these defensive coaches want to do. And all you want from your offense is don't screw it up. Don't turn the ball over. And we will rely on our defense. But the problem is when you play these close games is that your margin of error is so small. And so DeMeco even said this week that all he needs is 7 points from the offense. And that really stood out to me. Here's the clip from the Texans head coach that honestly concerned me a little bit.
Yeah, the thing I'm most proud about in defensive football is getting in the end zone. You got to limit points. And once our offense gives us 7 points, it should be a mentality that's enough for us to go win the football game. Now, we still have things I feel like we can clean up and play even better, to not have some of the miscues, to allow some of the touchdowns to happen. And, we continue to play with that edge and play with the mindset. If you have an edge, you have all those great defenses that you mentioned, right? There was an edge. It was a mindset with all those defenses, physicality, right? There's a pride that, you weren't going to get a yard on us. And that's the mentality that you have to play great defense.
So I agree with what he's saying about the mentality, but I think that's really his thought process where, kind of like we saw Saturday, they get 14 early points. He probably thinks, this is enough.
Foot off the pedal.
We're good.
Yeah.
Our defense has it the rest of the way. And then we saw the offense played poorly the rest of that game, hardly scored any more points. And fortunately, the defense is really good, but you're not every time
you're going to be able to hold every lead and close out every game and rely on the defense 100 out of 100 times. And as I said earlier, because I know it's a cliche, but in the playoffs, like, it just takes one.
Yeah.
One game, you slip up or you let your foot off the gas, the other team. Right. And that's all it takes to lose. The only defensive head coach to win a Super Bowl the last 12 years is Bill Belichick. Right now in the NFC this year, 6 out of 7 playoff teams are offensive head coaches. The AFC, there are a few more defensive head coaches this year. But you typically see that the most – Mike Tomlin, how have things gone for him the past decade?
Wouldn't Pete Carroll be in there too? He's a defensive coach.
Yeah, but he last
2013.
won – yeah, right. So 12 years.
Okay.
Belichick's the only one last 12 years.
Okay.
And Belichick, that's the greatest dynasty of all time. And I think,
yeah.
I think the other thing for Belichick, kind of like what we touched on earlier, you're old enough to recall this, Chris, but Super Bowls used to be all blowouts. They used to be terrible games.
Oh.
And then the Patriots came along, and they have actually – say what you will about the Patriots, but they've always given us good Super Bowls. Because that's the defensive coach philosophy of we're going to keep this close and we're going to pull it out late. And the Patriots were successful most of the time, the majority of the time, because they were just such a well-oiled machine that they didn't make those mistakes. Can we say the same about C.J. Stroud, this offense, and the Texans? That we play that style, it does not work more often than it does. Belichick's the outlier because of the whole Patriots way and how buttoned up they were. Yeah. Most teams are not like that. Look at the Bills and Sean McDermott and all of their shortcomings in the playoffs.
Yeah, what really caught my ear there was, now I'm sure he was being somewhat facetious in saying, give us 7 points. I mean, hell, even the 2000 Ravens gave up 10 a game. I mean, come on. Good. But, hey, you have to love that confidence. But, no, for this team, now you talked about Belichick and the Patriots.
Yeah.
He also had Tom Brady on the other side. Now,
that's true.
Early in the dynasty, Tom Brady wasn't what he would become. But after around 2007, when he had Randy Moss, they really started opening up that playbook for him.
Yeah.
And he was flinging the ball all over the place. So then you also had the defense of Bill Belichick along with the guy that would go on to become the GOAT, as a lot of people would call him. So Houston doesn't have that. Not on offense. They got to – I mean, this defense could end up going down as a historically great defense, but they don't have the offense right now to really fall back on in a way that you can say, okay, if we just score 14, and we saw it last week, we just scored 14, we can sit back and, we're good now. It's not always going to work like that. And if you have that mentality if you have that approach, I should say, heading into the postseason, you might be in trouble. Because like you said, one bad game, hell, a couple bad plays that don't go your way,
right?
You're in trouble.
Yeah. I think it takes a really to win in all walks of life, if we're being honest. The most aggressive people usually get the furthest, unfortunately. I mean, they might be the most annoying, but it also usually pays off for them.
A lot of times.
Yeah. And I think in football and coaching, it's similar as well. So I think at a certain point, you need to be aggressive. And I still have questions about DeMeco at clock management and timeout usage and just game script and game situations where, like I said, most defensive coaches are just very conservative because they're going to fall back on their defense. They're not going to go for it on fourth down as often. They're not going to push the envelope as often. They'll kneel it out and go to halftime and be happy with a 7-point lead because we got the defense. We'll be fine. We're leading. That's all we need. And I think eventually in the playoffs to go win a Super Bowl, like I said, you got to be a little aggressive. I referenced Sean McDermott earlier. Props to DeMeco. There's only 4 coaches to win double-digit games each of the last 3 years. Nick Sirianni, offensive coach who's won a Super Bowl. Yep. Sean McVay, offensive coach who's won a Super Bowl. DeMeco Ryans, defensive coach. We'll see what happens. And then Sean McDermott, defensive coach, who, like I said earlier, keeps coming up short in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And the best example was the 13 seconds game where they were, funny enough, it was his defense. It wasn't even the offense, but he was ultra-conservative, and it came back to bite them where Mahomes was able to go down the field in 13 seconds and eventually beat you with your best chance to go to the Super Bowl. That is the concern of these defensive coaches. And like I said, outside of Belichick, they just haven't had the success in the playoffs the last 12 years. It's been run by offensive coaches.
And, I mean, you can attribute a lot of that to the way the game has changed and the way the NFL has molded the game to where it is more about – that's what the NFL wants. They want – now, obviously, you're going to have good defenses every year. But – it's been a long time since we've seen just utterly dominant defense. It's been a while.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, other than maybe the 49ers a few years ago, this Texans team might be the first really dominant defense we've seen in the last decade. Really just flat-out dominant defenses. We don't see those often anymore. But hey, guess what? The NFL doesn't want that. They want 42-35 games. If they could have that in every game every week, they would, trust me. Because they know that's what the casual fan wants to see.
Yeah. Oh, they love that Niners-Bears game.
Because they know the hardcore fans like us, we're going to be there regardless, especially as we, this is our living, but they know the hardcore fan is going to be there. They want those casual fans too, the new fans. That's how you get them with scoring. So that all ties into it.
Yeah, it's just my concern when I watch this Texans team, most notably Saturday. It's working now. It's been a winning recipe.
Yeah.
But can you ride that strategy all the way to a Super Bowl? Not necessarily this year, but just in general. Look, the coach that has the biggest Super Bowl choke of all time, Dan Quinn, was a defensive coach, and the Falcons took their foot off the gas in a lot of ways in that second half until eventually they tried to, funny enough, become too aggressive in that last possession, and Matt Ryan got sacked and so on and so forth. But that was a defensive coach that was granted the biggest, blown lead. He had his chance, and the Falcons didn't keep their foot on the throat, and the Patriots came back to us. It's just my concern. If you look around the league, like I said, Tomlin hasn't been the same the last decade. Sean McDermott can't win the big games.
I think his time's running out too.
McDermott, he's on borrowed
He's been there
time.
for like 7 or 8 years now.
At least,
He's
right?
been there a while.
There's been no coach, since you bring up Sean McDermott, no coach has ever won a Super Bowl beyond his 5th year when with the same quarterback. So, like, when you have a quarterback and coach together, they have all won their Super Bowls within their first 5 years.
Pretty early, yeah.
So you really have that 5-year window. It's been more than 5 years for Josh Allen and Sean McDermott.
Yeah.
Which is why I said he's on borrowed time. It's never happened before like this, where you let a guy hang around this long and he finally wins a Super Bowl. It just if he hasn't done it by now, he's not going to do it.
It doesn't happen.
In regards to Sean McDermott. So, anyways, we'll see for DeMeco. But I'll tell you what, this is the year to get it done if you're the Texans, because not only is the AFC wide open, but it is this year a playoff field of defensive teams with unproven quarterbacks, and that could play into the Texans' hands.
No Chiefs, possibly no Ravens either.
Right.
it really is wide open right now for the AFC.
If there was ever a time, right, you're worried the top teams are led by Bo Nix and Drake May and even Trevor Lawrence I'm not worried about in the playoffs. This is the opportunity to try to get it done if you're the Texans, even if you are a wild card team. Which takes me to this. When we come back, what is the outlook for this division moving forward? I know we have a whole postseason to get ready for with the Texans, but I was just curious as we think about moving into next season and beyond. How do we feel about this AFC South? How do things now stack up with this division after we've essentially completed another season? We'll talk about that when we come back. It's the
Texans close down the regular season in a rematch with 22. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What's the future outlook for the AFC South now after seeing how this season played out? It's The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, Colin Neal on the other side, and you can join the conversation throughout. 713-572-4610 to get in touch with us on the text line. Also can jump in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Somebody came out to the remote yesterday and said they work overseas or something. Anyways, they said, Twitch is how I'm able to watch and listen to you guys.
Wow. Isn't that amazing?
And he said, I comment in there all the time. Nobody ever acknowledges me. The Twitch chat is always crazy, by the way.
It is.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's cool. Thank God for technology.
Right? Just here in little old Houston.
Yeah.
All around the world. I mean, not little Houston. You know what I mean.
Yeah. Little old third largest city in the country.
Houston around here.
Little old third largest market city in the
No
the
big
country.
deal. No big deal.
Yeah.
No big deal.
That's it. But we're no New York. Got to celebrate their New Year's.
I mean, who's New York? Yeah, you're stuck on that.
Yeah,
New Year.
Feels very strongly about that.
He's upset about it.
And if you don't know, be sure you get on that Odyssey app, download it. It's free. Go to 4 o'clock, Dirty's Daily. Luke filling in on that. Questions about New Year's Eve, and you'll see what we're talking about.
Yeah. But I hope everyone had a great, happy New Year's Eve, and hopefully we all have a great 2026 as well.
Oh, yeah.
Happy and healthy. Speaking of 2026, as we start to look towards the future, how do we view the AFC South now after what we've seen transpire this year? Because what I think is interesting is the Texans won the division the last 2 years, but they did it with 10 victories.
Mm-hmm.
This year, they probably, knock on wood, should end with 12 wins this year.
Very possible.
And yet they're going to be a wild card. First time the Texans will ever be a wild card. Suddenly now the Jaguars are even better, at least for this year.
Yeah.
The Colts were doing better until the Daniel Jones injury, and the Colts they've been a mess the second half of the season, but the way they started. And even the Titans, after they fired Brian Callahan, they've looked better. Cam Ward's played well the last month to 6 weeks. And, by the way, they have the second most salary cap space this offseason, depending on which coach they hire, depending on what moves they make. Maybe the Titans could be improved next year. So, of course, the Texans are going to the playoffs, too, in the middle of all of that. But Chris, when you look at this division, we used to joke around that, oh, thank God they're in this terrible division. They have a spot waiting for them in the playoffs every year.
Not anymore.
Right. What's your outlook on this division? Like, how worried, I guess, would you be for the path, the trajectory that we've seen of these other teams in the AFC South is suddenly, a lot tougher now in this division?
I think it will be tougher. It feels like this division is on the rise. It really does. Yes, the Titans, they only have 3 wins this year, but like you just said, since they fired Callahan, they've played a lot better. And I'll be honest with you, you mentioned Cam Ward there.
Mm-hmm.
The first half of the season, I was not impressed.
No.
I was not impressed at all. But this past month or so, he's come on. He looks a lot more comfortable in the position as a pro. These last 4 to 5 games, I would say, from what I've seen. I'm not sitting down watching, all 60 minutes of a Titans game every week. But from what I've seen, From what I've seen, he looks a lot more comfortable this last month or so in that offense, and just as a pro in general. So no, this division feels like it's on the come up. Got the Jags. Obviously, we'll see what they do in the offseason. But I wouldn't say I'm scared for the Texans. It's just going to be a little more competition for them.
Mm-hmm.
And with this defense and with hopefully another offseason for C.J. Stroud, this offense with Nick Caley, hopefully the offense improves next year. I think the Texans are going to be fine as long as their defense is mostly intact.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to be fine. You got DeMeco Ryans. I think they're going to be okay. But, really for me with the Colts, it comes down to the quarterback position.
Yep.
It really comes down to the quarterback position and what they're going to do because Daniel Jones, he had an Achilles injury, right?
Yeah.
So he probably ain't going to play next year. So, listen, they still got Jonathan Taylor. They're going to be fine there. Their defense was pretty good for the most part. But this could be a 3-team race next season. Once again, like all the way through, just about though.
Yeah,
it really could. Now, which 3 teams those are? If I was a betting man, I'd have to say Indy, Houston, Jacksonville. you never know who the Titans are going to bring in as a coach. You just said they got the most cap space, so who knows what they do in the offseason? They're going to have another high draft pick.
Yeah, right.
Where do they go with that?
It's true. Have another high draft pick, a lot of money to spend.
Bring in another weapon for Cam Ward, or do you go defense? I mean, you just don't know what's going to happen. But no, definitely, at the least, this division is on the rise.
It is, which is funny because you talk about the South divisions usually are kind of that laughing stock, and like the NFC South.
NFC is just
pitiful.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
And
It's
yet the
atrocious.
AFC South, has been surprisingly good to the point where, honestly, I think if I was like power ranking, I think the two best teams going into the playoffs doesn't mean they're going to be the two teams left standing.
Yeah.
But I think right now the Jaguars they're also playing the best. The Jaguars and the Texans have the two longest active winning streaks. But I think those are the two best teams. Those are the two teams that maybe scare me the most of the AFC playoff field just in a vacuum. I'm not talking about home field advantage or matchups or this or that. Just right now, from what I've seen on paper, I think those have been the two best teams of late, the Jaguars and the Texans.
And I mean, I'm looking at the standings here. If you look at it record-wise, just record-wise, the AFC South is the best division in the AFC this year.
Yeah, it's true. They're the only.
They have three teams at 500 or above. Now, obviously, into 8-9, but I'm just saying that right now, as it stands, they're the best division record-wise in football right now.
Yeah.
In the AFC.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
Only three divisions in total in the NFL can say that. The other two being in the NFC.
Yeah.
Look, I think the Titans have the chance to really improve this offseason. It comes down to the coach. They botched it with Brian Callahan.
Yes.
They're going to have to get this one right, but you look at what Liam Cohen's done with the Jaguars. Like, you bring in the right coach, even if you want to say Mike Vrabel, young quarterback in New England.
Yeah.
Right, Cam Ward, young quarterback. If you bring in the right coach, you could turn it around. I mean, we
Right.
saw that with DeMeco here and C.J. Stroud. You bring in the right coach, you could turn it around in one offseason.
The right coach means a lot.
Yeah, it's everything.
Honestly, I would say in football more than any other sport, just about.
100%.
Bring in the right head coach.
Yeah.
The right system, the right plan. Yeah. Yeah, that just means everything, especially if you have the quarterback there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Colts, like you said, it comes down to quarterback, but I give props to Shane Steichen for.
Oh, yeah.
He almost made it to the playoffs with Gardner Minshew. Should have made it to the playoffs this year with Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Like, I think he is a good coach and knows offense. Just ever since Andrew Luck retired, they've just been trying to find the quarterback.
Yeah, it's been I mean, he retired in 2019. It's been a rough go.
Yeah.
For the Colts. It really has.
And then, honestly, the Jaguars are the one that so often we see a coach come in the first year. I'm not saying Liam Cohen's going to be Brian Dable, but that's just an example to point to where a lot of times these first-year head coaches have success, and then the rest of the league kind of figures them out or whatever it might be.
They fall off.
And so I'm not saying that's going to happen with Cohen, but my point being, guaranteed suddenly the Jaguars are just going to do this every year. I mean, you can even point to Dan Quinn last year. Not a first-time head coach, but first year in D.C.
With Washington.
Yeah, you have a great quarterback, and then I know he's been injured and they've had injuries there, but they're a 4-win team this year. So there's no guarantee. So the Jaguars are actually the team that I think could take the biggest step back next year, in part because they're the highest right now. They're in first place.
They are, yeah.
But yeah, it's certainly a division that's become a lot more competitive. And while we used to joke around about the Astros and the Texans and used to say, like, man, good thing our teams are in bad divisions. They have these cakewalks. Well, now suddenly, like, the Mariners are good and pass the Astros by. And the Jags, for now, passed the Texans by. And yeah, it is going to be a tougher division moving forward.
It feels like it is. Based on what we've seen this season, it feels like moving forward, this is going to be a much tougher division.
By the way, I think nobody has it better than Phillip Rivers right now. Where I would that seems like the dream. He has no worry of having to play Sunday. I assume he's still with the team. I don't think he retired and went back home this week, did he?
I think he's still there.
Right, I think he's finishing out with the team. How cool. That's a lot of people's dream, I'm sure, is to like be part of an NFL team, hang around, but not have to worry about actually going out there and being broken in two. And he's getting paid decent money. And by the way, he's got like 11 kids at home, so this has to be like a dream vacation to get away from the family for an extra week. I'd be like, yeah, I'll go hang out in Houston and watch a football game on the sidelines with a baseball cap and, get seconds in the post-game meal and just hang out and make a quick head back home.
For his official final NFL game.
Yeah, supposedly.
Now, we don't expect him to play, but you never know what happens on the field.
It's true.
You never know. You just never know. Not wishing anything on anyone, but you just never know.
Yeah. On the text line, someone said Texans ain't going nowhere.
Damn.
Got to load up on offense, though. Yeah, I'm with you.
Another texter said red flags, the Sauce Gardner trade.
Okay, yeah, Colts.
For the Colts, certainly. I don't know how Chris Ballard keeps his job, to be honest with you.
The GM, yeah.
Yeah, I think he has
been there a while now, too.
Yeah, I think it's something like one playoff appearance in the last 8 years, I think it is something crazy.
Yeah.
And that Sauce Gardner trade blew up in his face. And that same texter says red flag, Jacoby Myers extension. Honestly, I don't know. Jacksonville, their offense, that elevated them to another notch when they brought in Jacoby Myers. This offense has been really good since.
Yeah, it took off.
So we'll see what happens there. Hey, coming up, 5 o'clock, which in these parts means it's time for 5 o'clock fire. We'll do that, get you caught up on all the headlines when we return. It's The Drive.
The Drive is live and kicking off the new. content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Yes, sir. 5 o'clock fire. I'm Luke Morrow in alongside Chris Partee for the fellas today. Colin Neal holding things down, keeping us in line on this new. Hang with us as we kick off 2026. 713-572-4610 to text the show. Get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. 5 o'clock, hopefully, as Ron usually says around this time, hopefully you're off from work now. Hopefully you've been off from work all day, really.
I hope you have.
Yeah. Hope you haven't had to work on New Year's Day today.
Like we have, but we love it, though.
New Year's Day is great because, there used to be more college football games. Now we just get these playoff games. But a lot of people, you're hungover from last night. You're tired. It's great to just lay on the couch and watch college football all day.
All day.
So hopefully you haven't had to work today. You've been able to hang with us this afternoon and just watch college football.
Let us do all the heavy lifting for you.
That's right.
Let us do it.
Because we are lifting so heavily.
We're tired
We're
over
doing
here.
so much work. Such hard work over here.
Colin's doing everything, actually.
That's right.
He's doing all the work.
5 o'clock fire. Hey, Astros. It started off the new year right. They get a new addition, a signing.
Tatsuya Eime.
Thank you.
I was just about to try to say it, and I looked at the name. I was like, I don't know. I don't know
about this one.
You gave up very quickly.
You actually clipped it. That was great.
That's why he's the super producer.
That's right.
Right there.
That was nicely produced. Well, that's the name of their new pitcher. The Astros signed him.
Tatsuya Eime.
Yep. That's the guy.
Thank you, PC.
I love that. Yeah, I love having that. I'm going to need that anytime I'm in talking Astros. He was signed today, 3-year contract, $18 million per year, could go up to 21, but he has opt-outs after each season. We'll see what that's depending on how he does this year, but he was a big name in the international market this offseason. The Astros sign him, and there's that big fish, if you will, for the Astros offseason with the addition here today.
Yeah, I mean, fans are happy. Everyone here is happy. But let's see more. let's get a couple more moves in under our belt here.
I'm with you. We're in agreement on that. This can't be the
this
be
can't
all
be it.
end
This
all.
can't be
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
This can't be it.
This just has to be part of it. But
if this is it, that's a disappointing offseason. If this is it,
I would agree with that.
That's a disappointing offseason.
Yeah, I would agree. Just him and Mike Burrows.
No offense to Eime, but
no,
just saying.
They need more. They were an 87-win team last year. You lost one of the better pitchers in baseball over the past 5 years. And, you can't just have the additions be two, I would say, middle-of-the-rotation guys, because that's what I picture for Eime. He's projected to have a 4.3 earned run average in the majors. Right, solid. Not great.
Yeah.
Solid. You'll take that. But also, when you come over from Japan like that, they pitch once a week. His incentives are based off of only 100 innings pitched. So the bar's kind of low for his workload.
And it's going to take time for him to adjust, I would assume.
Yeah.
It's going to take some time.
Usually is. So I like it. You can't not like it. I like any time you try to add a piece to the team, and it's not my money you're spending. So why should I have a problem? I'm just, as I said earlier, curbing the enthusiasm. I don't know how huge. I don't think this is some sort of, big. I compared it earlier. Daisuke Matsuzaka was when he came over. That was a big deal. I don't think it's one of Deki or Abu from the 90s. Where this is more of like a middle of the rotation, back half of the rotation. They're going to use a 6-man rotation now, which I don't like, but it is what it is.
You're not a fan of that.
I want Hunter Brown on the mound as often as I can have him.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know why you'd want.
I think everyone wants him on the mound. If he could go every day, we would want him out.
Yeah. Instead of
unfortunately, he can't. But
yeah. Instead of making space for lesser pitchers, but that's just me. And I know 2026 now. More teams are doing it, protecting more of these arms, but I don't like the 6-man rotation. Anyways, that's the addition today, and it reminded me of Scott Boras. Always does his lame puns for his clients at the winter meetings. Here's what he had to say last month about the now newest member of the Houston Astros.
Like Eime, you have a 27-year-old pitcher who throws 98, 99. Teams look at that and say, that believe me, in my wildest dreams, I never expected someone to be available like that.
In my wildest. What do we think of that? How do we grade that pun?
Oh,
no,
my goodness.
Absolute F. He stumbled. He had to think way too much about it. I give this a solid 0 out of 10 here.
Damn, Colin. Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, I thought it was terrible.
Goodness.
By the way, that's his usual delivery, though, for a guy that already has these written.
That's how he talks.
But it's like
that's him.
But this is all he struggle. It's like he knows how bad they are, and so he's still hesitant to say it, to deliver them. He doesn't have the confidence to deliver these lines.
But he's got to get his stuff in.
Yeah.
He got to get it in.
Well, I don't know why he has to, but he chooses to do this.
For him, he has to get his stuff in.
Yeah,
He's got
obviously.
To. He's got. I'll give it a D.
I give it an F.
Come on, Chris.
Be harsh. There was some effort there that for him to even trot that out. There was some effort there. I'll give him a D. A D is passing most places. I'll give him a D.
I wish I went to those schools. Yeah, it's embarrassing. But that's the new addition for the Astros. Doesn't hurt. Just curb your enthusiasm. And both Chris and I would like to see more moves this offseason. However, with this $18 million a year contract, it kind of puts the Astros right at that tax.
They're right there, the luxury tax, right?
We'll see how aggressive they are these next 2 months.
Hey, that means you got to trade somebody.
Yeah, this move might limit Jim Crane's willingness here the rest of the way.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we really haven't talked much about the college football playoff all day. They just started the second half. Indiana is leading 17-0 over Alabama. Indiana is also driving, so they're in field goal range. Might get a touchdown here to go up even more. We saw Alabama erase a similar deficit last time against Oklahoma. Do we think Alabama, they're going to come back today? They're going to do it again or no?
Well,
okay. Indiana.
Well, Indiana just scored again, so probably not.
Great. Absolutely impeccable timing.
That was perfect timing, by the way, Luke. That was perfect.
Thank you.
You saw that. That was
long
perfect.
touchdown pass for Indiana.
Come on, please show me the surrender cobras, please.
Oh, my God.
A woman was somewhat close there. She had one hand on her head. Yeah.
She had one hand?
Yeah. The Alabama fans are distraught. Indiana about to go up 24-0 with the extra point midway through the third.
There is 7:46 left in the third quarter. But for all intents and purposes, it feels like this game is over.
Oh, yeah.
It just feels like it. I told you this earlier in one of the breaks. Alabama, you mentioned Alabama coming back last week, but they just look sluggish.
Yeah.
They've looked sluggish all game.
And that's why
both sides.
I said it to Clint yesterday on these airwaves. Fade teams after, like, you have that dramatic comeback. Usually you have the emotional letdown the next game. And that was my concern with Alabama. They had that great comeback against Oklahoma. Yeah, you're just drained.
You've given everything.
And then also there's just flukiness to that. That not often do you come back. You know, like they were down 17-0 for a reason. Yeah. And credit for the comeback, but also they deserve some criticism for falling behind like that. And now today they look like that first half team again, where things aren't going their way.
Well, if they are going to mount a comeback, they better get going quickly.
Yeah,
well,
you're not kidding.
If this result holds up for Indiana, they'll be the first round bye team to win a game in this current CFP era,
which is crazy.
Yes.
Which is crazy.
Right. Miami beat Ohio State last night.
Yeah.
And then earlier today, Oregon beat Texas Tech 23-0. So, you haven't wanted the bye so far.
No.
Small sample size, but in the college football playoff, until Indiana up 24-0. Look, they're the number one team in the Big Ten championship. They're beating Alabama right now 24-0. Would Indiana be your pick to win the national championship?
If they hold on to this, I mean,
regardless, right now up 24-0.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty impressive here, but I know Miami has been a lot of people's dark horse.
They are.
Miami's been a dark horse. What was that?
They're cooking right now.
Miami?
Yeah,
they are, man. Because I'll be honest, I just knew Ohio State was going to win that game, but I was wrong, obviously.
Yep.
Yeah, I was wrong. The Hurricanes, man, the Hurricanes are hurricaning. Mm-hmm. They're back, if you want to say that.
This playoff, to me, we talked about this yesterday, Clint and I, but when I look at these matchups, for me, it was kind of the haves versus the have-nots.
Yeah.
Like, I thought Miami still had something to prove. Ohio State didn't, and Miami proved it. I thought earlier today, Texas Tech was the team that had something to prove. Oregon didn't. Texas Tech didn't prove it. Sorry.
They did not.
They got shut out. They're done. This game, funny enough, I didn't think Alabama had anything to prove. Indiana was the team that still had to prove something for me, and they've proven it in a big way, and I'm happy to see. The next one, Ole Miss, Georgia. That's the final game. It kicks off at 7 p.m. Central Time, and that's similar where Georgia doesn't have anything to prove. I don't think Ole Miss can hang with Georgia. Georgia's favored by 6. I think Georgia wins by more than 6. What say you guys? Do you give Ole Miss a chance to win tonight, or are you riding Georgia the favorite?
I think Georgia is just a better program, but there's so much going on in Ole Miss right now with all the transition. There's a lot happening right there. I don't think they win or really even get close to winning this game.
Yeah, I agree. Colin, Ole Miss or Georgia tonight?
I don't know. I think I would call it kind of underselling Ole Miss a little bit.
Really?
You know, we saw reaction when Lane Kiffin left for LSU. I mean, a lot of the players are still there. They stayed.
It's a reaction, all
Pete
right.
Golding. A lot of the players really love Pete Golding down in Oxford. I think this is more of a coin flip. I think the 6 points is a little. It's Georgia, so they're gonna get that leeway by a couple points. But I like Ole Miss. I think they're a team of destiny, kind of like Miami. Because of the whole thing, the storylines
It's a big word right there, man.
Listen,
team of destiny.
Listen, but it's Kirby Smart. It is the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah.
I have Georgia winning, but by 1 possession.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Georgia wins. I think by multiple scores. We'll see. 7 p.m. Kickoff tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
Rockets have gotten underway in Brooklyn, and the Rockets right now lead 12-2 over the Nets, not even 3 minutes in. So a pretty good start for the Rockets. Rockets 20-10 this year, Nets 10-20. So far, look, the game just started. The joke is always in the NBA, you just have to watch the fourth quarter or watch the last 5 minutes.
Pretty much.
We'll see what happens. But Rockets up 12-2. This is a game tonight. I mean, you should blow out the Nets on the road.
You should, but
said that about the Kings.
I was going to say, didn't we say that about the Kings and the Pelicans and the Jazz, right?
Well, they should have blown them out, too.
They really should have. So we'll see what happens. But all in all, the Rockets, they're going to win this game, in my opinion. They should.
They're off to a 10-point head start. Eason back in the starting lineup tonight. So it's Durant, Jabari, Tari, Alpi, and Amen are the starting 5. The Rockets they lost, 4 out of 5. They then put Tari Eason into the starting lineup. Tari now healthy again. And since putting him back in the starting lineup, if they win tonight, it'll be 4 straight victories since making that change.
Well,
Durant, 30 points in each of the last 2 games. It seems like this Tari Eason addition to the starting 5 has really opened something up and helped out this Rockets team.
It's working, and on top of that, that's a really big lineup.
Oh, yeah.
Because you got Eason, you got obviously KD, you got Thompson. I mean, and then obviously Şengün and Jabari. I mean, no one is smaller than 6'7" in that lineup. 6'6", 6'7".
Right.
That's a huge lineup. So obviously it's working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Until it's no longer working, then I would say, Mr. Udoka, keep going with that. You may have found something here.
Yeah, he's been playing around with the starting lineup throughout this season.
I think we kind of expected that, though.
Yeah.
That he was going to play, especially with Fred VanVleet being out all year. Kind of had no choice but to kind of,
But I think this right now is the best mix of 5 because I think Tari Eason, I don't know if he's going to keep shooting like this. He's shooting a career-high 49% from beyond the arc.
He was over 50 for a while. He was like 51, 52 for a little while.
I don't know if we can expect that to continue, but rides a hot hand. I think he's the most well-rounded. Like Josh Okogie's good on the defensive end. I think Tari Eason's better on the offensive end. Reed Shepherd is obviously he's a good shooter. He's not good on the defensive end. Tari Eason's also I think he's the most well-rounded of these pieces. Dorian Finney-Smith is similar, but right now Tari Eason's healthier right now. They're still working back.
Yeah, Dorian Finney.
So a bit of an asterisk on that one. But I just think he's the most well-rounded. He can play better defense than some of the options, and then on offense he really gives you something, especially with that shooting. And I think that's why Durant's been able to score these 30 points lately. Is it just helps space the offense where
opens it up for him.
Yeah, you can't double Durant as much because there's open Tari who's shooting 50%. You have to stay close to Tari Eason, and it's allowed Durant more space to score lately. His scoring is up with Eason in the starting lineup.
I think you're right about Eason, not being able to shoot 50+% all season, but even if he settles into around 43-44% from 3, that's awesome. Yeah. You'll take that.
Absolutely.
You'll take that. So no, I think Ime Udoka has found something here with this starting lineup. And again, you said they're 4-0.
Well, if they hold on tonight.
Yeah, okay, if they hold on tonight, they're 4-0.
Hold on.
If they hold hold on, 2 minutes in now, but I think they'll be fine tonight. Keep rolling with this lineup. Let's see how far they can go with this lineup.
Yeah, I would keep rolling with it.
Even though they don't have a true point guard out there, hey, roll with it.
Hey, don't disrespect my boy Reed Shepherd over there.
I'm saying the starting lineup, though.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not starting right now. They do need a point guard.
Yeah.
But they can get by.
I love Reed Shepherd, but he's still very young, and like you said, defensively, he's definitely not what Fred VanVleet is. He does give the effort, though. I'll give him that. I've seen him play, but he's small too. He's small. He's a smaller guard.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough in this league when the average height is 6'7", and guys got these wingspans like pterodactyls.
6'7".
That's
crazy.
Huh?
6'7".
Oh my goodness! Please don't start that.
Yeah.
Colin.
That is just talk about an annoying trend. I don't even get that one. The whole 6'7" thing.
And Luke's not even as old as me, and he feels that way.
I don't get it. It didn't dawn on me until I saw a clip. I went to a college basketball game, and one of the teams made a foul shot to get to 67 points.
Oh, God, come on.
It was a blowout, and all the kids in the crowd started going crazy. And I was like, man, they really like that foul shot. It's a 30-point game. It didn't dawn on me until I saw the clip.
Yeah.
Because the team posted about it the next day. And I was like, oh, right, 6'7". That's right. Yeah, it's so stupid. But the Rockets...
maybe stupid, but it's funny.
I guess. Rockets lead 14-5 over the Nets. 8:16 to go first quarter, just underway in that one there in Brooklyn as Houston tries to win their fourth in a row. By the way, Tari Eason contract year too, so you know he's motivated. And it might come back to really bite the Rockets that they did not give him that contract. He's in a contract year. Yeah. They didn't give him the extension. And so
early, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, I think he's upped his price, his value.
Has he? He's playing out of his mind.
Yep. So might come back to bite the Rockets. But in the meantime, they're reaping the benefits, looking to go to 4-0 with him in the starting lineup. That's 5 o'clock fire, some of the headlines from today in the sports world. Hey, when we come back, what concerns you the most in the AFC playoff field for the Texans? Which team, which scenario, which situation would worry you the most as the Texans try to make a run to the Super Bowl? We'll talk about that next. It's The Drive.
All right, start the new year moving. Start the new year not hurting, right? If that joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery.
2022.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What concerns you the most about the playoffs for the Houston Texans? Is the drive. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, and for the fellas, Colin Neal holding it down on the other side. And you can always text the show 713-572-4610. We know the Texans are going to the playoffs. You know, as we've discussed, it seems like a pretty good field for the Texans to try to do something, even as a wild card team. You don't have to worry about Mahomes. You might not have to worry about Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Instead, it's this new money, new blood of
new crop of
Drake
QBs,
May, Bo Nix, Trevor Lawrence.
Now, in fairness to Drake May, he is getting a lot of consideration here lately for MVP.
Yeah, and I think he should be, but he's never played in the postseason before.
That's true.
You know, I still have questions about that. I think he's the betting favorite for MVP. He probably will win the award.
You think so?
I think so.
I'm still going with Stafford.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's one of those two. I mean, Stafford.
I just don't believe you can lose it in one game. Like, I know that game was big last week, but I just don't think you can lose it in one game.
I would probably lean Stafford because I go back to the schedule. Although at the same time, I give May more credit that it's only his second year.
Yeah.
You know, only Mahomes and Lamar have won the MVP in their second season since 2000. So I think there's, you know, it's impressive that he's doing this so quickly.
But I mean, if you look back, I believe they also were leaders in more categories as far as like passing.
Yeah, probably.
Because he's like 8 touchdowns behind Stafford. They got about the same interceptions. He plenty of yards behind Stafford. So I think that's going to matter.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
We'll see. It'll be one of those two, I imagine.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of them.
But with all that said, when you look at this AFC playoff field, it's not the most daunting thing on paper, proven wrong. But what would worry you the most? Either a team, a scenario, maybe it's something about the Texans that's not good enough. When you look at their lot in life heading into the playoffs, what stands out most is like your greatest concern?
Well, first I want to give this stat here real quick.
Yeah.
So I was telling you during the break that I'm looking at the top scoring teams offensive-wise in the league, and there's only one AFC team in the top 5 scoring this season, and that's the New England Patriots. And they're 5. They're number 5. All the other 4 teams are in the NFC. So, and then behind them is Buffalo at 6 points per game, 27, 28, somewhere around there. Unless the Texans get into a game where it's a shootout, and for me, that's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to score, as we've seen all season against this Texans defense. So anything short of that, a team that can get them into a shootout, and again, like you just mentioned, the guy that would usually be most likely to do it would be a Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
He's not in there this year. Lamar Jackson, not that he's a shootout guy, but he's been the bugaboo as far as him and the Ravens, like I said earlier, for the Texans. They might not even make the playoffs. If they don't beat the Pittsburgh this week, they're not even going to get in. So the Texans could conceivably be just about free and clear, because I don't think most people look at Patriots offense or the Broncos offense and fears them. So again, to me, the only thing that I would really look at, like, oh, that could be worrisome for the Texans, is a team that could get them caught up in a shootout. And I don't see a team in the AFC right now, because we've seen what they've been able to do to the Bills. The Bills can get in a shootout, but they haven't been able to do it with the Texans. So I don't really see a team out there that you really, really would have to worry and lose sleep over. I don't see one of those teams. So it's tough to pick out a scenario. Now, maybe you could say, okay, if they have to go on the road in the cold, like you mentioned earlier, to New England or to Denver. Now, Denver would worry me more because of the altitude.
Yep.
that would worry me more. But even then, this defense has been that dominant and been that great to where, again, we talked about the takeaways for the offense. They don't give the ball away. They led the league in time of possession this season. Or I think they were number 3 in time of possession, Collins said earlier. If they can stick to that script, the Texans will be fine. I believe that. I believe they'll be fine if they can stick to that script.
Yeah, I'm not worried about any opponent, which is why I think this is a great opportunity for the Texans this year. Because, again, not only, I know we keep beating this dead horse, not only because there's no Mahomes and potentially no Lamar, but it's just the way these teams are built, like you just laid out. You're not dealing with a bunch of offensive powerhouses.
No.
These are teams that are similar to the Texans, but none of them have a defense as good as the Texans.
No.
So the Texans have an advantage in a lot of those matchups and categories. About the fact that, I guess, being a wild card team and going on the road, it's not the teams, it's really the elements. If the Texans played any of these teams at home, I would feel confident in the Texans winning against any of those playoff teams. The Patriots, the Broncos, the Bills, the Steelers, the Ravens, the Jaguars, any of those teams. I don't feel so good about going to those places. And the main reason is just simply being outdoors. You know, like if they were playing, if the Colts were a playoff team and you got to play in Indianapolis.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'd feel better about that.
Yeah.
But I don't like the idea of being outdoors and being in the cold because we've seen this before. I know numbers don't always play the best on the radio, but we've lived it. If you look it up, C.J. Stroud has won 2/3 of his games indoors in his career.
Yeah.
He's under 500 outdoors. And when you compare the numbers, quarterback rating is down nearly 20 points when he's outdoors. The yards per game, down almost 60 yards per game passing when he's outdoors, right? Completion percentage drops almost 7 points into the 50s when he's outdoors. Just the numbers have not been nearly as good. This season, when the Texans have played outdoors, remove that game against the Ravens because it was an outlier when they scored, 44 points.
Yeah.
If you take that game away, and maybe that's a big if, but if you take that game away, they average 16 points per game when playing outdoors this year.
Yeah.
And they've only played 2 teams with winning records outdoors this year and lost both of those games, but then are, help me with the math, 11-3 in all other games? So, that's where they've struggled is when they've had to play Stroud's career and this year as well. So that's my biggest concern is having to go to Denver in January when it's cold and the crowd's going crazy and you're outside and this offense has already struggled enough and now you're putting Stroud in his worst situation. That's where he's played his worst is outside in the elements.
Yeah.
When they've lost in the playoffs the last 2 years. It was in Baltimore, cold Baltimore, and it was in Kansas City, cold Kansas City last year. But they were able to win indoors at home in the first round the last 2 years. That's the biggest thing to me. And so if they were able to win the division, that would be great. But I would have some worry. I know we talked about it earlier, but even going to Pittsburgh or Baltimore, it's not the team, but I would still go into that game a little concerned, like, I don't know, it's going to be cold in Pittsburgh. Can Stroud play well enough to even beat the Steelers? If it was in Houston, I'd say, they're going to beat the Steelers by 2 touchdowns. But going to Pittsburgh, going to Baltimore, going to any of these cities really changes a lot for me.
I think for either of those with the Texans, get an early lead and they're fine. Even in the cold. Get them an early lead, they'll be fine. I don't know about just giving them 7 points, but get them another 14-point lead. I think they're fine, even on the road in the cold. Even though CJ has not played well on the road, I think this defense is that good. I really do. I really believe, and I'm a defensive guy, so I love.
I was going to say, you're sounding like DeMeco over here.
Yeah, no. I've always loved a really great defense like this. So I think because it travels, you can go anywhere with this defense, and you can have an opportunity to win games. They're not relying on offense like we see a lot of teams. They're not. Offense just needs to show up, basically. Offense shows up, don't turn the ball over, defense is going to carry you there.
Well, yeah, we'll see.
We'll see
how far it can carry.
I think you can still do that in cold weather.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
On the YouTube chat, someone said Kairmi in the cold equals dog water. So there you go. Not only the offense and the quarterback, but maybe
kicker. Throw the kicker.
Yeah, some worries about the
Throw him
kicker
in there
as well. That's my biggest concern. If the Texans had home field advantage throughout the playoffs, I'd probably bet on them to win the AFC.
Yeah.
With this defense.
Yeah. How could you not?
But having to win multiple games outdoors, potentially in the cold, That's probably my biggest concern.
So then,
for them in this playoff field.
Would you prefer that they fell to the 6th seed and had to face the Jaguars in the first round? I believe that's still a possibility with Buffalo right behind them. I believe Texans are 5 right now, Buffalo 6, but they could still pass them. But that would, in order for that to happen, Texans would have to lose this week.
I know, and the Jaguars are the other team I like the most in this playoff field. I'm in the Texans, so
and that's a division battle. You just don't know about that. You see them so often,
I know. So, in that case, maybe not.
I'd still rather go to Pittsburgh. I don't care if it's cold. I'd still rather go to Pittsburgh. I don't care how cold it is. So.
Yeah, I know.
I don't believe in Pittsburgh.
It shouldn't be a concern in the first round, I guess, but you
Moving
might have
forward,
to win multiple games. In the cold outdoors.
If you get to Denver or you get to New England, then I get it.
For a different reason, but that is what has held the Dolphins back in recent years.
Oh, God, yeah.
Different reason.
But it's always held them back. It's always held them back. Like playing in cold weather?
Yeah.
They've never been good in cold weather.
So that's ever. And just another touchdown, by the way. So now they're up.
This game might be over.
With the extra point, that'll be, 31-3.
This game might be
quarter.
over. So. They did not take their foot off the pedal.
No.
Not yet.
Rightfully so. Hey, when we come back, before we go, it's only fitting. We got to do some New Year's resolutions for the Houston sports teams. We'll do it next. It's The Drive.
The Texans clinched a playoff berth with their 20-16 win over the Chargers.